everyone. So I had some technical difficulties with this podcast episode. So I'm using a new software that I'm still getting used to. And basically, if you're Aries Rising through Virgo Rising, you will see me on camera and the chart simultaneously. But if you are Libra through Pisces Risings, you will only see me on camera. So if you are Libra Rising through Pisces Rising, just think of it as a conversation back and forth. If you are watching and you can just kind of listen, I am so sorry that there was some technical difficulties. It will never ever happen again. But I really wanted to get this July podcast episode out. And unfortunately, with the massive project that I'm working on and so excited to launch, hopefully later this year, I just don't have the time. I'm working 7 days a week around the clock, so I just didn't have the time to refilm. And if you've been with me for a while, this podcast episode in total, I think, is almost 8 hours long. So we get into so much. I hope you love it. And I'm so sorry for my Libra Risings through Pisces Risings. It's just going to be sort of like either a conversational piece or like an old school podcast episode. It will never happen again. Definitely stay tuned for August monthly horoscopes. I have another really exciting professional astrologer joining me near and dear. Really excited to have her on. We're going to break down the eclipse season and all of the activity continuing in August, where we will be on camera. You will see the chart and us for all 12 signs. This will never happen again, as I said. But anyways, let's get into July. Welcome everyone to your July 2026 monthly horoscope. I am going to use this introduction to go through what looks like a very wild month. There is a lot of material to get through in July. I will do my best to sort of condense it, get to the point, because I could go on for a very, very long time. This could be probably like a 16-hour podcast episode with the amount of aspects and transits going on in July. So I'm going to cover July 4th when we have the Mars-Uranus conjunction. A little bit about how important this conjunction is. The first is that this is the first Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini in a very long time, probably over 80 years. So Mars is initiating a new roughly 2.5 year cycle with Uranus. So I'm going to go through each rising sign. They will be time-stamped in the description below. So no, you do not need to listen to the whole thing to try to find your rising sign. But this Mars-Uranus conjunction on July 4th, really, really important. This is something that a lot of us have never really experienced in our lives. Some of you might be feeling the effects of Mars-ruled areas that I will be breaking down in each rising sign, the themes of those areas that could be really kicking off and initiating this new Mars-Uranus cycle that for a lot of us is going to play out over the next 2.5 years. This could definitely be playing out for most of us. Let's see, I have my list here through June 2028. So we're in it to win it. Mars-Uranus conjunctions are notorious for big events. So again, I'll be breaking that down by the rising sign, what themes to look out for. The other thing I want you to keep in mind when I'm discussing the Mars-Uranus conjunction is that the opening square, so Mars joins Uranus in that conjunction, and then early December of this year, so early December 2026, that Mars is going to form that opening square. So Mars forms a conjunction, it continues on, and it forms that opening 90-degree angle to Uranus in early December 2026. Now, why is this opening square so important? This opening square is actually going to involve a Mars retrograde. So Mars is going to go over that opening square, station retrograde, and go back over, and then station direct and go back over that opening square. So this opening square in December of 2026 is, I think, very, very important. And the seed point is late June, early July. So again, this is a really, really potent, important time to pay attention to as you're going through. Definitely, if any of those Mars ruled areas I'm going to break down in the rising signs really resonates around this time, that can give you those contextual clues as to what could really be amplifying, kicking off, and how it might be playing into December through the spring of 2027 that we're going to get into a little bit here. Then I'm going to move on to July 10th is the next date on my list here. So July 10th is when Venus will join the South Node. Venus will be conjunct the South Node. And when Venus joins the South Node in Virgo, it will trine Chiron in Taurus for the first time. Now, why is that so important? Well, Venus rules over Taurus. So Venus rules over the area that Chiron has just moved into. And the trine aspect sort of dissolves those obstacles, kind of creates more flow. So something could, with the South Node involved, we could be going into this month kind of coming back to those Venus ruled areas. Again, I'll break that down. And coming back to something or releasing something with that South Node involved could be playing into sort of the dissolution of obstacles, creating more flow to the Taurus ruled area. So I'll break that down. The next date that I have is July 12th. This is the Mercury Cassimi. Now, Mercury Cassimi means, if you're new to astrology, Mercury will be in the heart of the sun or within, I think it's like 16 or 17 minutes. So this is the moment in the Mercury retrograde, right? We're coming into July on a Mercury retrograde. Why is that so important? It's so important this month because so many aspects and transits are happening in Mercury ruled signs. So that Mercury retrograde is basically, my interpretation of it, again, take what resonates, leave the rest, is that going into this month, we are in this heavy revisionary period, maybe looking over the fine print, coming back to something, dealing with something that's playing into those Mercury ruled areas where there is so much activity coming back to those areas. But when we get to July 12th, there's the Mercury Cassimi. So Mercury's still retrograde, but it goes into the heart of the sun. And that typically can be a time where we gain more clarity on the situation that we've been dealing with, trying to untangle, trying to solve, whatever it may be. Again, I will break it down in more detail on what to look for based on your rising sign. Then on July 14th, there will be this new moon in Cancer at 21 degrees. Now, yes, I will be going over the area of your chart ruled by Cancer and how this new moon could be an opportunity to kind of create the new chapter or plant those new seeds involving those themes. However, I really think that this new moon is going to be heavily involving those Mercury ruled areas because this new moon will be passing over that Mercury retrograde, where all these other aspects are sort of reporting back to that Mercury. So even though this is happening in Cancer, which is not a Mercury ruled sign, Mercury will be retrograde there. That new moon will be passing over that Mercury, kind of indicating like maybe this is a refresh point. This is really sort of that new moon, new beginning kind of energy coming in for a lot of us. Again, I'll break that down. The next date is July 17th. Now, if you've been with me for a while, I am an absolute broken record when it comes to this point in July. This is the exact Uranus-Pluto trine. So this is the exact Uranus and Gemini, trine Pluto and Aquarius that we've been feeling on and off to varying intensities for a while now. But this is the exact trine with a Neptune at the midpoint. So Neptune is sort of that anchor point, bridging or sort of infusing this trine situation that I think for a lot of us is like accelerating a lot of change, a lot of transformation, and Neptune is involved. So, there could be some Neptunian sort of maybe a little chaos, maybe a little illusion, maybe a little dreamy aspect to it. But on the flip side of that, Neptune can also provide a little bit of empathy or compassion to what may be really accelerating and sort of transforming around this time. So I'm not going to get too much into that trine because I have talked about it at length. There is, endless podcast episodes on it. And we're really going to be in this for years. to varying degrees. So I'll touch on sort of the houses that are involved in this, maybe some themes to look out for. I'm not going to go too much into detail with that. My God, I can't talk. But the one thing I do want to mention with this, working with people one-on-one, I have noticed that the Uranus-Pluto trine between Gemini and Aquarius, and it's sort of, rapid acceleration, innovation, change, transformation, empowerment even, has not really been the case for some people. And what I've noticed is individuals who, individuals born around maybe 2001 with their natal Saturn around 4 degrees of Gemini. So if you were born in 2001, you want to check your natal chart. Is your natal Saturn around maybe 2 to 6 degrees of Gemini? That means your natal Saturn is involved in this trine. And that can definitely create, more tension, maybe more of the Saturnian sort of restriction themes to what is really accelerating. So individuals with their natal Saturn around 4 degrees of Gemini could be feeling sort of maybe some things are really developing or accelerating around this time. And with your natal Saturn involved, it might feel like with that comes a lot of responsibility. Other individuals maybe born around 1991 with their natal Saturn around 4 degrees of Aquarius with Pluto transiting that natal Saturn. Okay, so if you were born around 1991, maybe your natal Saturn is around 2 to 6 degrees of Aquarius. That's going to feel, in my opinion, even more intense because Pluto is death and transformation. Also, empowerment is going over that Saturn in rulership. So that's a very strong Saturn. And that can definitely enhance maybe more structure, more responsibility, more discipline with what is playing out around this time. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning 1991 and 2001, if you were born 30 years before those dates, maybe your natal Saturn is also in or Aquarius. However, you've already gone through at least one Saturn return. So I'm hoping you have a little bit more familiarity with that Saturn and you've had more years to work with that Saturn. So you might not feel it as intensely as someone maybe coming off of a Saturn return or really gearing up to enter a Saturn return, which can be a really sort of sensitive point in our lives for a lot of us. So that's one thing I wanted to kind of discuss in the intro. Definitely want to pay attention to your natal placements in the early degrees of Gemini and the early degrees of Aquarius. That can really change this trine. So definitely look out for that. On July 20th, this is that Jupiter-Pluto opposition. Jupiter-Pluto oppositions are notorious for power struggles, right? Oppositions can be some of the hardest aspects to deal with. It can feel like we have to be in two places at once. I like to think of them personally as aspects that really can indicate like something's got to give. Something's got to give to balance these two sort of in this tug of war. So you have the planet of expansion. You have the planet of, transformation and power sort of in this tug of war. However, we will have Uranus and Neptune forming sextiles and trines. So a little bit more flow, a little bit more ease from Uranus and Neptune forming these sort of, less oppositional, obviously, aspects that can kind of help support or create opportunity in the peripherals, in the background. Again, I've gone over this a little bit, especially with, Uranus, Pluto, Neptune, and Jupiter, all sitting around that 4-degree mark in July. So if you have anything around, I would say 2 to 6 degrees in your natal chart, it's going to be heavily involved in this opposition, the sextiles, the trines. There's going to probably be a lot going on or a lot of potential for things to unfold. Then we get to about July 23rd through the 26th. This is when that Mercury is going to finally station direct. I mean, at this point, I think a lot of us are going to be like, hallelujah. This Mercury retrograde has a lot going on. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of these aspects are involving Mercury-ruled signs. And so this Mercury retrograde has a lot of complexity, a lot going on. And so with Mercury stationing direct, especially after sort of this new moon that's kind of passed over, that Mercury retrograde, I think this will be sort of that, hopefully that breath of fresh air where, a lot of us can just start to move on from what has unfolded around this time. Additionally, between sort of, I believe it's on the 26th, that's when the North and the South node are going to finally switch into the Aquarius Leo axis. So the North node is going to ingress into Aquarius, and the South node is consequently going to ingress into Leo. Our focus is where the eclipses are really going to start to amp up, especially next month in August. This is where the focus is going to change. So I'll be going over that axis in your chart. So definitely want to kind of pay attention to like how things are transitioning from that Pisces Virgo axis into that Aquarius Leo axis. And then we will end the month on July 29th on a full moon in Aquarius. So this full moon looks pretty charged. In the chart, you will see, if you're watching, the full moon in the natal chart is the sun and the moon in opposition. And this full moon will be right across pretty much this Jupiter-Pluto opposition, and it will be involving Jupiter in the heart of the sun. So there will be this I think this full moon will be pretty charged, especially because the nodes just moved into this area as well. And so I think a lot of us might be watching something quite intense and sort of having that oppositional energy or be experiencing it. So I'll be breaking that down a little bit more. So I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to get into it because we have so much to get into and I'm going to be here forever. All right. So I'm going to share my screen here. And so Aries Risings. So I've got my notes here. We're kicking off on July 4th. So again, don't worry about if you're watching the dates and the times over on the left. I want you paying attention to the dates and the times on the right. I am on Eastern Standard Time. So July 4th, Saturday, we're going to have this Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees in your Gemini third house. Now, the third house is communication, exchanging information. But I like to think of the third house sort of like Bernadette Brady explains it, sort of like your familiar backyard. So the people, places, and things within your everyday environment, your phone, your car, your laptop, your siblings, your neighbors, your extended family. But this can also involve sort of, communication, the technology, short distance travel, any of those things. Now, breaking this down a little bit more, again, as I went over in the intro, this is kicking off a new cycle for you. Why is this so important for you, Aries Risings? Is that this Mars actually rules this first house of the physical body, the self, the identity, how other people view you, and how you take independent action, especially with Mars being the planet of action. So this could really be kicking off sort of some new cycle that's going to be playing out that is really personal to you, really personal to how you want to take independent action, your communication, something playing out with siblings, extended family, short distance travel. Some of you could be also sort of exchanging information, or, the third house is kind of like where we start to explore things that we might be curious about and sort of, it could initiate something new from this point that you could be sort of working with over the next 2.5 years. Now, Mars also rules another area of your chart. So Mars rules this Scorpio 8th house. Now, the 8th house, people will say 8th house, sex, death, transformation. To me, that's a little too ambiguous. Working with clients over the years, I've just really noticed that the 8th house brings up predominantly, yes, transformational work. That could be, literally transformational work. But transformation is, like big decisions, things that we decide on that we can't go back on. So this could be sort of initiating your plan of action that requires you to make a big decision. The 8th house is a financial house. It is typically more long-term finances. So this could involve sort of, again, with a happening in the third house with communication, exchanging information, those kinds of things. There could be something going on in your everyday immediate environment that requires you to maybe look at your finances or inquire something around your long-term finances. Maybe it's retirement, assets, investments. The eighth house is also your partner's money, your partner's resources, other people's resources. So some of you might be sort of having conversations, seeking information, exchanging information. Maybe it's involving sort of neighbors or siblings or extended family. That could be involving something regarding sort of long-term finances, inheritance, will, trust. If it's not financial, it will likely be sort of like transformational work, or maybe having to sort of initiate a new decision that you're going to be sort of working with for the next 2.5 years. And with Mars ruling your first house of self, it's like, what really serves you? Whatever's playing out around this time, it's like, how does it really support your physical body, how you want to take independent action, how you want to show up in the world. All right. So I think actually, I want to talk a little bit about the opening square with this Mars-Uranus conjunction. And so the opening square, again, as I mentioned in the intro, is going to happen early December. Some of you could feel it the end of November. But you want to pay attention to what really is initiating around this time, especially if some of those themes that I discussed are really resonating. Because the opening square, this Mars is going to move on and it's going to create this opening square to Uranus, where that Mars is going to be in your Virgo 6th house. So this opening square could involve something with work, health, routines, daily grind, that you might be also sort of stepping into this revisionary period around reviewing and revising maybe finances or decisions or what's really going to support you, your physical body. Again, with the 6th house involved come December. This could involve like a health situation, wellness, well-being, vitality, and, sort of work schedule, routine, those kinds of things. So definitely pay attention to what's going on around this time, because it could really help give those contextual clues as to what you're going to be sort of taking action on initially with what's playing out now come December of 2026. And then a total revisionary period around the actions, all of that stuff come early 2027 through the spring of 2027. So good time to pay attention to that. Moving on to July 10th. So July 10th, this is the Venus South Node conjunction. So Venus will be joining the South Node at 0 degrees in your Virgo 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. Now, as I mentioned in the intro, this Venus is not only going to pass over the South Node in the 6th house, it's actually going to also trine Chiron in your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So Venus rules your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So this Chiron in this trine is actually reporting back to that Venus. So I think for Aries risings, this could sort of bring you back to finances, self-worth, your value system, and maybe how it's being integrated or how it's affecting sort of your daily work, your health, your routines. So some of you could be really coming back to maybe wanting to invest or heal something, invest or heal your health, your relationship to work, routines, wellness, any of those things. Maybe some of you are coming back to your self-worth with Venus ruling that 2nd house of self-worth and sort of like your value systems. And maybe that is helping that trine configuration sort of dissolve those obstacles to finding, with Chiron in your 2nd in this trine, like
redefining your relationship to material possessions, finances, and self-worth, and how it can really sort of dissolve those obstacles and maybe help some of you like feel more vitality in your life, feel good about the work that you're doing and sort of the daily grind. But Venus going over the South Node, some of you might be coming back to or sort of releasing something that no longer serves your finances, releasing something that no longer serves your self-worth. So whatever it may be, it is a trine, Venus South Node, trine Chiron in the second. Whatever's happening, it could be to really kind of like support and help and dissolve those obstacles between your self-worth, your values, your finances in relation to your health and your work. All right. Moving on to this Mercury Cassimi on July 12th. So if you're watching, I'm just going to get this lined up a little bit. Close enough. Okay. So you see here, Mercury, red means retrograde. So Mercury will be retrograde still, but it will be joining the sun. It will be within, again, I think it's 16 or 17 minutes of the sun. So Mercury will be in the heart of the sun. And this could be the point where maybe there is a little bit of clarity, or you might get a little bit of like an aha moment to what you've been reviewing and revising thus far around those Mercury ruled areas. So Mercury ruled areas for you, Aries risings, is going to be this Gemini third house, communication, exchanging information, your neighborhood, your community, siblings, extended family, all of these people, places, and things within your everyday environment, as well as the other Mercury ruled area, which is going to be your Virgo sixth house of daily work, health, and routines. So some of you could really have been reviewing and revising sort of the work, the health, the routines, the money situation, the self-worth, in addition to everything I've discussed thus far with this Venus South Node, the Mars Uranus, all happening in Mercury ruled signs. So with this Mercury Cassimi taking place on Sunday, July 12th, in your Cancer fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate, maybe some of you could gain clarity through maybe being with, people you live with, or there could be some clarity around your living situation, relationships with family. Maybe some of you are literally having conversations with your family, and that's how you sort of gain some sense of clarity on what you've been reviewing and revising. Either way, look out for some sense of clarity or some sense of like, this is my inner knowing around this time regarding what I need to communicate, what's affecting me in my everyday environment. That could also be playing into like a work situation, a health situation, your routines, etc. So again, this is not conclusive, but just some themes to look out for. Then we get to July 14th, when this new moon sweeps through your Cancer fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So again, this new moon is around 21, 22 degrees. I believe it's at 21 degrees. But again, this new moon, yes, this could be, theoretically a new beginning, planting new seeds around a living situation, a renovation, relationships with family, people you live with, property, real estate, etc. But because this new moon passed over this Mercury retrograde that just went Cassimi, just was in the heart of the sun, and there's so many aspects going on in Mercury ruled signs, I think this new moon could really be the opportunity for some Aries risings to really start initiating or stepping into sort of a new chapter that could play out over the next 6 months regarding a health situation, a work situation, communication, siblings, extended family, any of those Mercury ruled areas, and how it's impacting where you live. Relationships with family, people you live with. Or this could be sort of a new beginning or the desire to kind of maybe refresh your home, renovate, move, relocate, change something about like your living situation, whether it's minor or major, that could be also supporting those Mercury ruled areas. So, what is going on foundationally that some of you could really be stepping into that could be playing out over the next 6 months, that could be also playing into those Mercury ruled areas involving your health, your work, your routines, communication, siblings, extended family, all of those things. Then we get to July 17th. So, July 17th, Friday. This is going to be that exact Pluto Uranus trine that I discussed in the intro. Now, this is going to be this Uranus Pluto trine going exact on this day. Is going to be involving that Gemini third house. So, again, another Mercury ruled area. Communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, all of those, what's in your immediate backyard, your immediate environment. And that could be innovating and changing. That is also playing into this like rapid acceleration of transforming or being able to empower like who you want to surround yourself with. Who do you want to communicate? How is that impacting your social network, your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations? But as I mentioned, you really want to pay attention to what natal placements are around the 4-degree mark, especially in Gemini and Aquarius, because those placements are going to heavily be playing into or tying additional themes into what is rapidly accelerating around this time. Again, I mentioned in the intro, if you have like Saturn here, this is definitely going to maybe accelerate things, but it might come with a little bit of, responsibility or discipline or even burden for some of us. So definitely paying attention to your natal chart. Again, this is not conclusive. This is very general, but always referring to your natal chart and how your natal placements can be sort of tying in these additional details and clues to what is playing out around this time. All right. What else did I want to discuss anything else about that? No, I did not. All right. July 20th. This is the Pluto Jupiter opposition. So again, I just want to reiterate a lot of 4-degree marks this month. So Pluto, Jupiter. So Jupiter here at 4 degrees, Pluto at 4 degrees, Uranus at 4 degrees, and Neptune at 4 degrees. So if you have anything, I would say between 2 to 6 degrees in your natal chart, those placements are going to be heavily involved in these sextiles and trines. So sextiles are opportunities, typically opportunities we have to take, and then trines just create flow. It tends to just like make things happen without us even having to really put in a lot of effort. And so with so many sextiles and trines going on, looking at this, there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of action and a lot of unfolding this month that some of us could have actually felt in June coming into July. So July 20th, getting back to this Jupiter-Pluto opposition. Now for you Aries risings, this is across your 5th and 11th house axis. So Jupiter will be in that Leo 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children if applicable to you. So Jupiter's starting to sort of expand maybe your creativity or the desire and focus for more creativity, more joy, more romance, more time with your children if applicable. And it's in a direct opposition with Pluto in your Aquarius 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So oppositions here typically, working with people one-on-one, I typically see, it's like, man, I really want to enjoy life. I want more pleasure, creativity, and self-expression and, time with my kids. But how do I balance that with those 11th house long-term goals and dreams and aspirations? It can be that oppositional effect of like, how do I maintain, working towards my goals and my dreams and my aspirations, and even on a minor level, just finding time for my friends, my social network, whether it's personal or professional. And for some of you, this could be career related. If you have your midheaven in the early degrees of Aquarius, this could be heavily, career versus home and family related. So again, definitely want to look at your natal chart for that. If your midheaven is in the early degrees of Aquarius and your IC is in the early degrees of Leo, this could be really strong home and family versus career, business, public recognition themes. But generally speaking, 11th and 5th house opposition, how are you sort of stepping into wanting to expand more sovereignty, more self-expression, around the things that you want? The 5th house is like your heart's desire. It's the fun house. And really finding ways to balance that with what you really want to transform and empower regarding who you want to surround yourself with and continuously working towards your long-term goals. So again, this opposition is receiving sextiles and trines from Neptune in your first house of self and Uranus in your third house of communication, exchanging information. Again, everything within your backyard or everyday immediate environment. And so there is sort of opportunities coming directly from you, flow coming through sort of your conversations. Maybe there's neighbors or people in your community or siblings and extended family that are providing sort of help, flow, opportunity to kind of balance out this oppositional effect. Then we get to July 23rd. I think this is when Mercury stations direct. Yes, it is. So July 23rd, Mercury stations direct at 16 degrees in that Cancer 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So again, I think this is just helping push forward that Mercury retrograde where maybe you were reviewing and revising things, maybe around home, family, property, real estate themes. But with all those other aspects heavily involving or reporting back to those Mercury ruled areas, I think this could help kind of push things forward regarding things playing out in your everyday immediate environment, health, work, routines, etc. Then we get to July 26th. So July 26th, let me get this down to the hour. There we go. So July 26th, we have the North and South node. So this North node is going to finally move into your Aquarius 11th house of friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. And the South node will obviously move into your Leo 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. And so I think, compared to the last couple years, I think the nodes moving into your 11th and 5th house might feel a little bit better for some of you, just because the 11th and 5th house make, they're not only visible to your first house of self in the physical body, but they're actually making a sextile and a trine. So like flow, opportunistic aspects to your first house of self. So for some Aries risings, if you've been really kind of dealing with that 6th and 12th house axis of like the mind body, the health, subconscious thought patterns, work situations, just really kind of dealing with those kinds of themes. The past couple years, the nodes shifting into the 11th and the 5th, 11th house social network, long-term goals, 5th house of creativity, joy, also making sort of more opportunistic flow aspects to your first house of the physical body and the self might start to feel a little bit better. Again, it's not conclusive. Take what resonates, leave the rest. Now, the nodes shifting onto your 11th and 5th house, I think some of you might start to move into a time where you become more hungry, you become more focused on your dreams, your aspirations, your long-term goals, and focused on maybe surrounding yourselves with the right friends, groups, and communities that really support that uplift you towards that, as well as maybe coming back to or finding more comfort with the South node in that 5th house, like coming back to, what really brings you joy. Because at the end of the day, with that North node in the 11th house, if we just go towards a long-term goal, but we don't come back to that south node in that fifth house of asking ourselves, like, is this really what brings me joy? The worst thing is achieving goals and then going, well, that wasn't actually what I wanted. So I don't think of the north or the south node as separate entities. They work together. So it's really important to balance, what's really bringing you joy, what's your heart's desire, self-expression, those kinds of things, and how can you integrate that into that north node of your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations. Or, for some of you, it might not be so big and grand. It might be, how do you integrate that with like the right friends, groups, and communities that really support that and bring balance to these two areas. So just something to kind of sit with. I mean, we're going to be in this for roughly the next 18 months. So we have plenty of time. And then in August, the eclipses will start to amplify this axis a little bit more with eclipse season, the nodes, obviously involving the nodes. So we are going to end the month on July 29th. So July 29th, really interesting full moon. Let me get this exact. So, oh my God, just looking at this, I'm like, oh, oof. All right. So this full moon here at 6 degrees of Aquarius, having just passed over that Pluto at 4 degrees in Aquarius. So this full moon passing over Pluto is happening in your Aquarius 11th house. Again, friends, groups, communities, long-term goal themes. But if you're watching, this full moon is the full moon with the sun in opposition, involving Jupiter in the heart of the sun. So this isn't just a full moon, like, hey, it's, a culminating moment. It's involving that Jupiter-Pluto opposition. So it's really kind of laying across that. So this is supercharged, really, really supercharged illumination, culmination, maybe bringing something to a close. That could be playing out across sort of your social network, your long-term goals, creative projects, children if applicable, self-expression, those types of things. However, I actually think, because Jupiter is involved and Jupiter rules this 12th house, which is a very hidden behind the scenes house. What's going on? What's been going on behind the scenes? What have you been working on behind the scenes? What have you been untangling behind the scenes? This full moon could be really sort of highlighting or bringing something to light that maybe you have been working on behind the scenes. If you're a creative or an artist and you've been working on something behind the scenes, this could be the time where you literally bring it to life. You literally show the world. If some of you have been like, with this Jupiter Cassimi happening in the fifth house, also, this is where children land. So if this is applicable to you, again, this is not going to resonate with a lot of you, but it might resonate with some of you. Some of you might have something like aha or clarity or illuminating around something regarding like family planning or children. Maybe some of you have been, working on something regarding children themes or family planning themes behind the scenes. And now it's like, out, or you're ready to kind of like show it or illuminate it. Again, that's not going to apply to everyone, but I try to include what I can. And then Jupiter also rules the Sagittarius 9th house. So there's a lot of things on the table, because if your midheaven, if your MC lands in your Sagittarius 9th house, this could actually be heavily this Jupiter Cassimi opposite with this full moon Pluto situation could involve like your career, your business, your public recognition, and sort of, maybe a long-term goal, maybe something that you've been working on for a long time within that. But the Sagittarius 9th house, generally speaking, is sort of like your long distance travel, your spirituality, higher education, continuing education, publishing, teaching, truth, belief. So There could be something, highly expansive or abundant or joyful around like travel plans or teaching, publishing, increasing knowledge, spirituality that could be playing a part, or you trying to sort of like bring something to culmination or fruition that's playing into sort of how you want to integrate that with your long-term goals, the social network that's going to support that. So there is so many possibilities with this because of what Jupiter rules and its involvement with this full moon across the 11th and the 5th. But you definitely want to pay attention to, I would say, I want to give you sort of like a trigger point to pay attention to. So this full moon with the Jupiter-Pluto opposition with Jupiter in the heart of the sun on July 29th, I would say like the days leading up to July 20th, where that Jupiter-Pluto opposition is starting to build and it goes exact on July 20th. But I think the applying aspects are things that we feel more. So the days leading up to July 20th, leading up to that Jupiter-Pluto opposition, that might be sort of the point where you really start to see the Jupiter-Pluto opposition, but then the full moon comes around on July 29th and sort of literally culminates or illuminates that Jupiter-Pluto opposition, Jupiter Cassimi. So there's some clarity, maybe some aha moment around something that's been going on behind the scenes, maybe something regarding sort of your knowledge, continuing education, publishing, teaching, travel, spirituality. And for some of you, that could be sort of career related, as I mentioned. But leading up to July 20th, you might start to see sort of the clues as to what this full moon is really gonna supercharge as we sort of close out this month and move into August. All right, moving on to Taurus risings. So let me get Taurus risings up. Let me get you set up here. All right, let's get back to July 3rd. All right. So, Taurus risings. July 3rd, we have, as mentioned, the Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees in your Gemini second house of earned income, really like your foundational value system, material possessions, self-worth. So again, this is initiating a cycle that could really be playing out until about maybe June, July of 2028 with the Mars cycle. So breaking this down a little bit more with what Mars rules. Yes, this Mars-Uranus conjunction is happening in a financial house, but Mars rules your Scorpio 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. So some of you could be stepping into like some sudden plan of action or sudden innovation or sudden sort of desire around sort of that could involve financial themes, that could involve sort of like a professional partnership, like work partnerships. So some of you might be seeing this play out with your career or your work. And then some of you might be seeing this playing out with marriage, if that's applicable to you. Like partners, money could be a major theme that comes up around this time that you're going to be maybe working with or, playing a part in the plan of action over the next couple of years. Mars also rules this Aries 12th house. Now, this is interesting because the 12th house is like your subconscious thought patterns, what's going on behind the scenes. The 12th house is a very hidden, private house. And so what's interesting about this for Taurus risings is even though, Mars rules the 7th house, which is very visible, there's something maybe very private or something very behind the scenes about this for some Taurus risings, because with Mars ruling the 12th, it's sort of like maybe some of you have been working on something behind the scenes or mentally sort of untangling something that's playing a part in like financial budgets, financial themes, even self-worth, that this Mars-Uranus conjunction on July 3rd could really be sort of kicking off like a new plan of action with something that's been playing out behind the scenes or something that's been playing out with like work relationships, business partnerships. The seventh house says not going to apply to everyone, but again, if I see it, I want to bring it up because it really might resonate. The seventh house is also court cases. So if there's anything, like if you're a Taurus rising and you've been dealing with something, like with legal, with the seventh house, like it could be divorce, anything like regarding legal, again, this is not going to apply to everyone. And I don't want Taurus risings to freak out and go, oh my God, am I going to have to go to court? No, trust me, you'll know if you're one of these people. This is not like going to suddenly manifest like a court case. But if you know, like you're gearing up for sort of a legal situation or sort of like a court case that may have been playing out behind the scenes. And with Mars, Uranus in that second, for some of you involving finances, we all know there's a lot of finances involved with those themes. So if you're involved in something like legal or you've been in the process of like, like a separation, a divorce, custody, anything that you've been like privately dealing with behind the scenes that involves finances and any of this stuff, this could definitely be like creating a new cycle that you're going to be working with over the next couple of years. So that's another possibility. But again, I don't want Taurus risings to freak out about that. It's just sometimes with the seventh house, I see a lot of like court cases stuff come up. So, if I see it, I say it. But I think for the majority of Taurus risings, I think this could be something that like maybe you've been contemplating behind the scenes for a while, maybe within your marriage, maybe within like a work partnership or a personal partnership that now is maybe kicking off like, hey, what budget do we need? What finances do we need to do this plan of action around this time? Now, I think I want to talk about the importance of paying attention to this Mars-Uranus conjunction around this time because this Mars is going to continue on. And when it gets to about, I want to say like 3-4 degrees of Virgo, which will be your Virgo fifth house of joy, creativity, children, self-expression, it will create the opening square. So Mars will hit this point and create the opening square to Uranus here in the beginning of December. So some of you could feel this towards the end of November, definitely early December. Now, why is this important? Mars is going to hit this opening square mark here in your Virgo fifth house, but then it's going to go retrograde. And so to have an opening square to Uranus where it creates the opening square, it goes retrograde, backs up, then stations direct, and then goes back over that point of that opening square. This opening square it's a lot. There's a lot going on with this opening square come December that we could really be riding out through the spring of 2027 with our actions. And the opening square is usually like sometimes the most intense sort of part of the cycle because it's like, oh, this is like the action I have to take that feels new. So there could be a lot sort of going on. And I think it's really important to pay attention to what's going on, especially if any of these themes around this time really resonate, because those are going to give you those contextual clues as to sort of what you could be sort of dealing with come December of this year that you're going to be sort of untangling with sort of your plan of action roughly through the spring of 2027. Now we can move on. I'm going to jump to July 10th. So Friday, July 10th, we have Venus conjunct the South Node in your Virgo fifth house. Again, this is creativity. This is joy, your heart's desire. I love the fifth house. Also children, if applicable to you. But Venus will be passing over the South Node. So this could be sort of pulling you back to something or releasing something. But this Venus South Node in your fifth house will be trine Chiron in your first house of the self, the physical body, how you take independent action. So this one's really interesting for Taurus risings because Venus rules your first house of self. So you could feel this quite personally. Some of you could be sort of releasing something that no longer serves you, no longer serves your physical body, how you want to take independent action. That could have something to do with maybe like your health, your well being, the work that you want to do, your routines, because Venus also rules this Libra sixth house. So there's a lot of themes on the table with this, but I think this could be an opportunity to sort of come back to you, come back to what serves you, come back to, you know, what brings you joy and your creativity. Maybe if, especially if you're an artist or creative, anything self-expressive, this could be a time where you really kind of like redefine your relationship to your work, your artistry, your self-expression, and how it is sort of dissolving the obstacles to Chiron in your first house, which would really sort of redefine your relationship with your physical body. Really sort of like change the way you feel in your body, how you take independent action. With Chiron kind of coming over from, your 12th to your first, like for the past 4 or 5 years, what have you been dealing with like mentally behind the scenes, subconsciously, that now Chiron moving into your first is sort of like, with that trine, which is supportive. This is like dissolving the obstacles to, I think, like redefining how you want to feel. Um, you know, Especially with the trine to your fifth house, like redefining how you want to feel, but also how you want to do self-expression, creativity, what brings you joy. So I think although, this is Chiron, I'm not worried about this. It's also an earth. So I feel like there's something, especially for Taurus risings, where it's involving Venus, um, trine to this first house, ruling your first house. There is something very, I think, opportunistic for a lot of Taurus risings with this trine to like release something or come back to something, coming back to yourselves ultimately. And so I think this could be like an opportunistic um trine for a lot of Taurus risings around this time. All right, moving on to July 12th. So Sunday, July 12th, we have the Mercury Cassimi. All right, let me line this up perfectly here. Get this close enough. All right, close enough. So again, Sunday, July 12th, there will be this Mercury Cassimi. So Mercury is still retrograde, but it will be in the heart of the sun here. And so I want you to think at this point, you've had a Mars Uranus conjunction in a Mercury ruled area. You've had a Venus South Node conjunction in a Mercury ruled area. You also have this, again, this is not conclusive. I can't go over every aspect. I'll be here forever. But we also have, Venus starting to square Uranus too in Mercury ruled signs. So there's a lot going on in Mercury ruled areas that are reporting back to this Mercury retrograde, now Cassimi in the heart of the sun. Clarity, aha moment, like this is the point in the retrograde cycle where whatever you've been heavily reviewing and revising, maybe around finances, self-worth, what brings you joy, your creativity, your self-expression, children, if applicable to you, that has had a lot of aspects, a lot of things maybe happening for some of you that's been playing into this revisionary period or sort of pulling back and thinking about it. That I think now is the opportunity on July 12th with this Cassimi of like, oh, I can start to see sort of the other side of this. I can start to see some sense of clarity with this. Yes, this Mercury Cassimi and Mercury retrograde is happening in your Cancer third house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family. So you could see some of those themes, like those people, places, and things within your everyday environment, familiar environment. But because so much is happening in these Mercury ruled signs and Mercury's retrograde here, I think this could have a lot more to do with those Mercury ruled areas and its impact to your everyday familiar environment, or how some of you might be reviewing and revising sort of community, what's going on with siblings, extended family. For some of you, it could just be very home, family, property, real estate related, especially if you know your natal chart and your IC. If your IC is around this 20-degree mark, especially, or like the later degrees of Cancer, this could be heavily home, family, property, real estate related, and sort of what you are really reviewing and revising regarding finances, what brings you joy, maybe children, if applicable to you. And this, again, this Cassini could be the point where you're like, okay, I'm starting to see the other side of it. Like I can see what we need to do or like what's possible here. And just a couple days later, on July 14th, there will be this new moon at 21 degrees in that Cancer third house. So even though Mercury is still retrograde here, that new moon had to sweep over that Mercury retrograde. So how I interpret that is sort of, yes, this new moon is in your third house. So like initiating new chapters, planting new seeds around like communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family. For some of you, it could be home, family, property, real estate related. But I think this could really be also including like a new chapter or planting new seeds around those Mercury ruled areas like your finances, children, if applicable, your creativity, your self-worth, what brings you joy. So this new moon, I feel, is a very strong new moon that is sort of really connecting all these different Mercury ruled parts and how all these aspects in these Mercury ruled signs have really kind of kicked up a lot of activity in those areas and is potentially being integrated with this new moon. That some of you could be sort of initiating or seeing some sort of like newness come through that you're going to be working with for the next 5 or 6 months. Then we get to, I have, July 17th. This at length, but July 17th will be the day of the exact Uranus-Pluto trine. So again, I've talked about this at length, but the Uranus-Pluto trine for you Taurus risings, this is going to be Uranus in your Gemini second house of earned income and self-worth, trine this Pluto up here at 4 degrees in your Aquarius 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So again, generally speaking, this could be a lot of innovation, change, rapid acceleration and change even, to some like finances, self-worth, career themes, what brings you fulfillment. But again, paying attention to the natal placements around the early degrees of Aquarius and the early degrees of Gemini, and how those placements are maybe pulling in additional themes or details to what is rapidly accelerating. As mentioned in the intro, say Saturn is here in the early degrees of Gemini or the early degrees of Aquarius. Saturn is going to be playing a heavy role in maybe the discipline or the responsibility or what is rapidly accelerating that maybe feels like a lot of responsibility, but is creating some sense of longevity or commitment to these areas. So again, definitely looking into that and considering that, as this is not conclusive. The other thing, let's see, I think that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about with there, because I don't want to spend too much time on something I've talked about at length and spend a little bit more time on other things. But again, just wanting to point out as well, at this point, we have Jupiter getting close to that 4-degree mark in Leo, Uranus at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, Pluto at 4 degrees. So if you have anything between, I would say 2 to 6 degrees, you know, that's really going to be playing a part in a lot of these sextiles and trines, right? Creating like opportunities, creating flow. And if you have natal placement somewhere between 2 to 6 degrees, that's maybe creating a square or more trines or more sextiles. It's going to be kind of kicking up either more action, maybe more opportunity, more flow to other areas that are involving these 4 planets at the 4-degree mark. So when we get to July 20th, so Monday, July 20th, we're going to have the exact Jupiter-Pluto opposition at 4 degrees. And so Jupiter will be in your Leo 4th house of home, family, property, real estate. Now, this can involve relationships with family, relationships with people you live with. This could be relocations, renovations, even redecoration, any of those themes within the larger home, family, property, real estate themes. In opposition to this Pluto at 4 degrees in that Aquarius 10th house of career, business, public recognition. So this Jupiter Pluto opposition is really energizing the career, what brings you fulfillment, versus the home, the family, the property, real estate. So what's going on publicly or with career versus what's going on foundationally. And some of you might be wanting to sort of expand something foundationally. Some of you may want to expand something regarding home, family, property, real estate. Some of you might also be witnessing the expansion of home, family, property, real estate themes, and being challenged to try to balance that with the change and the transformation that's happening or taking place with career, business, and public recognition. However, this is not just an opposition. Another reminder that Neptune at 4 degrees in your Aries 12th house of behind the scenes, subconscious, solitude, and Uranus at 4 degrees in that Gemini 2nd house of earned income and self-worth will be making sextiles and trines to this Jupiter-Pluto opposition. So yes, it is an opposition, but this opposition has help. It has helpers in the background, in the peripheral. So for you, it's sort of like what's going on in the background around maybe sort of like finances or self-worth that could be sort of supporting or creating flow to this opposition, as well as like what's going on with subconscious thought patterns or sleep or solitude, or maybe things you're kind of dreaming up or working on or thinking about behind the scenes that could be sort of also somehow playing into some opportunistic or some help and flow to this oppositional energy across your 10th and your 4th house axis. When we get to July 23rd is when Mercury in your Cancer 3rd house will station direct at 16 degrees. So I think, at this point, I think a lot's been reporting back to Mercury. A lot's happened in Mercury ruled signs. And so I think with Mercury stationing direct, this could create that forward momentum around those Mercury ruled areas. So forward momentum around maybe finances, financial budgets, self-worth, values, as well as that Virgo 5th house. So forward momentum around, children, if that's applicable to you, or those themes, as well as creativity, self-expression, romance, joy, etc. Now, Mercury will station direct in that 3rd house of your everyday familiar environment, communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, etc. So this could also be sort of playing out on that stage, but I think it could create new outcomes or forward momentum to the finances, the creativity, the self-worth, children if applicable, like those 2nd and 5th house themes. Then when we get to, I think, July 26th is the next date I have on my list. So July 26th is the North Node shifting into Aquarius and the South Node obviously shifting into Leo. Now, the North Node shifting into Aquarius. For the next, I would say roughly year and a half, 18 months, that North Node is going to probably continuously amplify career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment themes. Maybe increasing your hunger for that, or your focus or your direction. However, with the South Node in your Leo 4th house of home, family, property, real estate, this could also kind of pull you back to those themes. There might, for the next year and a half, 18 months or so, a lot of you might really be pulled, having to sort of balance the ambition or what brings you fulfillment with what is playing out foundationally in your lives. So I am not a Taurus rising. However, I think it was back in 2021, 2022. Yeah, I think it was around that time. The North and South node were going through my 10th and 4th house. So I had the North node going through my 10th. I had the South node going through my 4th. And it was a time of great ambition. I built everything I'm doing now. Really focused on what I needed to do to like do the things that felt more fulfilling and the business that I have and all of that. But there was a lot. There was a lot going on. Foundationally, there was a lot going on with family that I really had to, I was tested, I was challenged, and balancing that and really sort of balancing my schedule, my time. But also keep in mind with the North and the South node lying across your 10th and your 4th, it's going to square your 1st house of self and your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So, whatever is amplifying, again, the eclipses are also going to be happening across that 10th and that 4th. And it can create sort of the points of action or tangible change to your 1st and your 7th house axis as well. So this is not just involving, your 10th and your 4th. Anytime the North and the South node are in what we call these angular houses, right? Your 1st, your 4th, your 7th, or your 10th, it can create a lot of visible changes. So that is one thing I noticed when I went through that. Of course, it's going to be different for you. It's not going to be the same thing. And it's not always negative. Some of you might be really exploring like exciting renovations or, exciting things on the home, the family, the property, real estate. And it also might be an exciting time at, in your career or your business or your public recognition. It's not always negative. So it's important to kind of always remind yourselves of that. And that sometimes there can be a lot of good things happening across this axis or initiating. That's good, but it requires like, oh my God, these exciting things, but I have to balance these two worlds. So it's not always negative. It wasn't always negative for me either, even though there was a lot going on. There was a lot of good things that happened that I had to, balance. Like, oh my God, there's a really exciting development on where I live and where I'm moving, but there's also a lot of exciting development increasing with my career and my business. Oh my God, how am I going to balance all these wonderful good things? So it's not always negative. Now, the the thing I want to close the month out on is this really wild full moon. So July 29th. Hooey. This is so this will be a full moon around 6 degrees in your Aquarius 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So, very generally speaking, this could really amplify or bring to fruition like work projects, career, things going on with business, what brings you fulfillment, sort of public recognition. But this full moon actually has, I think, a lot more going on with it because this full moon had to pass over Pluto before its exact culmination. So it's sort of like what is empowering, what is transforming in this area that's now also this like very visible culmination. Now, on a very minor level, like some full moons in the 10th, like sometimes it's just like really busy or just really chaotic at work or just like a lot going on with your, publicly or visibly in your lives. Um, but this full moon, if you're watching, the full moon is the moon and the sun in opposition. So this full moon culminates, and then there's this Jupiter Pluto opposition lying on top of it. That to me is supercharging it. Um, it's like two oppositions merging with each other across your 10th and your 4th. So I feel like this could be like a very exciting time. But I want to break this down a little bit more because I think clarity it might be needed. And if any of these themes really resonate, it can really sort of like help prepare and kind of think about how this might culminate. Um, the the other interesting thing about this full moon is that, yes, it is a Jupiter-Pluto opposition, or it's technically still in this opposition, but it's a Jupiter Cassimi. So Jupiter will be in the heart of the sun involved in this full moon. So that tells me that Jupiter-ruled areas could be heavily involved with what is playing out with those fourth house themes of home, family, property, and real estate. So Jupiter rules your Pisces 11th house of friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. So there could be some clarity around sort of a long-term goal, a dream, an aspiration, what's going on with your personal or professional social network, and its impacts to sort of like your emotional and physical foundation. Maybe some of you are gaining clarity on the expansion you want to feel foundationally and how it's going to support those long-term goals or support the people you want to surround yourselves with. The other area that Jupiter rules is the Sagittarius 8th house. Now, yes, the 8th house is sex, death, and transformation, but working with clients one-on-one for so many years, I just think that that's a little too ambiguous. I think with the 8th house, the biggest things that I see are, maybe transformational work, but ultimately like transformational decisions. So some of you might gain clarity around like how you want to expand your long-term goals, how you want to expand your life on a foundational level, but what decisions you need to make in order to do so. So some of you might gain clarity on like a necessary decision or a path to sort of the expansion you want foundationally, or the expansion towards your long-term goals or your social network. With Jupiter ruling that Sagittarius 8th house, the 8th house is financial. It is a financial house. A lot of times when I see 4th and 8th house connections, and someone's like looking to do a renovation or a relocation or property, real estate, the 8th house is like investments, assets, your loans, your mortgage, your partner's resources. So for some of you, this could be sort of the clarity around sort of maybe the finances, the loans, the partner's resources regarding sort of a home, family, property, real estate situation playing out. And again, some of you, it could be as minor as like a redecoration, a renovation, or as major as like a relocation, or like a refinance or a mortgage, or if you're in the US, I don't know, hopefully hopefully the mortgage rates decrease. They're not great right now. So, those 8th house long-term financial themes and resources, or, maybe for some of you, this could also involve like your family providing some resource for the expansion of a home, family, property, real estate situation. So there's a lot of potential going on here, but I think ultimately, this is not just a full moon that we're closing out the month on July 29th here. I really think that it's not just a full moon across the 10th and the 4th, like, oh, it's just, a culmination across like career, what brings you fulfillment, and, home, family, property, real estate. It's really involving, I think, those Jupiter ruled areas. Like, what are your long-term goals? Like, who do you really want to surround yourselves with? Who do you want to entertain in your home? What friends feel like family? And what foundation is going to support sort of the long-term finances, resources, or vice versa? And maybe some of you, again, could be really sort of gaining clarity on like a big decision you don't want to go back on. It's really going to support sort of something foundationally, support something going on in your family, people you live with, or sort of really support those long-term goals. So, big month. But moving on to Gemini. All right. So, Gemini Rising, July 3rd. We are going to have the exact Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees in your Gemini first house of self, the physical body, how you take independent action, especially because Mars rules like Mars is the planet of action, and it rules your Aries 11th house of long-term goals, your personal and professional social network. So some of you could be stepping into really sort of like this new chapter that's going to play out over the next couple years with the Mars cycle that could really sort of like suddenly shift or innovate and change sort of how you take action, how you sort of see yourselves in the world. But with Mars ruling that 11th house, like a lot of you could be kind of looking at like new professional connections, friends, groups, communities, long-term goals, dreams, aspirations that could really sort of like personally involve you. Now, what's interesting about this Mars-Uranus conjunction for Gemini risings is that Mars also rules this Scorpio 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So some of you could really be involving like new long-term goals regarding your work. And some of you with this Mars-Uranus conjunction in your first house, which is the physical body, and Mars ruling the sixth house, which includes health, wellness, some of you could be really kind of like stepping into like a new plan of action around your wellness, your vitality. And with Uranus involved, it could be like very innovative, very different. So I think for some Gemini risings, this could involve sort of like a work situation, work colleagues, long-term goals. And then some Gemini risings, you might see it more with like the physical body, the health, the vitality, and sort of how new routines are going to support the work, the health, the long-term goals, and sort of the, personal or professional social network that might be playing a part in that for some of you. Now, if your midheaven, if you know your natal chart and you know that your midheaven is in Aries, then this Mars-Uranus conjunction could heavily involve career, business, public recognition themes as well. So as always, this is not conclusive. You always want to refer to your natal chart and how these transits are interacting with it. So again, as I mentioned in the intro, you really want to pay attention to what is maybe changing or innovating around the work that you do. Or again, could be like health, wellness, routines, and the long-term goals regarding the work or the health and wellness routines. Or maybe for some of you, it's D, all the above. It's all of it. You want to pay attention to those themes, especially if they resonate around this time with this Mars-Uranus conjunction that really could be playing out with the Mars cycle for the next couple years. But more specifically, as I mentioned in the intro, this Mars will continue moving on. And in early December, Mars will be at the first couple degrees of your Virgo 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. And this will be Mars initially creating that initial opening square. Mars will in early December, late November, early December, be forming that first opening 90-degree angle to Uranus that will be staying here in your first house of self. Now, why is this important? Well, that opening square, Mars will be at the first couple degrees of that Virgo 4th house, creating that opening square. Shortly after that opening square, Mars is going to station retrograde. I believe like early like 2027, like January 2027 off the top of my head. And so it's sort of like that opening square happens, that point of new action with what really got initiated end of June, early July, which is what we're on right now. So then that Mars is going to continue station retrograde, go back over that opening square, station direct, and go back over that opening square one last pass. So this Mars-Uranus conjunction, I think, is really, really important to pay attention to what is really initiating around this time, because that opening square that initiates in December of 2026, that really carries us through until about the spring of 2027 is strong. Like it's not, typically Mars will create the opening square and then continue moving on. This opening square, backs up over that opening square, stations direct, goes back over it. So we got like 3 passes of this opening square that really kicks off in late November, early December. of this year and carries us through about spring, early summer of 2027. So you definitely want to pay attention to what's going on with work colleagues, again, other Mars ruled area, your personal and professional social network, your long-term goals, dreams, aspirations, and how once you get to late November, early December, you could be really kicking off sort of like new action, a new phase, a new level of change that is going to probably push you into a total revisionary period around that plan of action, the action that you're taking, etc., around the long-term goals, the work, or sort of health, wellness routines that are going to support any of those themes. All right, now let's move on to July 10th. July 10th is the Venus South Node conjunction. Excuse me. All right, so Friday, July 10th, Venus is going to pass over the South Node at 0 degrees in your Virgo 4th house of home, family, property, real estate. Now, a lot of people are like, well, there's nothing going on with home, family, property, real estate. This could be people you live with. This could be renovations, redecorations. You could be watching something play out with your family. So you like, it doesn't, sometimes with transits, we are watching something, in this case with family, but we're not necessarily personally in it ourselves. So always kind of, I always try to remind people of that. Like, you might be watching something unfold versus be in it. You might be a supportive role in it as well. Either way, this Venus South Node at 0 degrees in this 4th house, you might see things play out, you know, with people you live with, family, property, real estate. Again, those very foundational themes in your lives. But this Venus South Node will trine Chiron at 0 degrees that just recently ingressed into your Taurus 12th house of behind the scenes, subconscious thought patterns, solitude, dreams. The 12th house is very much more of a hidden house. And so with Chiron going into your 12 recently, you might be getting a little bit of that taste of sort of redefining your relationship to your subconscious mind, your intuition, your dreams, your need for solitude. So some of you might be redefining or getting a little taste of that. Again, Chiron's going to back up into Aries, but we get a little taste over these couple months in 2026 with Chiron and Taurus. Either way, Venus with the South Node, Venus rules Taurus. So that Chiron is not only reporting back to Venus, it is also trine Venus. So there is something very peculiar about this Venus South Node where I think some of you might be sort of like coming back to something or releasing something that's no longer serving you. Now, Venus ruling over this Chiron in this trine, I think some of you might be sort of like releasing something that no longer serves sort of your thought patterns, or maybe some things in the way of like your need for meditation or solitude or intuition or time alone. Maybe some of you are releasing like thought patterns that no longer support you, or, are really helping you in any way, shape, or form. And with the trine configuration, try and sort of like dissolve the obstacle to allow things to flow. So whatever's going on, whether you're coming back to something regarding those themes, or releasing something regarding those themes, it could be sort of the means to an end, right? It could be the way to dissolve those obstacles, to sort of like your need for rest, solitude, subconscious thought patterns, what you're working on behind the scenes, and sort of how that's playing a part in what you need emotionally and physically regarding your foundation. Now, something else to consider is that this Venus with the South Node, Venus also rules this Libra fifth house. And the fifth house is joy, it's creativity, it's self expression, it's also children, if applicable to you. So, some of you could be like coming back to something regarding your children, your creative projects, your self expression, what's really bringing you joy. And that could be sort of helping you sort of redefine your relationship to your subconscious thought patterns, what you really want to work on behind the scenes, what's really supporting you and helping sort of heal you behind the scenes as well. So I think this could be sort of a little bit of like I think this could be really supportive for Gemini risings around sort of stepping into not only more joy or coming back to something that brings you joy, that is helping you sort of redefine your relationship to who you are behind the scenes, who you are mentally, what's going on with thought patterns or the need for like meditation, solitude, and sort of like pulling back from the world. Again, the 12th house is a very private house. So some of you could be seeing some interesting developments there, but I would definitely pay attention to like what may be going on behind the scenes that can really help sort of support the emotional and physical foundation, support what brings you joy, your creativity, things going on with your children, if that's applicable to you. So very, very interesting there. But I actually think that this is, I think this is going to be, I mean, again, this is not conclusive. I don't have your natal chart, but I think that this is going to be quite supportive despite Venus being in detriment, which is just a big scary word for Venus overexerting herself, essentially. But it's in a trine with Chiron. So I think, as she enters her place of detriment, there is this like supportive dissolution of obstacles between that 12th and the 4th. All right, moving on to July 12th. July 12th is the Mercury Cassimi. So Mercury will be in the heart of the sun. And so Mercury, again, if you're watching, Mercury is red right here. So Mercury is technically still retrograde. However, this is the part of that retrograde cycle where Mercury backs up and goes right through the heart of the sun. And this is the point of potential clarity, or this is where some of you might start to see the other side of what you've been reviewing and revising going into July, right? We enter July on a Mercury retrograde, and Mercury rules your Gemini first house of self, physical body, how you take independent action. And Mercury also rules this Virgo fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you could have entered this month really reviewing and revising where you're taking action, your identity, some of you could be sort of also reviewing and revising your role, like the importance of your role and what you do in the world, how other people need you or view you. And then some of you might have entered this month really reviewing and revising something going on with family, maybe watching family go through something, property, real estate, any of those themes. So when we get to July 12th and Mercury is Cassimi in that heart of the sun, it's still retrograde. We're still reviewing and revising some of these potential themes for you, Gemini rising. But I think this is the point where you start to see the clarity, or you start to see the other side of it. And what's interesting is that this Mercury retrograde at Cassimi is taking place in your Cancer second house of earned income, self-worth, really your value system. So some of you could also see maybe impacts to like clarity around your self-worth, what you have to offer, financial themes, financial budgets. I think some of you might see it play out among those themes, but where Mercury is going to create new outcomes, I think it's going to create new outcomes to sort of you, your identity, something going on foundationally, something going on with family, property, real estate as well. Now, again, the Mercury Cassimi is really, really important. It's important anyways, but why it's so important this month is so much. is happening in Mercury ruled signs. Again, I just want to remind you, we had the Mars-Uranus conjunction take place in Gemini, a Mercury ruled sign. We have the Venus South node taking place in Virgo, the other Mercury ruled sign. And at this point on July 12th, Venus will be creating the opening square to Uranus, where both Venus and Uranus are in Mercury ruled signs. So there is a bit of sort of there's a lot of aspects, there's a lot of action, there's a lot of activity taking place across sort of these Mercury ruled signs. Again, Gemini, first house of self, fourth house of home, family, property, real estate. But even though this Mercury retrograde and now this Mercury Cassimi on July 12th is taking place in your Cancer second house, which is not a Mercury ruled sign, I think this Mercury retrograde is sort of pulling things that are going on foundationally, pulling things that are going on with sort of how you define yourself, like how, like your role in the world, how you take independent action, your physical body, like you personally, into like distilling it into sort of your self-worth, your value system, and even maybe incorporating some financial themes with some specific things that are going on for Gemini risings. So really, really interesting stuff. But I think overall on July 12th, a lot of Gemini risings, you might sort of somehow see the change in tides or the shift with the Mercury retrograde, the Mercury Cassimi in that retrograde cycle. So then we get to July 14th, and there is the new moon that takes place at 21, 22 degrees or so in your Cancer second house of earned income, self-worth, again, your financial budget, your value system, those kinds of themes. Now, again, generally speaking, new moon here, sure, maybe some new budgets or a sort of a new way of handling money, new self-worth, whatever it may be, generally speaking, that can sort of play out over the next 5 or 6 months. But do I think that really embodies the whole story here? No, absolutely not. I think, considering the new moon had to pass over this Mercury retrograde in this area. So again, this new moon is not only technically conjunct or joined with Mercury by orb, but that new moon had to pass over that Mercury retrograde in order to form the exact new moon. So again, I think it's pulling in those Mercury ruled areas. So again, Mercury rules that Virgo fourth house of home, family, property, real estate. So maybe some of you are really kind of finishing up this Mercury retrograde, reviewing and revising what's going on with home, family, property, real estate, people you live with. And it's playing a part in sort of a new chapter around financial themes or self-worth or sort of your values. With Mercury ruling your Gemini first house of the physical body, the self, like your role in the world, how you take an independent action, finishing this Mercury retrograde, whatever this new chapter involves around sort of like your role in the world, how you take independent action, how other people view you, it could be sort of playing a part in your self-worth, your value, and also tying in those financial themes as well, because it is a financial house. So yes, it is a new moon in that second house of earned income and self-worth, but I think it is indicating that it is still tying in those Mercury ruled areas, which are so emphasized during July for all of us. Moving on to, what are we on next? July 17th. So July 17th is the exact Uranus-Pluto trine. So again, I'm not going to go into too much detail because I've talked about this at length, especially in my yearlies. This is going to be Uranus at 4 degrees in your Gemini first house, again, self, independent action, how other people view you. Trine Pluto in your Aquarius Aquarius ninth house at 4 degrees. So this trine, generally speaking, could definitely be rapidly accelerating sort of the innovation and change around you, your role in the world, taking independent action, and how that is transforming or empowering sort of your knowledge, travel, spirituality, teaching, publishing. If your midheaven is in Aquarius, I would even consider strong career, business, public recognition themes. So generally speaking, this trine could definitely dissolve obstacles, rapidly accelerate sort of that innovation, change, transformation, empowerment between that first and that ninth house. However, you really want to pay attention to the natal placements in your natal chart. So if you have natal placements in, the early degrees of Gemini or Aquarius, those placements are going to heavily weigh into what is also being accelerated around this time. So, as I mentioned in the intro, like say Saturn is in the early degrees of Gemini, or Saturn is in the early degrees of Aquarius for some of you. Saturn is going to bring probably a lot more discipline and structure to what is accelerating or really unfolding around this time to try to create more longevity or commitment. So you definitely want to look at what those planets rule. Again, this is not conclusive, to really kind of integrate what this trine could really mean for you, because, a lot of this is, rapid acceleration and transformation. That's kind of ambiguous. So taking a look at those natal placements and how they can be kind of pulling in like more specific details to what this means for you. Now, what else do I want to mention about this? This is also the point where Jupiter is getting very close to that 4-degree mark. So after July 17th, we're going to have Jupiter at 4 degrees, Uranus at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, Pluto at 4 degrees. So again, if you have anything at 4 degrees in your natal chart, that is also going to be making aspects to these planets sitting at 4 degrees. And that is going to maybe create more acceleration, more flow or action and change to what could be unfolding at this time. So there's a lot of potential for a lot of us here with these slower moving planets and Jupiter sitting at the 4-degree mark this month. All right. So moving on to, I want to dive into the Jupiter-Pluto opposition on July 20th. So again, this is Jupiter now at 4 degrees in your Leo 3rd house, creating an opposition to Pluto at 4 degrees in your Aquarius 9th house. Now, this opposition being across your 3rd and your 9th, Jupiter is expanding those 3rd house themes: communication, exchanging information, things playing out with siblings, extended family. Some of you could really be seeing things sort of expand in your community, your neighborhood. The 3rd house is your everyday familiar environment. It's like your phone, your car, your laptop, the people, the siblings, the neighbors, the community. It's all the things that you sort of almost like overlook in a way because it's just so familiar. But it's also, I think in more modern times, like how we communicate, technology, transportation, those types of things as well, that could be really expanding in your immediate environment. And because it's in an opposition to Pluto in your 9th house, the 9th house is like the bigger picture, the long distance travel, the spirituality, the higher knowledge, the teaching, publishing. So if you're in like teaching, publishing, if your midheaven is in Aquarius, it has, if your midheaven is in the early degrees of Aquarius, absolutely, this has career, business, public recognition written all over it. But if your midheaven is even in the later degrees of Aquarius, it still has what we call co-presence. It's still in the same house. So maybe it's not in the same room as Pluto in this opposition, but it's still in the same house. So just like if you were in the same house as someone going through something, you're going to pick up on those vibes. So we call that co-presence. And so that co-presence could still be bringing in the career, the business, the public recognition, as well as home, family, property, real estate themes, depending on if your midheaven and your IC are actually in your Aquarius Leo houses. So either way, this opposition is, I think, this tug of war or this point of to balance what is expanding in your everyday life around like your siblings, your extended family, your community, your neighborhood, again, those people, places, and things within your everyday environment, that is kind of requiring you to balance like where you're still trying to transform and empower your knowledge, your teaching, your publishing, your long distance travel, really like those bigger picture growth and potential themes in your lives. Now, Jupiter, what's interesting about this is, yes, this is across the 3rd and the 9th. However, what I think this opposition is going to do in terms of creating new potential outcomes is going to be to those Jupiter ruled areas. So Jupiter rules this Pisces 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So whether your midheaven is in Aquarius or Pisces, I still think it's at some point going to involve career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment type of themes for a lot of Gemini risings, because Jupiter rules that 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment regardless. So there could be a lot amplifying around this time that is actually maybe the opportunity to create new expansive outcomes to your work, your business, your public recognition, or the things that bring you fulfillment. Now, Jupiter also rules the Sagittarius 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So some of you might also see sort of like new potential outcomes to your personal partnerships, including marriage, if that's applicable to you, or any really like important long-term personal partnership. But the 7th house is also business partnerships, your collaborations, your connections to others. And so this opposition across the 3rd and the 9th, I think, maybe there's travel involved, knowledge, publishing, teaching, communication, technology, whatever it may be, especially if you work in those fields. I think this is definitely going to be amplified around this time. That is ultimately, I think, going to create new potential outcomes to sort of those business partnerships or the ability to connect with people, especially if you're in like publishing, teaching, traveling, communication, technology, and Jupiter ruling that 10th house of career, ruling that 7th house of partnership. This opposition could really be sort of amplifying the 3rd and the 9th house axis as a way to create sort of new, expansive, transformative outcomes to the work that you do and the work that feels maybe more fulfilling, or to create sort of new business partnerships. But this could ultimately also be personal partnerships as well. And, Jupiter also rules like court cases as well. So that's just like another thing I want to mention that's not talked about enough. So this could be sort of like the communication, more knowledge, more truth going on, or being amplified around this time that could also create sort of new outcomes to sort of legality, court cases, connections to others, those things as well. This is not to like say, if you're a Gemini rising, this is what's going to happen. These transits have been building for some time. You would know if that's a possibility. If it's a theme, especially at this point, you probably already felt it maybe in May or June. off the top of my head. If it hasn't happened, this is not something you need to worry about. I think it will be more career related, personal partnership related, but also consider sometimes with these aspects, another thing that's not talked about enough, you may not be going through it personally, especially with the seventh house being the other, right? The first house is us, the seventh house is the other. You might be watching the other go through it. You might be watching one of your connections sort of go through something like that. So whether you're sort of going through it yourselves or watching someone else go through it, that could also be a potential development. But I think for the majority of Gemini risings, this is going to be like a really potent time to like form new business connections, new professional connections, even new personal sort of partnerships that could be playing into the third and the ninth house themes that could also be career, business, public recognition related for a lot of you. Moving on to July 23rd. So July 23rd is when Mercury will station direct at 16 degrees in your Cancer second house of earned income and self-worth. Now, I think this will generally just be the point where a lot of us will start to feel that forward momentum around all those Mercury ruled areas that had so much activity and like a lot of aspects and a lot of major potent transits happening. So I think at this point for a lot of Gemini risings, you'll be moving into sort of maybe forward momentum around maybe the financial budget, the value system, that financial foundational system, the self-worth, whatever it may be, take what resonates, and that forward momentum around those themes, but how ultimately it's going to also support something foundationally or support sort of your independent action, your role in something. And I think with like the major Jupiter transits this month, like that big, the Jupiter opposition to Pluto, and then also the full moon that I will get to on July 29th involving a Jupiter Cassimi, Jupiter ruling that 10th house of career, business, public recognition, as well as that 7th house of personal and professional partnership. I think this might be that forward momentum needed for some Gemini risings around sort of like the financial aspect, the values, the self-worth. That is going to hopefully create more forward momentum around sort of like the career themes, the public recognition, the personal and professional partnerships that Jupiter is also kind of tying into around this time. So I like this. Mercury direct. Some of you might have more sort of forward momentum around like knowing your financial budgets, plans with that. That could also sort of support you, but also support sort of home, family, property, real estate around this time as well. So again, take what resonates, leave the rest. But we get to July 26th. And this is a really important day because the North Node is going to finally shift into your Aquarius 9th house, and the South Node obviously goes with it. So it will move into your Leo 3rd house. This is probably over the next year and a half to 18 months going to significantly shift your focus on the 3rd and the 9th house axis, because the eclipses are also going to be heating up the 3rd and the 9th house axis, especially in August next month. So with the North Node moving into your Aquarius 9th house, some of you could really be increasing more publishing, teaching, spirituality, continuing education, more knowledge, more spirituality, more truth, more belief. If your midheaven is in Aquarius, that North Node will be passing over your midheaven either now or at some point. And so that will definitely be increasing career, business, public recognition themes regarding potentially publishing, teaching, spirituality, continuing education, long distance travel, truth, belief. But I like to think of the 9th house as a growth and potential house. So like all of the things that we do to sort of increase our growth and potential. And so if your midheaven is here, think of all the things we do to really increase and expand our growth and potential. those themes, even themes I did not mention, could be included with the career, the business, the public recognition for a lot of you. But generally speaking, a lot of you could be sort of like increasing your focus. Some of you could be like metaphorically more hungry for like more knowledge, more teaching, writing, travel, spirituality, truth, belief, those kinds of things. And the South Node, again, being in that Leo third house, I never think of the North and the South Node as separate entities. They always move together. And I think it's really important to balance both. And so this is really highlighting what's going on in the South Node, right? The South Node in your Leo third house. You could find comfort, or you could be continuously having to kind of like fall back on taking care of the mundane, taking care of the appointments, the phone calls, the errands, the people, places, and things within your everyday environment. If you're IC, again, your MC IC axis is in your ninth and your third, your Aquarius and Leo houses. This could really, really kind of like pull you back to home, family, property, real estate themes as well for some of you. So you always want to refer back to that natal chart. But ultimately, the South Node going through the third house is sort of like, generally speaking, I think of it like, all right, what sort of appointments, phone calls, tasks, errands, like what's going on in your everyday familiar environment that you need to come back to, or you find comfort in taking care of, so that you can focus or balance that with the North Node going through that ninth house of growth and potential, right? The bigger picture, sort of like the third and the ninth is like, what do we have to deal with like in our everyday familiar environment in order to support and focus on the bigger picture? The traveling, the higher knowledge, right? So it's sort of balancing our immediate environment with the bigger picture, or sort of like the bigger environment that we want to focus on or create more growth and potential with. So the nodes are shifted. They are finally off of your 10th and your 4th house axis, which are angular houses. So a lot of Gemini risings for the past couple of years, especially with Saturn going through Pisces, in the past couple of years, a lot of change. There could have been a lot of change, a lot of action that is very visible, right? Career, home and family, partnership, self, going on. So the nodes have finally moved off of that angular house. And so I think a lot of Gemini risings, like you're going to be shifting into a time where it's going to be less of that. I mean, not totally, but maybe more of a time where you can really start to focus on the overall growth and potential, instead of like these major angular changes that have happened for a lot of Gemini risings in the past couple of years. Now, closing out the month on July 29th, really, really potent full moon here. If you've been following me for a while, I do not talk about every new moon or full moon. This full moon is, wow, it's a lot. So if you're watching, you'll see this full moon at 6 degrees in your Aquarius ninth house. Again, this could be highlighting those growth and potential themes I broke down, culminating sort of the publishing, the teaching, the continuing education, the knowledge, the spirituality, truth, belief, long distance travel. It's going to really be highlighting and culminating those themes. But I think there's a lot more to this full moon just culminating in the ninth house. The first reason why is because this full moon, before it goes exact, had to pass over Pluto at 4 degrees in this Aquarius ninth house. So sort of like you have this supercharged moon passing over Pluto, the planet of transformation and empowerment. So it's sort of like, what did this full moon really illuminate regarding what you really want to transform, how you really want to empower your knowledge, your spirituality, your publishing, your teaching, your long distance travel, right? Your truth, belief, even religion. But if you're watching, you'll notice, full moons in the chart is the moon and the sun in opposition. And that sun is in that Leo 3rd house. So again, we're getting a lot of that 3rd and that 9th house axis really supercharged and highlighted the deeper we get into July for Gemini risings. And we still have this Jupiter-Pluto opposition going on. So that Jupiter-Pluto opposition that I broke down on July 20th, right? That could heavily involve sort of, whatever's going on between the 3rd and the 9th house axis could really be creating new outcomes to the career, the business, the public recognition, as well as a other Jupiter ruled area, that 7th house of partnership. And so that Jupiter-Pluto opposition is still within orb. And then you have a full moon lying right across that Jupiter-Pluto opposition. And so it's just like, whoa, it's almost like it's supercharging it. It is energizing that opposition even more. And I think illuminating, because both luminaries are shining on or involving this Jupiter. So things could really, really be energized across the 3rd and the 9th, but it could really be creating new outcomes to sort of like what you do, what feels fulfilling, your work in the world, personal and professional partnerships. And so the other thing you want to think about too is that as this full moon culminates, Jupiter will be in the heart of the sun. It will be Cassimi. That is really significant for a Jupiter Cassimi to take place or be involved in this full moon with Pluto. So on some level, I think some Gemini risings, like you might be having an aha moment or maybe a moment of clarity around a business partnership, something playing out with a personal partnership, clarity or aha moment around a work project, career, business, public recognition themes that could be playing a part in what is coming to fruition, what is being culminated around this time that might be challenging to balance. It might be challenging to balance it all, right? Oppositions are some of the hardest aspects. However, this is not just an opposition. You still have Uranus in your 1st house of self at 4 degrees, and you still have Neptune in Aries at 4 degrees in your 11th house of long-term goals in your social network. Uranus and Neptune are making sextiles and trines, still making sextiles and trines to this Jupiter-Pluto opposition and full moon across that Jupiter-Pluto opposition. So what that means is, yes, this is an opposition. Yes, it is a full moon supercharging this opposition, involving the planet that rules your career, your public recognition, what brings you fulfillment, as well as personal and professional partnerships. But you have Uranus and Neptune making supportive, opportunistic flow aspects to this opposition. It's sort of like this opposition has help, a lot of help in ways, and it's help coming from you personally, how you innovate and change sort of who you are, how you take independent action, and sort of what is dissolving, or how is your ideals with Neptune in your Aries 11th house shifting? How is your ideals shifting around your personal and professional social network, your long-term goals? Also want to remind you too, this Neptune is retrograde. Typically when Neptune is retrograde, it's a little less illusionary, kind of lifts the veil a little bit. So I think there is sort of the opportunity. So if you're feeling this opposition really heat up around this time, I would say look to the sextiles and the trines coming from your 1st house of self, like how you're changing who you are, your role in the world, how you take independent action, and also looking to friends, groups, communities, your personal and professional social network, your long-term goals that could be providing sort of the opportunity or sort of the flow to help balance this opposition and this full moon, really supercharging it as we close out the month and move into August for eclipse season, which will involve your 3rd and your 9th house axis as well. So definitely stay tuned for that. And we are going to move on to Cancer risings. Cancer risings, We're starting on July 3rd with this Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees in your Gemini 12th house. Now, the 12th house it's hidden. It's averse to the first house of self. So this is very much a behind the scenes house. This can be sort of your subconscious thought patterns, your solitude, meditation. I would even put sort of like intuition, things you don't typically advertise to the whole world. Definitely pay attention to your dreams around this time. So, like sleep, solitude, dreams, subconscious thought patterns, those kinds of things. Definitely want to pay attention to, even leading up to. So, end of June, going into July. Now, breaking this down a little bit more. This Mars Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees is initiating a new 2.5 year cycle with Mars. Mars rules your 10th house of career, business, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. So some of you could really be kicking off like a new plan of action, new sort of willpower, desire, behind the scenes. Some of you could be like working on something privately or kind of like initiating something privately or behind the scenes that is involving sort of like a work project, a business, something that brings you fulfillment. But I think some of you could be sort of like all of a sudden creating like action and innovation and, something going on behind the scenes to create action and innovation to what you do in the world, your public recognition, what feels fulfilling to you. Now, Mars also rules this Scorpio 5th house. This is really interesting because the 5th house is your creativity, what brings you joy, your self-expression. It also is where we put children. So if children or family planning is applicable to you, some Cancer risings, like you might be working on something behind the scenes or creating a plan of action behind the scenes that could involve like family planning or children. If it's not family planning or children, some of you could be initiating a new plan of action around a creative project, artistry, self-expression, something that brings you joy, and initiating that sort of behind the scenes that could play out over the next couple years. That could also technically involve, right, with Mars ruling that 10th house of career, business, public recognition, could involve those themes as well, especially if like you are a creative or creative work is very much integrated in what you do in the world. Either way, I would definitely pay attention to what is going on around this time, especially if any of these themes resonate, because it's not just Mars creating a new 2.5 year cycle where these themes could really play out or sort of initiate a story to play out over this time. The opening square to this Mars-Uranus conjunction, right? Mars joins Uranus. I call it like the seed point, like where it starts. And then Mars is going to continue moving forward, and it is eventually going to hit the early degrees of your Virgo 3rd house, where it will form the opening square to Uranus that will still be in your Gemini 12th house. So sort of like what is initiating around this time that come maybe the end of November, early December, when Mars will be here in the beginning degrees of your Virgo 3rd house, you could be kicking off like new types of action around what is being initiated around this time in late June, early July, 2026. Why is this opening square really, really important? The opening square is going to take place late November, early December of this year. That Mars is going to hit that point, early degrees of Virgo, create that opening square, right? That opening first 90-degree angle to Uranus, bringing back some of the themes that a lot of us are seeing unfold late June, early July. That could, for Cancer risings, involve children, creative projects, or sort of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. That opening square is not a normal opening square. Typically, the opening square happens and then, Mars continues on moving forward to the opposition. Well, this opening square happens late November, early December. Mars goes a little bit forward, goes and then stations retrograde. So the opening square happens, then Mars stations retrograde and goes back over that opening square. And then it stations direct and goes back over that opening square again. So this opening square starts end of November, early December, roughly, that is incorporating what story is really initiating around this time, late June, early July. So really important to pay attention to this time. If anything really significant sort of happens or develops that really shifts something with your children, your creativity, what brings you joy, or shift something significantly with sort of your career, your business, your public recognition. Some of you, it could be home, family, property, real estate. If you're IC, so if you know your natal chart and your IC is in your Scorpio 5th house, this could heavily involve home, family, property, real estate themes as well. Just want to point that out. That's a possibility. Because that opening square is not just an opening square of like, okay, we're taking action, something is significantly changing with this story that's been unfolded. It's sort of like, all right, we take action, but we got to review and revise the plan of action here and then finally move forward with it. So this could really kind of help us gain those contextual clues as to what that opening square could really be unfolding come late November, early December, that we're going to be working with through probably the spring, early summer of 2027. So lots going on there. All right, moving on to July 10th. Friday, July 10th is Venus conjunct the South Node. So Venus is going to be passing over the South Node in your Virgo 3rd house. Now, the 3rd house is like, the people, places, and things within your everyday familiar environment. Siblings, extended family, your phone, your car, your laptop, communication, technology, transportation, short distance travel. So Venus is passing over this South Node. And this one's interesting because as Venus passes over the South Node, it's also trine Chiron at 0 degrees in your Taurus 11th house. Now, the 11th house is friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So this Venus South Node, Venus rules your Taurus 11th house. So this Chiron is not only reporting to this Venus, but it is also trine, dissolving obstacles, creating more flow to this Venus and vice versa. So I think with Venus ruling this Taurus 11th house in a trine with Chiron, Venus ruling the 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. Some of you could be like coming back to a friendship, a group, a community, a long-term goal that involves a conversation, communication, exchanging information, something going on in your familiar environment. Venus could also be releasing something that no longer serves you regarding your social network, your friends, your groups, your community, whether it's personal or professional. Some of you could be coming back to a long-term goal with that 11th house connection. Some of you could be releasing a long-term goal that is maybe completed or no longer serving. Either way, whatever you're coming back to or potentially releasing, it could be helping dissolve or accelerate sort of more flow to redefining your relationship to your friends, your groups, your communities, and your long-term goals. Now, Venus also rules this Libra 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you could be coming back to like a family situation or a living situation, renovation, relocation, whatever it may be regarding those themes. And that could also be sort of helping create more flow to your social network or your long-term goals. Some of you could also be releasing something that no longer serves you regarding sort of home, family, property, real estate themes that also help sort of heal or redefine your relationship to your social network and your long-term goals. So there's a lot going on here, but either way, Venus South Node, releasing something, coming back to something that is helping you sort of dissolve those obstacles to redefining your relationship to your social network, your long-term goals, or on some level, like healing your connection or your relationship to your social network and your long-term goals. If you because the Mars Uranus situation happened and Mars rules the 10th house of career, business, and public recognition, if you work in fields where you are sort of like a mentor, a guide, or like a healer, a therapist, right, with Chiron involved, some of you might be redefining your relationship to that role. You might be sort of releasing something that no longer serves you, or sort of coming back to something. It's helping you sort of dissolve the obstacles to how you want to redefine how you mentor people, how you guide people, heal people. If you work in those fields, it's just something that jumped out at me with Mars ruling that 10th. Okay, I think is that it for that? Yeah, that's it. I want to move on to July 12th, when we have this Mercury Cassini at 20 degrees in your Cancer first house of self, right? Like your role in the world, how you take independent action, how other people view you. This one's interesting because, Mercury is still retrograde, right? And we came into July on a Mercury retrograde. So a lot of you could have come into July really like reviewing and revising what you have been working on behind the scenes, what's affecting you behind the scenes, things playing out with siblings, extended family, even home, family, property, real estate themes for some of you. That Mercury is still retrograde in this Cassini. Mercury is in the heart of the sun, but this is where like whatever you've been and maybe untangling or reviewing or revising or really trying to figure out going into July, the Cassini is really the point where a lot of us maybe start to see the other side of it. We start to see some sense of clarity or understanding with what's been unfolding and sort of what we're going to do moving forward. So again, this Mercury Cassini is happening in your first house. So a lot of Cancer risings, like you might see this play out or affect you personally. But it's ultimately, I think, to create new outcomes to what you've been working on behind the scenes, what's really affecting you even mentally behind the scenes. Or it could really be affecting you sort of personally, with communication, technology, short distance travel, siblings, extended family, people, places, and things within your everyday familiar environment. So again, Mercury is still retrograde, but I want to point out too at this point, yes, this Mercury Cassini and this Mercury retrograde is in your Cancer first house of self, but a lot of really important aspects and transits have happened in Mercury ruled signs. Remind you, the Mars Uranus conjunction that took place in your Gemini 12th house, that's a Mercury ruled sign. The Venus South Node conjunction in your Virgo 3rd house, that's a Mercury ruled sign. Now we have Venus pushing up to an exact square with Uranus in Gemini and Virgo, both Mercury ruled signs. And so there's a lot of really potent activity happening in Mercury ruled signs, which means those aspects and those transits that I've discussed thus far, or most of them, are reporting back to this Mercury retrograde. So it's sort of like, yeah, it's a Mercury retrograde in your first house of self, but I think it's really involving like what's going on behind the scenes, your mental thought patterns, like your dreams, your intuition, your communication, exchanging information, technology, especially if you work in like communication and technology. And this could really be like amplifying those themes as well. So a lot of you could be seeing, the progression of that story and how those aspects and those Mercury ruled signs have kicked up so much activity there that is really playing a part in what you are reviewing, revising, and perfecting. And ultimately, like how it really affects you, how it affects your ability to take independent action and sort of like your role in the situation. Then we get to July 14th, and July 14th is the new moon in your Cancer first house of self, right? How you take independent action, your physical body. And yes, this is a new moon in that first house of self. So creating a new chapter, planting new seeds around like what supports you, what supports your independent action, sort of your role in something around this time, how other people view you. But also want to point out that before this new moon could really go exact, that moon had to pass over Mercury. Again, Mercury ruled areas are probably very involved with this new moon. So yes, it is a new moon involving you personally. Um, but I think it's still somehow connected to Mercury and those Mercury ruled areas, such as what's going on behind the scenes, what's going on with those subconscious thought patterns, what's going on with siblings, extended family, or for some of you, depending on your natal chart, home, family, property, real estate themes, communication, technology, again, those third house themes, um, really playing into this for some of you and playing into this new chapter you're really trying to initiate around this time. So again, I want to point that out that for a lot of Cancer risings, yes, this is a new moon in the first house. So generally speaking, could be a new chapter around you that could really cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months, but it is still connected to this Mercury and connecting to sort of new outcomes to those Mercury ruled areas that I discussed. So if it doesn't feel like, oh, new moon, first house, me, new me, definitely consider those Mercury ruled areas that I discussed and how that new moon might actually be tying in sort of like newness to your Gemini 12th house or your Virgo 3rd house. Then we move on to July 17th to that exact Uranus Pluto trine. So Uranus at 4 degrees in that Gemini 12th house, again, subconscious thought patterns, what's going on behind the scenes, paying attention to dreams. Some of you could be like already experienced some level of like subconscious awakening, intuition, solitude, meditation. Really interesting things can happen when Uranus is going through the 12th house. But what is innovating and changing around your thought patterns and like what you're feeling and sort of like navigating behind the scenes that could also be playing a part in sort of like the rapid acceleration to the change, transformation, empowerment to sort of making really important decisions, transformative decisions, transformational work. Or it could be playing into sort of resources, mutual empowerment, long-term financial themes. So for some of you, this might be stuff going on behind the scenes that's also having you really having to change and transform your resources, your finances. And then some of you, it might be stuff going on behind the scenes that's playing a part in some level of transformational work or the ability to really sort of rapidly accelerate like transformational decisions. So that's generally speaking, but you really want to pay attention to if you have any natal placements in your birth chart in the early degrees of Gemini or the early degrees of Aquarius. As I mentioned in the intro when I broke down, Saturn being in the early degrees of Gemini or early degrees of Aquarius in some people's natal chart, this rapid acceleration and transformation might not feel so exciting. Individuals who have Saturn in the early degrees of Gemini and the early degrees of Aquarius, like there might be a lot, intensifying and accelerating around this time. But if your natal Saturn is involved, it could require like a lot of responsibility as well. So it might have a flavor to it based off of your natal chart or your natal placements that really kind of give more clues and details to what is rapidly accelerating around this time. So definitely want to look at your natal chart when it comes to sort of if you have natal placements around that, or really any honestly, in July, if you have any natal placements around, I would say 2 to 6 degrees in your natal chart period, they're going to be playing a part in this 4 degree situation playing out for July. So Pluto will be at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, Uranus at 4 degrees, and Jupiter will very shortly be at that 4 degree mark. So if you have anything between 2 to 6 degrees, it could be really amplifying all these sextiles and trines and the situation going on with Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto this month. So moving on to July 20th, I really want to break down the Jupiter Pluto opposition across your financial axis, which is really interesting because the Jupiter at 4 degrees in your Leo second house of earned income, your value system, your self-worth. So a lot of Cancer risings, like you might start to feel the increasing effects of, I really want to have more faith, abundance, and expansion to my finances, my value system. Maybe expanding your value system or expanding your self-worth and how that impacts sort of, how your relationship to money. But this Jupiter is in a direct opposition to Pluto at 4 degrees in your Aquarius 8th house, which is the other financial house. But this is like long-term finances. So your second house is like your earned income, what's immediately coming to you, what you consider yours. Your 8th house is like your investments, your assets, your debt, your loans, other people's resources, partners' resources, if that's applicable. So this Jupiter Pluto opposition, oppositions can really amplify a lot. It can feel like we have to be in two places at once. I like to think of oppositions as like something's got to give. Something's got to give. And Jupiter Pluto oppositions are typically involved with like power struggles because you have the planet of expansion in opposition to the planet of transformation and power. So I think some Cancer risings, like you might really be pulled into like, okay, like what do I want to expand immediately versus like, how do I take that and continuously empower myself long term? Or if a partnership is involved, how do I create that mutual empowerment? So again, we all struggle with this. Like, what am I bringing in immediately versus what am I paying off? What am I investing? What am I, whether it's involving yourself or just your partnerships. And there could be a little bit of like self-worth and like big transformational decisions for some of you involved in that, just with the other second and eighth house themes involved with this opposition. But I also want to point out that this is not just an opposition. You have Uranus at 4 degrees in your Gemini 12th house, Neptune at 4 degrees in your Aries 10th house, making sextiles and trines, right? Opportunistic aspects or, more flow type of aspects going on in the background. So yes, this is an opposition across your second and eighth, but it looks like you have some aspects going on in the background that are helping sort of create flow or opportunity to balancing this opposition. If that wasn't the case, then it would probably be a different story, or you would feel that opposition more strongly. But there's sort of like stabilizing factors going on in the background to help kind of stabilize this opposition. Now, breaking this down a little bit more, Jupiter rules your Sagittarius 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So some of you, like this opposition across like those financial themes, maybe your self-worth, maybe having to make, big transformational decisions, whatever it may be. With Jupiter ruling that 6th house, it could heavily involve your work, health, and routines that support the work and the health that's involved with the finances, like what's coming in versus what you're paying off or investing, whatever it may be. If it's in like a mutual empowerment, financial situation with like business partnerships, whatever, if that's applicable to some of you. Either way, I think it's going to heavily involve maybe like health, wellness, or, the work that you want to do and like the routines that are supporting that. Now, Jupiter also rules this Pisces ninth house. This is interesting because if you know your natal chart and your midheaven, so your MC, if your MC angle is in your Pisces ninth house, this is probably going to heavily involve like your business, your career, your public recognition, with sort of like the desire to expand your financial themes and empower your finances long term. If your midheaven is not in your Pisces ninth house, this could heavily involve just those general ninth house themes with what is going on financially, what you want to expand versus what you want to empower or transform long term, resource wise. And those growth and potential themes could involve like continuing education, going back to school, teaching, publishing, long distance travel, spirituality. So all things that were, at some point in time, require some resource or finances to, continue the education, to teach, to publish, to travel, to, whatever those growth and potential themes are, even ones that I haven't listed. What is going on financially where you want to expand your finances, but also try to empower and transform your finances long term. That could involve sort of maybe wanting to invest in some growth and potential that maybe is a long term financial solution. Or maybe some of you just genuinely want to invest in like travel, teaching, publishing, spirituality. That could be career related for some of you, depending on your natal chart. Now, when we get to July 23rd is when Mercury will station direct at 16 degrees in your Cancer first house. So I honestly think this is just going to help create, generally speaking, like more forward momentum to the Mercury ruled areas where a lot of those major aspects that I talked about, right? We had the Mercury retrograde, we had the Mercury Cassimi, we had all these really major aspects happening in Mercury ruled signs that I've already broken down. That maybe played a part in sort of the new moon and the new beginning. And now this Mercury stationing direct, I think, is really just that forward momentum where a lot of you could really kind of gain that forward momentum, but kind of like know where you're at this point, starting to get to the end of July, where you've had a long time to maybe untangle, work things out, maybe a lot unfolded with the sextiles and the trines. And now this Mercury direct in your first house, hopefully is that forward momentum that can really help support you with it being in the first house. Now, July 26th is a really important day because this is when the North and South node change signs. And they'll be here for about a year and a half, 18 months or so. And so the North node is going to shift into your Aquarius 8th house of transformation, transformational work, or transformational decisions that those big transformational decisions that like change everything and that you can't really go back on. It could also, the 8th house is those long-term financial themes. So investments, assets, debt, loans, taxes, inheritance, wills, trusts, partners' resources, if applicable. So there could be a lot of sort of like those long-term financial themes that kind of come into play or increase over the next year and a half, 18 months. And the South node will be in your Leo second house of earned income and self-worth. Now, I want to make something very clear. The South node can be a point of like release or coming back to. Just because it's going through your second house of earned income does not mean all your money is going to go away. It's like a question I've gotten over the years. Oh my God, the South node is going through my second house. I'm going to lose everything. Like the South node it's not, no, that's not, please don't think that. the North and the South Node, in my opinion, they work together. They are not separate entities. I think a lot of people get hyper fixated on the North Node and forget about the South Node. The South Node is, something we need to come back to. It can even be a place of comfort. It can be where we can sort of like come back to and release certain things in order to launch even further with the North Node. So it's important to balance both of these. And they're really, at this point on July 26th, moving forward, the nodes and now the eclipses are really going to start amplifying across your financial axis. So a lot of you over the next year and a half to 18 months could see sort of that, new beginnings and changes, and to sort of like the financial decisions, the transformational decisions, the transformational work, the resources, the partner's resources, if that's applicable. So a lot could start to unfold. And I think the Jupiter-Pluto opposition is kind of kicking that off and amplifying that around this time. So closing out the month on July 29th. July 29th, we have this really, really potent full moon, in my opinion. I mean, I don't like to talk about every full moon and new moon, but this full moon, man. All right. So this full moon at 6 degrees will illuminate and culminate in your Aquarius 8th house. Transformation, transformational work, transformational decisions, or it's going to involve some level of larger financial themes, even partners' resources or other people's resources. So like generally speaking, this could really sort of illuminate those themes or bring something to fruition regarding those themes. But this full moon, before it goes exact, had to pass over Pluto at 4 degrees in your Aquarius 8th house. So it's sort of like this supercharged full moon had to pass over the planet of transformation and power. So it's sort of like, what is supercharged that maybe is having some of you look at like what needs to change, what needs to transform, especially with all this oppositional energy across your 2nd and 8th house axis. Like some of you might really feel in a level of intensity around like, I need to empower myself. I need to like change something. I need to transform something regarding these financial themes or like a decision. And this full moon kind of passes over Pluto and then fully culminates. Now, if you're watching, the full moon is the moon and the sun in opposition. And so that sun is in rulership in Leo in your 2nd house, which I think helps quite a bit. And so that sun is also very strong. That sun is home. It is in its own home. And I think it's like, I have a say. This is my house, like my rules. Like I know where everything is. I'm very comfortable here. And so there, on some level, it is also involving your 2nd house of earned income, your values, your self-worth. However, when this full moon culminates, there will be a Jupiter Cassimi. So Jupiter will be in the heart of the sun in your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. I think that's really significant to have Jupiter in the heart of the sun as this full moon culminates. And this full moon is really lying across this Jupiter-Pluto opposition at the same time. So this is like really amplifying your 2nd and 8th house axis. And with Jupiter Cassimi, it's sort of like, what is being clarified? What is being refreshed, or a moment of clarity regarding those Jupiter ruled areas. And Jupiter rules your Sagittarius 6th house of daily work, health, and routine. So some of you might have clarity around like the work that you do, your well-being, your routines that are playing a part in what is being amplified across the 2nd and 8th house axis. And Jupiter also rules that Pisces 9th house of what I like to call those growth and potential themes. So again, it could involve something like publishing, teaching, long distance travel, continuing education, spirituality, truth, belief, or really any growth and potential themes I haven't even listed. That for some of you, if your midheaven again is in your MC angle, is in that Pisces 9th house, this could heavily involve career, business, public recognition, clarity. So for some of you, this could have a lot to do with like the work that you do, your career, your public recognition, and sort of what is being clarified or what is being illuminated around this time that's heavily involving some like financial themes or big decision or values or self-worth. Whereas some of you, it might just involve like your overall routines, like it might be more personal and less professional, where some of you might be focused on like your spirituality, your belief, your religion, your knowledge, your travel, like your growth and potential in those ways, its effects on your health, your well-being, and sort of gaining clarity on that and sort of how that impacts like how you want to invest your money, what big decisions you want to make. So really, really major culmination to what looks like a very intense month. But definitely pay attention to sort of the days leading up to July 20th when we have the exact Jupiter-Pluto opposition, that the full moon on July 29th is going to illuminate and be across with the Jupiter in the heart of the sun, which is in rulership, across that financial axis. But it could also involve sort of like resources or transformational decisions, self-worth, your values as well. So paying attention to the days leading up to July 20th with that Jupiter-Pluto opposition building might give you some contextual clues as to what's really going to intensify or be illuminated with that opposition come July 29th. So moving on to Leo risings. All right, Leo risings. Kicking off the month on July 3rd, we have the exact Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees in your Gemini 11th house. So the 11th house can involve your friends, groups, communities. I like to actually kind of think of the 11th house as like your personal or professional social network, as well as your long-term goals, dreams, aspirations. So Mars is sort of our plan of action, our willpower, our desire. So, with Mars cycles being roughly, 2.5 years or so, this could really be kicking off sort of like a new Mars cycle involving or, impacting your long-term goals, your personal, professional, social network. That could really be playing out over the next couple of years. Now, more specifically, Mars does rule that Scorpio 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So Mars rules this very foundational area of your chart, but Mars also rules this Aries 9th house, which is sort of the bigger picture, the overall growth and potential. So what's interesting for Leo risings is, this Mars Uranus conjunction that really a lot of you could feel the end of June going into July, really could involve something, impacting you foundationally in your life, whether it's through home, people you live with, family, property, real estate themes, or sort of, impacting sort of the overall plan of action regarding growth and potential with that Aries 9th house. So this could involve, publishing, teaching, long distance travel, continuing education, higher knowledge, spirituality, truth, belief, that for some of you could be career related. So I think for some Leo risings, it could be sort of like up here, bigger picture regarding the long-term goals, or something down here very foundationally that is impacting sort of the plan of action with long-term goals. Now, definitely want to pay attention to those Mars ruled areas and how it is maybe shifting your plan of action, your willpower, your desires around long-term goals, personal and professional social networks, regarding sort of the action with growth and potential, or the action with what could be playing out with home, family, property, real estate themes. Because this Mars is going to continue moving on, and about end of November, early December, this Mars will be at the early degrees in your Virgo 2nd house, creating that opening square, that opening 90-degree square to Uranus that will still be in your Gemini 11th house. So I like to think of like the conjunction, or where the two planets merge, as like the seed point, like what is going on. And then the faster moving planet moves on, creates that opening square, which squares are action. They are action to create tangible change. But what's really interesting about this opening square that's connected to this conjunction early July. So that opening square, end of November, early December, that Mars will hit the opening square. And then shortly after, it will station retrograde and go back over that opening square. And then it will station direct and go back over that opening square point again. So the opening square typically is, Mars moves on. We have that new point of action to create new tangible change to sort of the story unfolding at this point. But the opening square connected to this conjunction, the opening square that's happening end of November, early December, that opening square could actually, for a lot of us, play out until spring, early summer 2027. So I think this is going to be a really interesting Mars-Uranus conjunction for a lot of us, where even that opening square is like, whoa, there's a lot to reconsider regarding the plan of action. So definitely pay attention to the themes that are really amplifying, really, end of June, early July, because those could really be giving you those contextual clues as to what action, willpower, desire you're really going to be kind of taking action on, reviewing and revising that action, and moving forward, hopefully by spring, early summer 2027 with that Mars retrograde cycle. So moving on to July 10th is the next day on my list. July 10th, we have this really interesting Venus South Node conjunction. So Venus is going to be passing over the South Node at 0 degrees in your Virgo second house of earned income and self-worth. Now, Venus rules your Taurus 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. And as Venus passes over the South Node in your Virgo second house, it is going to trine this Chiron at 0 degrees in your Taurus 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So, because Venus rules this 10th house, this Taurus 10th house of yours, this Chiron is not only reporting back to this Venus, because Venus rules over this area, this Chiron is actually in a trine aspect or configuration with Venus. So you actually have a trine going on between your second house of earned income and self-worth and your 10th house of career, business, public recognition. Now, what's interesting about this is that with Venus passing over the South Node, maybe some of you are coming back to something regarding your career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment that could have some financial themes kind of mixed in with it, or self-worth themes integrated with it. But Venus going over the South Node could also be a potential opportunity to release something that's no longer serving you regarding your career, business, public recognition. That could also be sort of finishing or tying up loose ends regarding those financial themes, self-worth, and your overall value system. The trine to Chiron is interesting because I think that's going to give a little glimpse into redefining your relationship to the work that you do, your career, your business, your public recognition, all of that stuff. So I think a lot of Leo risings, like you might be shifting, you might be releasing something that's no longer serving regarding those themes. You might be coming back to something regarding those themes. But all in all, because this is a trine configuration, whatever it is, look out for ways on how this is actually sort of dissolving those obstacles or creating more flow to redefining your relationship to the work that you do, your role, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Now, if you are a mentor, a guide, a therapist, even, working with people one-on-one, even people who are not in those fields, but they're sort of like, mentors or guides, like managers, like people that other people turn to in the work that they do, regardless of what it is. I've even seen, Chiron to sort of change the relationship to how you mentor, how you guide, how you manage others, how you help and support others. So a lot of you could be sort of getting a taste of Chiron in your 10th house with this Venus trine, especially. I think Venus ruling over your Taurus 10th house where Chiron is, Chiron reporting to Venus, also in a trine, creating flow, dissolving obstacles, making things kind of happen without much effort, is really amplifying what Chiron and Taurus might mean. So this might really give you sort of a glimpse into what Chiron and Taurus is going to really start to kick in or amplify as you get deeper into 2027, because Chiron's only going to be here for a few months and then it's going to go back into your Aries 9th house. So definitely pay attention to like what clues or how you're kind of redefining your relationship to the work that you do, your public recognition, and how it's somehow kind of shifting like the way you look at finances, your value system, your self-worth. So yeah, very, very interesting. Now, is there anything else I want to discuss with that? Not yet. I think I'm going to kind of pull this all together with the next date that I have on July 12th. So on July 12th, we have this really interesting Mercury Cassini. So Mercury is still retrograde. And mind you, I want to give you kind of like the full picture going into July. So as we go into July, Mercury is retrograde. And we're all coming into July reviewing and revising potentially those Mercury ruled areas, or reviewing and revising something to create new outcomes to those Mercury ruled areas. Now, for you, Leo risings, you're coming into July potentially reviewing and revising something to maybe create new outcomes to your Mercury ruled Virgo 2nd house. So new outcomes to like your financial budgets, making money, value system, self-worth, and you could also be looking at the other Mercury ruled area to create new outcomes too. And that's going to be your Gemini 11th house of friends, groups, community. So personal or professional social network, as well as long-term goals, dreams, and aspirations. So some of you might really be coming into July and being like, okay, like, what do I need to review and revise, maybe perfect, that is playing a part in sort of like my financial budget, my financial future, my long-term financial goals, my personal and professional social network that might be playing into that. Now, if your midheaven is in Gemini, this Mercury, really all of July could be heavy career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment themes. If you're midheaven, if you know your MC is in Gemini. Either way, you are likely kind of looking at that Virgo 2nd house, that Gemini 11th house. And what's interesting, when we get to July 12th and we get to this Mercury Cassini, where Mercury's still retrograde. So we're still perfecting, reviewing, revising, reading the fine print. But this Mercury is in the heart of the sun. And this is typically the time in the retrograde cycle where we get clarity or the aha moment, or we see the other side to what we've been untangling or working on. Now, what's really interesting for Leo risings is that this Mercury Cassini and Mercury retrograde is taking place in your Cancer 12th house. This is a hidden house. This is a very private house. This is very much behind the scenes. This is like solitude, subconscious thought patterns. So it seems like I think a lot of Leo risings might be really working on something behind the scenes, or untangling something that could be financially related, your value system, your self-worth, your long-term goals. Maybe you're working on something behind the scenes that's also kind of impacting or playing a part with your personal and professional social network. Either way, I think this could still be very private, still be sort of untangling something behind the scenes that could be eventually setting you up for success financially, with your long-term goals, your social network, whatever it may be. But for right now, it still seems like it's behind closed doors. Now, the other important thing about this Mercury retrograde and now Mercury Cassimi on July 12th, think about how many aspects have happened in Mercury ruled signs. We started the month on this Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini, Mercury ruled sign. Then we went to a Venus South Node conjunction in Virgo, Mercury ruled sign. And now, as this Mercury Cassimi is happening, we have Venus applying to a square to Uranus in Gemini and Virgo, both Mercury ruled signs. So, another point of action that some Leo risings could be taking that could be heavily, career related, with Venus ruling your 10th house of career, or what brings you fulfillment. But either way, there's so much going on that is in Mercury ruled signs, and thus reporting back to Mercury, which is in a very private behind the scenes place in your chart, still retrograde. But now at this point, it's at a Cassimi. So sort of like now at this point, like what action are you ready to take or gearing up to take for some of you that now you have a little bit more clarity on? Now you have a little bit more understanding. Again, still behind the scenes at this point. Then we get to July 14th. This is the new moon at 21 degrees in your Cancer 12th house, behind the scenes. What's going on? What are you working on behind the scenes? What's going on with sleep, solitude? What are you, subconscious thought patterns? And so I think generally speaking, you can look at this and say, new moon in your Cancer 12th, new beginning around your subconscious thought patterns, what you've been working on behind the scenes. All of those 12th house themes. But I want to remind you, even though this is happening in your Cancer 12th, which is not ruled by Mercury, this new moon had to pass over that Mercury retrograde that was just recently Cassimi in the heart of the sun. So it's still involving Mercury, and it's still technically conjunct this Mercury retrograde. So even though this new moon is in the 12th, and we can look at it like, oh, new beginnings and new opportunities with those 12th house themes, subconscious thought patterns and dreams, and 12th house is hidden enemies, something going on there. But I think this is still involving Mercury ruled areas. That new moon had to pass over that Mercury retrograde that just went Cassimi. So I think this new moon could heavily involve, new beginnings that are still behind the scenes. You're still working on, you're still untangling, but new beginnings around your personal and professional social network, your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations. And for some of you, the other Mercury ruled area, new beginnings, new ideas that again are still behind the scenes that maybe aren't fully public yet, but you're working on and initiating around like a financial budget, your financial future, ability to maybe make more money for some of you, your value system, your self-worth. So I think this will emerge and sort of like come out in time. But for right now, it looks like it's still kind of behind the scenes. Then we get to July. I apologize. My dog will not stop barking right now. And if you can hear him, I'm so sorry. Then we get to July 17th. Now, again, as I mentioned in the intro, this is the exact Uranus-Pluto trine, right? Uranus at 4 degrees in that Gemini 11th house. Personal and professional social networks, long-term goals, trine, Pluto at 4 degrees in your Aquarius 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So for a lot of you, this could be rapidly accelerating, creating a lot of change, maybe even innovation to personal partnerships, marriage, if that's applicable to you, professional partnerships, and sort of its impacts to sort of your long-term goals, who you surround yourselves with. Now, again, as I mentioned in the intro, you want to pay attention to your natal placements in the early degrees of Aquarius and the early degrees of Gemini. And as I mentioned in the intro, like if it's Saturn, this is gonna feel different. This is gonna feel like whatever is really developing around this time, it has a Saturnian feel to it. It has, a level of responsibility that creates like the need for a lot of commitment and a lot of longevity. Whereas, say it's Venus involved here, and it's, maybe about partnership, or it's about Venus ruling your 10th house of career. So it could be really rapidly accelerating things that could have new impacts to the work that you do or your career. So you want to pay attention to your natal chart, because this is obviously not conclusive. So really looking at, I think, really throughout all of July, if you have any natal placements between 2 and 6 degrees, that could be closely interacting with these 4-degree marks, right? We have Pluto at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, Uranus at 4 degrees, and then eventually Jupiter is very close to that 4-degree mark in your Leo first house. So there is a lot developing at that 4-degree mark. So if you have anything between 2 and 6 degrees, that could be playing a part into even, more acceleration, more opportunity, or more action to create tangible change to what is unfolding around this time. So a lot going on here. Now, jumping to July 20th, we have the exact Jupiter-Pluto opposition. So now we have Jupiter at that 4-degree mark in your Leo first house of self, the physical body, how you take independent action, really your role, how other people see you. I love Jupiter in Leo because I have Jupiter in Leo, so I'm biased. But, Jupiter is in your first house after being in your 12th house for roughly the past year. And so I think a lot of Leo risings, like, you might start really getting that momentum of like, I want to expand the self. I want to expand, my presence. Jupiter rules your Sagittarius 5th house of creativity and self-expression and joy. So some of you might really be wanting to step into more expansion of your self-expression. What brings you joy, your creativity. The 5th house is also children. I would even put like family planning in this. So if that is applicable to you, some of you might really kind of be looking at like, your relationship with your children. Maybe some of you are really thinking about like planning a family or expanding your family. So with the ruler of your 5th house of children in your first house of the physical body in a trine configuration to that 5th house, that could be very supportive if that resonates, if that's something that you want. Again, this is not to freak you out if that's not what you want. I think Jupiter going through the first, ruling that 5th house of joy, your heart's desire. What is bringing you joy? Romance, creativity, artistry, self-expression that a lot of Leo risings might be really ready to step into after Jupiter being in your 12th house. Again, very hidden, sort of like subconscious, behind the scenes. I think a lot of Leo risings might be ready to kind of like reemerge. Again, it depends on a lot of other factors, but I think this is where things can start to really kind of unfold. Now, with Jupiter being in a direct opposition to Pluto, the planet of transformation and power, in your Aquarius 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, this might be sort of like, how do I expand the self? What brings me joy? Making those decisions with Jupiter ruling the 8th house, transformation, decisions. How do I invest, right? 8th house is like long-term resources and finances. How can I invest in myself, invest in my presence, my role, how other people view me, those kinds of things as well. And balance that with what is really changing and transforming and empowering within a marriage, a personal partnership, professional partnerships, or just the desire to make powerful connections with others. So having to balance that first and that 7th house axis. And so really paying attention to what is fully developing. Now, the 7th house, and I've mentioned this for many of the other signs who are having connections to the 7th house. The 7th house is also court cases. So if you're dealing with, it's not so much, well, it could be partnership, like court cases, divorce, whatever. Again, this is not to be fearful about or like think this is going to happen to you. I can assure you, you will know if this is happening. You will know like if you're going to pursue something or something is unfolding at this point. And if that does not resonate, if that does not make any sense to you, I want you to focus more on the personal and professional partnerships, your desire for like powerful connections with others, if that applies to your current situation. But I always like to mention the other underlying themes that come up with certain houses because it might really resonate. It might really help other Leo risings out there. So if there's, divorce, a court case, like something like legal that you're pursuing, this could amplify it for sure. This could be sort of, with Jupiter ruling that 8th house, like what resources do I have? What big decisions do I need to make in order to sort of balance the most empowering situation with Pluto in the 7th? So that's just something else to pay attention to. Now, yes, this is an opposition, but also consider Uranus and Neptune are still at 4 degrees. They are making sextiles and trines to this opposition. So it's not just this singled out opposition in this like tug of war across your 1st and your 7th house axis. You do have, Neptune and Uranus in that 9th house of growth and potential, that 11th house of long-term goals, your social network, to provide some maybe opportunity or dissolve some obstacles to help balance that opposition if it becomes challenging. I don't think this is going to be super challenging for a lot of Leo risings. Again, that's not conclusive, but overall, I actually think this could be kind of opportunistic where a lot of things are unfolding and there might be some like even exciting, expansive developments happening with the self and balancing that with like, how do we create the most empowering situation in our partnership, whether it's personal or professional. Then we are going to move on to July 23rd when Mercury finally stations direct. So Mercury's going to station direct at 16 degrees in that Cancer 12th house. I really just think that this is going to be that forward momentum to the Mercury ruled houses. And I think that this could be the point where a lot of Leo risings, you start to see the forward momentum of what you've maybe been really working hard on, reviewing, revising, kind of working on behind the scenes. And this could be the point in the story where a lot of you could start to see the ball moving or that forward momentum to new outcomes regarding your long-term goals, personal, professional, social network, your finances, your self-worth, all of those things regarding sort of those Mercury ruled houses that I broke down earlier. It's still in the 12th house. It's behind the scenes, but I think there is forward momentum. And I think eventually, especially when Mercury moves into your Leo 1st house, in August, that's when I think things could start to kind of like really come up and out and things could become more visible with what you've been working on behind the scenes. That could be impacting sort of like new financial goals and self-worth and long-term goals, those kinds of things. Then the 26th is the next really important day I have because this is when the North and South node change signs. So the North node is finally going to get out of that 8th house. Thank God. That was rough with Saturn there. Am I right? So the North node moving into your Aquarius 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. Now, sometimes when the North node is going through the 7th house, which it'll be here for about a year and a half, 18 months, and the eclipses will also be interacting with these nodes too. It can increase, like the North node is the point of increase, and it can increase our desire, our hunger. So this could be increasing like partnership themes, increasing, the desire for marriage, increasing the desire for more connection, more depth. I mean, Pluto is in that 7th house. So, sometimes when Pluto's in the 7th, it's like there's no gray area. It's either you're in or you're out. And now the North node is here. So it can be, and it has co-presence with Pluto. So they're not around each other by degree or making an aspect to each other by degree, but they're in the same house. They're maybe not in the same room, but they're in the same house. They have co-presence. So things could be really increasing around personal and professional partnerships, and, also things really increasing and developing with personal partnerships or things within marriage. That's an opportunity to kind of like transform and empower. So definitely look out for that. Sometimes when the North Node goes to the seventh, like I do see people get married. I see people just like really increase the area of like commitment. Not always the case. Again, you want to look at your natal placements. If that is kind of tying in like an additional house by rulership into this area of, connections with others or long-term partnership. But you also want to consider the South Node. The South Node has just, at this point, moved into your Leo first house of the self, the physical body, how you take independent action, how other people view you. And I never, ever, ever think of the North and the South Node as separate entities. They work together. So a lot of people get really fixated on the North Node and they're like, oh my God, it's in my seventh house. It's all about partnership. It's all about marriage. It's all about, connections and business connections. To a certain extent, it can be. But don't forget about that South Node. That South Node is in your first house of self. You don't want to forget about yourself. You don't want to forget about your needs. And I think the North and the South Node going across the first and the seventh house axis is really about how do you really balance your sense of self, your needs, your role, like how you want to take independent action, and balancing that and integrating that within what could be developing or increasing around your connections with others or personal and professional partnerships. So definitely do not forget about that South Node going through your first house, like taking care of yourself, taking care of your needs, filling your cup so that you can show up for others is really, really important around this time. And also understanding that for the next year and a half, 18 months, the North and South Node are now in what we call angular houses. So being across the first and the seventh, the North Node now squares your 10th and your 4th. So anything transiting or in your natal chart in your 10th and your 4th, it could be rapidly creating change to sort of career, business, public recognition, as well as home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you could see like a lot of change and developments in home, family, property, and real estate, and a lot of increasing change and developments to sort of like your public recognition, your career, your business, all of those things as well. So the nodes and the eclipses could really start to square your 4th and your 10th. So it's not just about, you versus the others in your lives. It's also about how it can create stabilizing change, because these are fixed signs, right? Leo, Aquarius, Taurus, Scorpio, they're all fixed signs. Stabilizing change to sort of the career versus the foundation of your lives as well. Now, what else do I want to talk about that? Is there anything else I want to touch about that? I don't think so. I want to close out the month on July 29th with this really powerful full moon involving your 1st and your 7th. So the saga continues. If you've been following me for a while, or, if you're new here, I don't talk about every full moon or new moon. This full moon is really important. The more I stare at it, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, oh my God. So this full moon is at 6 degrees in your Aquarius 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. But remember, if there is like a legal case or a court case that you're pursuing or dealing with, this full moon could really culminate this, could really bring this to fruition. If it's not that, this is going to probably really amplify and supercharge something regarding like something playing out within your marriage, personal and professional partnerships, connections with others, as well as like what's also going on with you personally, which is what I'll break down in a minute. But it's full moon at 6 degrees. Sure, it's a full moon in your 7th house. Could culminate, bring something to fruition regarding those 7th house themes I just mentioned. But this full moon, before it went exact, had to pass over Pluto. So it's like this really supercharged full moon had to pass over the planet of power and transformation. And so something could have really been like supercharged or illuminated around, you know, something that needs to transform or something that needs to change or something that needs to be empowered regarding personal and professional partnerships. And then that full moon goes exact. So it's really kind of this full moon is supercharging that Pluto. Now, if you're watching, the full moon is the sun and the moon in opposition. And, what's interesting about this full moon is that the sun in your Leo first house, it's in rulership. The sun is home here. So I also think that full moons in Aquarius, I think all full moons really illuminate an axis in our chart. So it's not just about where the full moon is, it's also integrating the opposite house. In this case, it's your first house of self, the physical body. But the sun is in rulership. So I think that adds a different flavor to it. Because this tells me in some way, shape, or form, like Leo risings with it being in your first house. This is your rising sign. This is you. It's like you have a say. Like even though this is highlighting your first house of self versus your seventh house of the other, it's sort of like you have a say here. The sun is in rulership. It is in rulership. It is home. It is comfortable. It has a lot of essential dignity, and it is shining on you. So even though this full moon's in the 7th, I feel like this is really supercharging you as well. Now, the other thing too is that as this full moon culminates, we have Jupiter in the heart of the sun in your first house. That is a Jupiter Cassini. So it's sort of like what clarity around your expansion, your sense of self, your physical body that could be integrating those Jupiter ruled areas as this full moon is culminating something across the first and the 7th house axis. So Jupiter rules the Sagittarius 5th house of joy, creativity, children, if applicable to you. So some of you could have like this moment of clarity or able to understand something or see something that could be expanding something regarding children, if applicable, your creativity, your self-expression. And Jupiter also rules this Pisces 8th house of transformational work, transformational decisions. So some of you could have like a big moment of clarity regarding like a big decision, a big transformational decision. The 8th house is also like, your long-term finances. So your partner's resources. And I think what's interesting, if you're partnered up, if that's applicable to you, excuse me, I just drank a bunch of water before I got on here. This, with Jupiter ruling your Pisces 8th, and that being sort of like your partner's resources, where you create mutual empowerment. And this full moon, like highlighting your first and your 7th, with a Jupiter and Pluto are still in opposition, lying across this full moon on this first and the 7th. With Jupiter ruling this 8th house of like your partner's resources, mutual empowerment, I think some of you could gain clarity around like a partner's resources, partner's decision that's involving sort of like you and them playing out, like maybe a big transformational decision is necessary around this time that could be playing out within your partnership that is also heavily involving sort of maybe your needs as well. So I would really focus on this full moon could pack a punch. There could be a lot going on, but I think with Jupiter and the sun in rulership, And a Jupiter Cassini in your first house of self, like just by the essential dignity of these planets, I think that could be extremely helpful to Leo risings, especially with Jupiter ruling that fifth house of joy, children, if applicable, creativity, self expression, and that Pisces eighth house of transformation, big transformational decisions, long term finances, partners' resources, if applicable. The eighth house is where we like merge too. So if you're in a long-term partnership or like marriage is on the table, this could be where like you merge your resources together to create a more expansive and powerful, outcome, which the Jupiter Pluto opposition that's now separating but still involved with this full moon could really be highlighting around this time. So really strong closing to July, but I would pay attention to the days leading up to July 20th when the exact Jupiter Pluto opposition takes place. And again, you still have Uranus and Neptune in the background creating sextiles and trines to this opposition even with this full moon. So you still have supporting aspects in the background to help this opposition. And I would pay attention to the days leading up to July 20th when we have the exact Jupiter-Pluto opposition, because that could give you those contextual clues as to what this full moon could really be culminating as we close out July. So moving on to Virgo risings. Okay, Virgo risings, July 3rd, you will have this exact Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees in your Gemini 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So some of you might see some like action, change, innovation to like how you do your job, your career, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. But I actually think that this could be creating sort of like a new 2.5 year cycle that might play out regarding like your plan of action. Maybe some of you are like changing a plan of action, innovating a plan of action regarding sort of your career, the work you want to do, what feels fulfilling. That could be playing out the next couple of years. But Mars rules your Aries eighth house of transformation, transformational decisions. So a lot of people say, oh, the eighth house, sex, death, transformation. But working with one-on-one people for so many years, I've really just noticed like the eighth house, big transformational decisions regarding Mars and our plan of action. So some of you might be really considering like a big decision or making a big decision. Some of you with Mars ruling your eighth house, the eighth house is like long-term financial themes. So think investments, assets, debt, loans, taxes, resources, other people's resources, partners' resources, if applicable. So some of you could really like, maybe it's, a shift in sort of like your relationship or your action regarding the work that you do, business, career, public recognition. But I think some of you might actually be really initiating like a big decision or changing something regarding the work that you do to maybe empower yourselves or create more longevity, especially with Saturn in the eighth, around your long-term financial goals, your financial future, as well as your resources. Now, Mars also rules your Scorpio third house. So the third house is your everyday familiar environment. So this could be as simple and as minor as, looking at your everyday familiar environment, those people, places, and things, your car, your phone, your laptop, your community, your neighborhood, your siblings, your extended family, and maybe sort of like looking at that, shifting that, considering that in your plan of action, its impacts to the work that you want to do, your career, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. But the third house is communication, technology, transportation as well. So if you work in communication, technology, transportation fields, this could really have this Mars-Uranus conjunction could have a lot going on with it. So you definitely pay attention to what themes are coming up around this time that might have you looking at, you know, what's going on in my everyday familiar environment? How does that really support the work that I need to do, my plan of action? Or how do I look at my long-term financial goals, my long-term financial plan, my resources, making big transformational decisions and how that's playing a part in this new plan of action, or something that's going to be playing out for the next couple years that for some of you could involve, your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Definitely pay attention to what is coming up around this time, especially if any of those themes resonate. Because this Mars, if you're watching, this Mars is the faster moving planet to Uranus. So Mars is going to continue moving on, eventually enter the early degrees of your Virgo first house, end of November, early December of this year, 2026, to create the opening square. So Mars is going to continue on and create that opening 90-degree angle to Uranus, which will still be in your Gemini 10th house. Now, why is this important? Well, the opening square is typically like the change in the story where we take action, and it's typically like new action to create new tangible change to what is unfolded. So I like to think of the conjunction as like the seed point where things really initiate, paying attention to what comes up. And then the opening square is typically when we're like, oh, we need to change something. We need to take action on something. And it's typically what I've noticed over the years is like it can feel, squares can be tense or stressful because it's requiring us to get up, to do something, to create the change. But the opening square can be particularly involving that because it's new. It's the opening square, not the closing square. The closing square tends to be like, we know what's going on here. We know what we need to do. But over the years, I've noticed the opening square can be like, whoa, I gotta deal with this, or I gotta change this. But this is the opening square that starts end of November, early December of 2026. That's connecting to this Mars-Uranus conjunction here in your 10th house of career, business, public recognition. That again, reiterating, could involve sort of those 8th house financial themes, big decisions, resources, or sort of what's going on in your everyday environment, communication, technology, transportation, particularly if you work in those fields. That opening square, end of November, early December, that's connected to this is not an average opening square. It's going to create the opening square, and then it is shortly after that, early 2027, that Mars will station retrograde and go back over that square point. And then eventually that Mars will station direct and go back over that square point again. So the opening square is actually going to have like 3 phases to it. And so I think it's really important to pay attention to what's going on around this time, what amplifies themes that are playing out, because that's what's going to give you those contextual clues as to what you could really be taking action on, then revising that action, aligning it to your plan of action, and then finally moving forward with it. So we're going to be in that opening square from roughly on and off from roughly end of November, early December of 2026 through spring, early summer 2027. So not an average opening square. So definitely want to emphasize that so you can kind of grasp what's happening around this time and prepare yourself and just have it in your back pocket so that when it happens, you're like, oh, I know what's going on here. So moving on to July 10th is the next day I have. So July 10th, we have this really interesting Venus South Node conjunction at 0 degrees in your Virgo first house of the physical body, the self, your first house of you. So your physical body, how you take independent action, sort of your role, how other people view you. And Venus going over the South Node. Venus could be releasing something going over the South Node, or it could be bringing you back to something. Now, what's interesting about this Venus South Node is that Venus rules your Taurus 9th house of growth and potential, where Chiron is at 0 degrees in that Taurus 9th house. So as Venus passes over the South Node, Venus will trine this Chiron in your Taurus 9th house. This is interesting because this Chiron not only is reporting back to Venus because it's in a Venus ruled house or sign, it's also trine Venus. So sort of like, what are you coming back to? What are you releasing to help dissolve obstacles or create more flow to maybe changing your relationship or redefining your relationship to your overall growth and potential? Now, the 9th house growth and potential themes could involve publishing, teaching, long distance travel, continuing education, spirituality, really, growth and potential themes I didn't even list. So for some of you, that could be career related, depending on your natal chart. But overall, Venus also rules this Libra 2nd house of earned income, self-worth. So some of you could be coming back to something financially, coming back to, your value system, your self-worth, or releasing something that does not serve your finances, does not serve your value system or your self-worth. That is then helping you sort of redefine your relationship to your overall growth and potential and sort of where you want to maybe invest or create more flow to your overall knowledge, maybe more travel, more spirituality, publishing, teaching, if that's applicable to you, or redefine your relationship to your career, even potentially for some of you, depending on your natal chart. Then we get to July 12th, and this is this really interesting Mercury Cassimi. So Mercury is going to be in the heart of the sun, and there's quite a bit I want to break down with this Mercury Cassimi at 20 degrees in your Cancer 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. Now, this could really be personal or professional social network and long-term goals. But this is important for you, Virgo risings, because Mercury rules your first house of self. It rules you, your physical body, how you take independent action. Mercury also rules as Gemini 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. And I think for Virgo risings, with so much happening with Mercury, but Mercury rules these angular houses. It rules you. It rules, what brings you fulfillment, your career, your business, your public recognition. It rules these like really major areas of your chart that are very visible. And I think, going into July, just kind of like building the ecosystem around what I want to break down with this Cassimi. You entered July on a Mercury retrograde. So you were maybe reviewing and revising something regarding your physical body, reviewing and revising something regarding how you want to take independent action. Maybe some of you are reviewing and revising something regarding your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So you literally entered the month on this retrograde, and this retrograde is happening in your 11th house of social network and long-term goals. So some of you might be really seeing things play out with long-term goals or your personal and professional social network as you are reviewing and revising, like, what is going to really support me, support my physical body, how I want to take independent action in my overall sort of like career, business, public recognition, and what brings me fulfillment, among all the other things that I've kind of untangled at this point. But I want to reiterate, a lot of the major aspects and transits this month are happening in Mercury ruled signs, right? We had the Mars Uranus conjunction in your Gemini 10th house. That's a Mercury ruled sign. We had the Venus South Node conjunction in your Virgo first house. That's a Mercury ruled sign. Now we have Venus square Uranus in your Virgo first and your Gemini 10th, both Mercury ruled sign, increasing more action around this time with Venus and Uranus. So there's a lot going on that is reporting back to Mercury because it's happening in Mercury ruled signs, but it's also sort of integrating that Taurus 9th house of growth and potential, that Libra 2nd house of finances, self-worth, kind of tying into it as well. But a lot happening in those Mercury ruled signs. And so with so much activity happening in these Mercury ruled signs that are reporting back to this Mercury that is a retrograde, reviewing and revising in the area of long-term goals and social network, that's huge. And now on July 12th, Mercury is still retrograde, but it goes in the heart of the sun. It's within 17 minutes of being in the heart of the sun, basically, on July 12th for a few hours. And so typically this is a time where you've been in this retrograde cycle and then the Cassimi happens, and it's usually sort of like where we get to see the other side. We kind of see what's on the other side. We maybe get a moment of clarity of understanding where we're at, where we need to go for the remainder of the retrograde. And so definitely pay attention to sort of clarity or some sort of understanding that is helping you sort of move closer to creating new outcomes, to supporting your physical body, supporting your ability to take independent action, and for some of you, supporting your ability to create new outcomes to your career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Then on July 14th, we have this new moon at 21 degrees in your Cancer 11th house. Again, personal or professional social network, long-term goals, dreams, aspirations. So generally speaking, new moon in the 11th, sure. New chapter, new moon, new opportunities, maybe around, friends, groups, communities, personal or professional, or long-term goals. But again, this new moon, before it went exact at 21 degrees, had to pass over this Mercury retrograde. So perhaps it has, new beginnings around like long-term goals, personal or professional social networks. But it is still, in my opinion, with the new moon passing over this Mercury retrograde, still technically conjunct this Mercury retrograde, it's tying in new beginnings or new opportunities regarding your physical body, how you take independent action, or new opportunities that can really unfold regarding your career, your business, and your public recognition, because that Mercury is still involved. There is so many connections to Mercury throughout the month of July and Mercury ruled areas. It is insane this month. Moving on to July 17th, we switch gears to Uranus and Pluto, which I'm not going to get too into detail because, as I mentioned in the intro, I'm a broken record. I've talked so much about the Uranus Pluto trine that we've already been feeling for some time. We're going to feel to varying degrees over the next couple of years. So this is not anything new. However, at this juncture, because this is going exact, if you have any natal placements, I would say around 2 to 6 degrees of Aquarius or 2 to 6 degrees of Gemini, that natal placement or those natal planets or planet is going to heavily impact what is rapidly accelerating around your health and your career, your business, your public recognition, or rapidly accelerating around sort of what is shifting and innovating and changing, maybe around where you want to go with your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and how is that really having you kind of look at changing your health and your work routines. So Pluto is here, I think, to kind of say like what needs to change, like how do we empower, the work that we want to do, the health and vitality that we want to feel, the routines that support that, and sort of that with the trine sort of dissolving the obstacles, increasing more acceleration to the innovation and change, to what is unfolding maybe with sort of your public recognition, the work that you want to do, your career, your business, your public recognition. So again, paying attention to the natal placements, but in particular for really the whole month of July, if you have any placements between 2 and 6 degrees, particularly 4 degrees in your chart, because in July we have Pluto at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, Uranus at 4 degrees, and Jupiter about to hit that 4-degree mark. So anything at 4 degrees, but with orb 2 to 6 degrees, anywhere in your natal chart. Those natal placements are going to heavily be involved in sort of the unfolding of opportunities with the sextiles and the trines, really sort of dissolving obstacles, making things unfold, really rapidly accelerating things for better or worse. So definitely look at your natal chart because it's not conclusive. I don't have your natal chart. You have to kind of look at these degrees and these aspects and see if you have anything going on in your natal chart with what I cover. Okay. So the next, all right, July 20th is the next thing on my list. So July 20th, we have Jupiter at 4 degrees, finally, in your Leo 12th house, behind the scenes. So the 12th house is averse to the first house of self. So it's very hidden. It's sort of like where we dream, where we seek solitude, our subconscious thought patterns. It's also the place of hidden enemies. I don't think that is very constructive when I don't have the specifics of a situation. But I think Jupiter in Leo by essential dignity and is expanding something behind the scenes. Now, Jupiter will be in an exact opposition on July 20th to Pluto at 4 degrees in your 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So definitely paying attention to what's going on with health, what's going on with work, what's going on with routines. And really, this Jupiter-Pluto opposition is pulling across what I like to think of as like your mind-body axis, like what's going on behind the scenes mentally that's affecting you physically with work, health, routines, and what's going on physically with health, work, and routines that's affecting you mentally, affecting your ability to sleep, rest, recharge, your need for solitude. Some Virgo risings with like Jupiter going into the 12th, some of you might actually feel like some of you might, it's kind of hard to explain, but you might have about a year period where you might find joy in like retreating a little bit more. I mean, this would depend on so many other factors, but if that resonates, if I see it, I say it, because it might resonate. So this might be the point where the opposition takes place and you're trying to balance like your need to rest, recover, work on what you need to work on behind the scenes, like have time alone, solitude, whatever it may be, versus like what is, pulling and transforming regarding like a health situation, work, and routines, and trying to balance those two things. Now, what's interesting about this for Virgo risings is that Jupiter rules 2 areas of your chart. Jupiter rules your Sagittarius 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, and your 7th house of personal and or professional partnerships, including marriage, if applicable to you. So with Jupiter ruling your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, some of you might be working on something behind the scenes regarding like relationships with family, a renovation, a relocation plan, people you live with. So some of you might be like thinking about something or expanding something behind the scenes that is supporting your emotional and physical foundation in your lives that needs to be balanced with that Pluto opposition, that needs to be balanced with like what's going on with work, what's going on with the daily grind and the routines and the health situation, if that's applicable to you. But with Jupiter ruling this Pisces 7th house, it's interesting because Jupiter being in the 12th, they say the 12th is hidden enemies and the 7th house is open enemies. And I think it's interesting how Jupiter's in the 12th in the area of hidden enemies and it's ruling your 7th house of open enemies. Now, again, I try not to use like hidden versus open enemies language because just working with people one-on-one over the years, it's like it's not always applicable. It's like, typically when it comes to something like that, it's like such a specific one-off scenario. I mean, I've experienced it myself with my 12th house. It wasn't a person. The hidden enemy was mold, like I've recently realized that mold, viruses, illnesses, like those things can be like a hidden enemy in our lives where it's like hard to pinpoint like what is, what is happening. Um, so it's such a, again, it's such a specific, like you would need your natal chart. You would need to understand like your symptoms, like what's going on. Is it a person? Is it a thing? Is it a place? Is it, something? So I don't think it's quite constructive, but if you're in a situation where there is something going on with that, I think this could be kind of the beginning of like being able to see sort of the hidden versus the open, because Jupiter rules the seventh house of the open and it's in the 12th house of the hidden. So that's a very specific scenario. I do not think that that is going to resonate with the majority of you. I think with Jupiter ruling the seventh house, which is predominantly partnership, long-term partnership, whether it's personal or professional, or the connections you do want to make, I think some of you might be working behind the scenes with a partner. A lot of you could be working behind the scenes, like if you're partnered up, if you live with a partner, or you're married. Some of you with Jupiter in the 12th, like you could be working on something within your partnership regarding like a home, family, property, real estate situation behind the scenes for some time. Some of you, this could be maybe expanding sort of like your subconscious thought patterns, what's going on behind the scenes for you and how it's impacted personal and professional partnerships. Some of you could be looking at that. Like there's so many going on, so many things going on. But I think some of you, like if you're single, because I think this is like another thing. When we talk about the seventh house, we talk about partnership, but it's like this still applies to you, even if you're single. And if you're single, like this could be a time where some of you Virgo risings like might really be taking time alone or thinking about things behind the scenes regarding like what partnership is really going to support me. And with Jupiter ruling that Sagittarius fourth house of home, family, property, real estate, right? Your emotional and physical foundation. And some of you might really start to get more serious or really seriously start contemplating like what connections are not only going to be a supportive partnership for me, but also like be an integral part of my emotional and physical foundation. So that's another possibility there. Again, there's the 12th house connections are wild. I've experienced it myself the past couple years and it's, yeah. Okay. Either way, whatever's coming up around this time, even if some of those themes resonate with this Jupiter Pluto opposition, how is it being sort of pulled into the need to balance this with like daily life, your daily grind? So some of you might want to be kind of like over here resting, solitude, thinking about like home, family, property, real estate, thinking about sort of your connections with others, maybe expanding connections, things playing out with, personal partnerships, but then like having to weigh that with like health situations or work situations and just the daily grind and the routine. So moving on to July 23rd. This is when Mercury finally stations direct. Get this down to the hour here. So July 23rd, Mercury stations direct at 16 degrees in that Cancer 11th house of personal and professional social network, long-term goals. Again, so much has happened in Mercury ruled signs. Mercury rules your first house of the physical body, how you take independent action. It also rules that Gemini 10th house of career, business, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. So I'm hoping with Mercury stationing direct, this is finally that forward momentum to kind of get things going after really coming into this month, reviewing, revising these areas. So many aspects and activity happening in these Mercury ruled signs or reporting back to them. So I'm hoping that this is really that forward momentum from a lot of activity happening and simultaneously having to like review and revise that in the meantime. When we get to July 26th, July 26th is a really important day because this is when the North and South node shift signs. So the North and South node will move into your Aquarius Leo axis. It's finally getting off your first and your seventh house axis. So there, for the past couple years, roughly, there's been probably a lot of activity around like you versus partnership, personal and professional partnership, a lot of changes to maybe, things going on foundationally, things going on with career, business, public recognition, with the North and South node in those angular houses squaring your 10th and your 4th. Now, the North Node has moved into your Aquarius 6th house of health, work, routines. So the next year and a half to 18 months, some of you could really be increasing your focus on a health situation, increasing your health, your vitality, your wellness. And some of you could be focused more on increasing like the work that you want to do, the daily grind, your routines. So some of you like might really be heavily focused on really finding like solid routines that support your health and your work. That's typically, a sixth house thing that I see with the North Node going through there. But also, really not forgetting that the South Node comes with it. The South Node is in that Leo 12th house of behind the scenes, sleep, solitude, dreams, subconscious thought patterns. It's a hidden house, what's going on behind the scenes. And so, yes, I think a lot of people like to focus on the North Node, um, you know, like what they're hungry for, what they want to go after. But the North and South Node, as I've said throughout all of the signs, they are not separate entities. They work together. And so with the North Node going through your Aquarius 6th house, as well as the eclipses that are going to start interacting with the nodes here, increasing your focus on like the routines that are really going to support your health, your wellness, your vitality, and the work that you want to do, but not forgetting about the South Node in the 12th house, like not forgetting about all the stuff behind the scenes, not forgetting about your subconscious thought patterns, need for rest, solitude, taking care of things behind the scenes that can affect, your health, your work, and your routines. So I like to think of the South and the North Node across the 12th and the 6th as like really, that's a good analogy. Like the thing that pops in my head is when someone's trying to focus on, say, health or wellness, like understanding that your thoughts and your mental health and your sleep and all of these things that go on behind the scenes drastically impact your health. And no matter how much you work out, no matter how much you eat healthy, take your supplements, do the routine and everything, if you're not sleeping and you're not taking care of, mental thought patterns that can really sort of like negatively impact you or shape sort of your daily life, it's going to be really hard. So, really, I think Virgo rising is like reminding yourselves to, pull back when you need to pull back, sleep, solitude, not forgetting to kind of check in with like, all right, what am I thinking? Like, how, my thoughts, how are they impacting sort of like my health and my work and my routines and vice versa. So the eclipses are going to we've already had an eclipse in your Aquarius 6th house of health, work, and routines, February 2026. So the eclipses have already started to kind of trickle in across this axis, but next month in August, you'll have a new moon solar eclipse in this Leo 12th house. So we'll be getting into the eclipses and getting a little bit more into the activity across the North and the South node in August next month. But this could be a time to kind of see where your focus is shifting. And to not forget that the North and the South node are not separate entities. They work together. It's important to balance both. And in this case, both your 6th and 12th house axis. All right, closing out the month with this really wild new moon. Full moon. So this full moon will be at 6 degrees of Aquarius. So this full moon at 6 degrees of Aquarius is really this culmination or something coming to fruition or something being really highlighted around your health, your work, your routines. This could be for some of you just like a busier time in your routine, a busier time at work. Maybe some of you are kind of like untangling a health situation. And this full moon could sort of like amplify that or bring something to fruition, hopefully close it out. Okay. Like, hopefully, whatever, if you've been dealing with a health situation as a Virgo rising, I'm hoping that this full moon can just be like a very powerful culmination to be like, okay, that chapter is done. We're good. The North and the South Node are still there. So you might still be kind of dealing with it, and with Pluto being there, especially because this full moon had to pass over Pluto before it went exact. So really, like, what is the most empowering situation? What is the most transformative situation that is going to support your health long term, that is going to sort of empower your overall vitality long term, as well as like the routines that are going to support that, the routines that are going to support the work that you want to do. So for some of you, it might not be a health situation. It might be more of like a work daily grind situation. For some of you, again, it's going to be maybe a little bit more health. So this full moon, again, if you're watching, it's really the moon in opposition with the sun. And so this full moon, again, is an additional culmination, highlighting that 6th and 12th axis in addition to the North and the South node there as well. So again, this sun is very interesting in this full moon because the sun is in that 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, behind the scenes. What are you working on behind the scenes? And it's in rulership. So this sun involved in this full moon is home. It's comfortable. It has a lot of essential dignity, and so it has a lot of strength, especially in Leo. So this full moon is not only involving, it's still involving the Jupiter-Pluto opposition, but this full moon is involving a Jupiter Cassimi. So there's some clarity or aha moment or some maybe like mental breakthrough. Again, this is in the 12th house, so it's behind the scenes. Pay attention to your dreams, pay attention to thought patterns, pay attention to what is really going on behind the scenes that maybe has a breakthrough or some level of clarity. Now, what's interesting about this is that, again, Jupiter rules the Sagittarius 4th house of home, family, property, real estate. So some of you could be seeing something play out with like family and property and real estate. Some of you could be seeing something play out with like renovations, relocations, whether you're experiencing it or you're watching it. Either way, you could be kind of like seeing something play out or working with something behind the scenes regarding those themes. And Jupiter also rules this Pisces 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, if that's applicable to you. So some of you could be sort of getting like some clarity or some breakthrough, maybe behind the scenes, maybe subconscious thought patterns, what's, again, this could be very like, the clarity, the breakthrough is probably not going to be something like very visible or very public. It's going to be something that like maybe happens like within you or behind the scenes as you're kind of like by yourself or kind of like seeking solitude or resting and recharging. But the Jupiter Cassimi could give you some clarity or breakthrough regarding like a partnership, something playing out within marriage that could also involve like a home, family, property, real estate situation. But and definitely pay attention to, this full moon is like supercharging something with work, health, routines, as well as something going on behind the scenes that could be this like supercharged illumination across this axis that provides some level of like clarity or understanding regarding whatever's going on with home, family, property, real estate, or something going on within a personal and professional partnership. or marriage, if that's applicable to you, or the connections you really want to make that support that emotional and physical foundation that could have really been like coming to fruition the days leading up to July 20th with the exact Jupiter-Pluto opposition. So again, as we close out July with this really powerful new moon involving, a Jupiter-Pluto opposition still, a Jupiter Cassini in the heart of the sun, also kind of contemplating the days leading up to July 20th with the exact Jupiter-Pluto opposition and sort of how I broke that down, maybe providing some contextual clues or some understanding as to what could really cultivate or come to fruition. And simultaneously, for some of you, provide some sort of clarity to those 4th and 7th house areas or both. All right, moving on to Libra Rising. So Libra Risings, we have this Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees in your Gemini 9th house. Now, there's a lot I want to break down with this, particularly because this is happening in the 9th house, but I actually think that this has the potential to really create a new cycle with a lot of different possibilities here. So again, take what resonates, leave the rest. All right. So where do I want to start with this? So the Mars-Uranus conjunction, this is essentially the new sort of like 2.5 year cycle that Mars is initiating with Uranus for the first time in Gemini for a very long time, probably over 80 years. And this is happening in your 9th house, which is, I like to think of the 9th house as like those growth and potential themes. So, for some of you, this could involve like long distance travel, truth, belief, spirituality, religion. This could be sort of like a new cycle around your knowledge, belief, spirituality, those kinds of things. But the 9th house is also sort of like publishing, teaching, continuing education, higher knowledge. It's really the bigger picture. And so for some of you, this could be career related. But what's interesting about this, particularly for Libra risings, is that this Mars rules your Aries 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. So long-term partnership, whether it's personal or professional, this could also be sort of some sort of new chapter around your connections with others. So even though the 7th house is personal and professional partnerships, it still applies to you if you're single. This could be sort of, Mars is our plan of action. It's our desire. It's our willpower. So if you're not in a long-term partnership, this could be a new cycle to sort of like initiate business partnerships or personal partnerships that have, that could play out with higher education, travel plans, more knowledge, spirituality, publishing, teaching, especially if those are things that you do or things that you're interested in. Like if you're publishing a book or if you're teaching or continuing your education, maybe there are certain connections that you're seeking for that. Maybe you travel for work. There's a lot of potential here with the 9th house, but all in all, Mars rules all of your 7th house. So there is sort of this interesting, personal and professional partnership. Maybe if you are partnered up, this could be initiating a whole new, really interesting sort of 2.5 year sort of journey or chapter within your marriage, within your business partnership or long-term partnership. So some of you could be like stepping into like a new chapter in your partnership or sort of seeking sort of new personal or professional partnerships with those 9th house themes. Now, Mars also rules your Scorpio 2nd house of earned income, really like your value system, your self-worth, your material possessions, what is yours. And so some of you might actually, like part of the plan of action might involve some finances. Some of you might be kicking off a new cycle to, might be spending money, might be really diving deep, sticking to your values, sticking to your self-worth regarding some sort of overall growth and potential. So like maybe some of you are spending money on continuing education, travel, spirituality, truth, belief that could all kind of congeal in this really, really fascinating way. I think it's really fascinating for Libra risings, like the 2nd house of finance, the 7th house of partnership, and then this really interesting ninth house of like, what's the bigger picture? What's the overall growth and potential? And those specific themes that could be sort of part of the journey. All in all, though, pay attention to what is unfolding around this time, because Mars-Uranus conjunctions are notorious for big events. So some of you might be seeing this collectively. Some of you might be really experiencing this personally, but you definitely want to pay attention to what is going on around this time, because if you've known me for a while, you know I love cycles. I love me planetary cycles. So basically, if you're new, the Mars-Uranus conjunction, it's sort of like, I like to think of it as like the seed point where something is really kicking off. Mars is initiating sort of like a new story, a new cycle with Uranus. And then Mars is a faster moving planet. So Mars is going to continue moving forward. And when it gets to sort of the first few degrees of your Virgo 12th house, that is where Mars is going to kick off the opening square to Uranus, end of November, early December of 2026. Now, why am I bringing this up? This opening square that starts end of November, early December 2026 is not a typical opening square. Normally, the faster moving planet goes forward, creates the opening square, a little bit of stress, a little bit of tension, taking action, creating tangible change. That is what squares are great for. But this opening square will form end of November, early December. Then Mars will creep a little bit forward, station retrograde, go back over that opening square, station direct, and go back over that opening square one more time. So this opening square actually has like 3 phases to it that is going to be dragged out from roughly end of November, early December through potentially for some of us spring, early summer, at least in the northern hemisphere. If you're listening in the southern hemisphere, it might be different. So maybe like March through, I don't know, maybe June-ish. I mean, we'll get there when we get there, but it's just something that I want to really kind of plant in your minds at this point, so that if, you know, something significantly shifts or you're really initiating something big, around this time, really pay attention to those specific clues, those contextual clues that are specific to you and your life, right? Because this is a very general horoscope. This is not conclusive. I don't have your natal chart. I don't know how this is specifically interacting with your blueprint. So really paying attention to what is coming up, because that opening square starting in end of November, early December could be the time where those contextual clues really start to heat up and you really start to take action. Now, the opening square, just working with people one-on-one for so many years and just tracking it in my own personal life, tends to be the more, it's like you could be taking, it's like you're taking action. It could be a little stressful because it's sort of like new action. New things are coming up and it might feel new. It might feel a little weird. And, you know, we're talking about Mars and Uranus. Really, these 2 planets pack a punch. So really paying attention to your value system, like maybe something is coming up where it is like having you seek truth and your values and your self-worth. Maybe some of you, it's something playing out within a personal or professional partnership that involves finances. You know, there's so many things where it's kicking off in that 9th house. And this is really the first Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini. So this is really the time where it's like, okay, what is Mars and Uranus going to feel like in Gemini for roughly the next, I don't know, off the top of my head, maybe 5 to 7 years. So this is definitely a time you want to pay attention to. I would say even like going into July, I personally think the applying aspect when Mars is pushing up towards Uranus is when sometimes we feel it the most, and then the exact conjunction happens and then it starts to separate. So definitely paying attention to even the end of June as you go into July. All right, I think that's all I wanted to talk about there. All right, next thing on my list, I have July 10th. So July 10th, we have this Venus South Node conjunction. So Venus is going to pass over, sort of merge with the South Node at 0 degrees in your Virgo 12th house. Now, this is interesting because Venus rules your Libra 1st house of the self, the physical body, how you take independent action, how other people see you. And so some of you could feel this personally, but it's in the 12th house, which is very much, it's a hidden house. It's not super public. It's really, what's going on behind the scenes, what's going on with subconscious thought patterns, what's going on with your dreams, what are you untangling or working through, in solitude, privately. Now, this Venus also rules your Taurus 8th house. The 8th house is what we call the house of sex, death, and transformation. But I think that is just a little too ambiguous, especially for general horoscopes. Working with people one-on-one, I really like, it's just things that I've noticed over the years. Yes, there are themes of metaphorical, sex, death, and transformation. But when you think of transformation, it often requires a major decision. And it's decisions that you don't go back on. It's decisions that transform. When something is transformed, you can't bring it back to its original state. It's very hard. So I like to think of the 8th house as where we make those big decisions, where we are doing the transformative work on ourselves, or we are making those transformative decisions that need to happen. Now, because the 8th house is also a financial house, this is really more of your long-term finances. So think of like investments, assets, debt, loans, taxes, inheritance, wills, trust. It's also other people's resources or even your partner's resources. So this Venus South Node situation is, again, the configuration for Libra risings is very fascinating because it's the aspects and the rulerships are bringing in themes from certain houses that typically, like at first glance, like wouldn't overlap. But I want to break this down a little bit more for Libra risings because Libra, Venus does rule your Libra first house, and Venus also rules at Taurus 8th house, which can be a pretty intense house. Now, Venus going over the South Node, you could be releasing something that does not serve your physical body, how you want to take independent action. You could also be coming back to something to support, your needs, right? Because Venus rules your first house of self. With Venus ruling this Taurus 8th house, you could be releasing something to make a transformative decision, especially with this happening in the 12th house. Like if you're in therapy, if you are kind of like trying to untangle sort of like unconscious thought patterns, really kind of like trying to get to the bottom of something mentally, this could be sort of pulling you back or helping you release something that is not serving your thought patterns, not serving your mental state, maybe making like a really important, like coming back to making a really important transformative decision behind the scenes privately. But for some of you, this could have more financial themes. Maybe some of you are coming back to thinking about long-term finances, and this looks, if that is the case, then this looks like this is something you would be handling in private. This looks like you are going to be kind of working behind the scenes on maybe like partners' resources, other people's resources, what's going on with, money, those kinds of things. Now, this Venus South Node is actually going to trine Chiron at 0 degrees now in that Taurus 8th house. So because there is a trine, whatever is going on around this time, it looks like it's sort of like a means to an end. So whatever's happening could be the way to create more flow and dissolve obstacles to redefining your relationship to maybe your partner's resources or other people's resources. Or maybe some of you are sort of like redefining your relationship to your investments, your assets, your debt, your loans. Or some of you could be doing more of like making big decisions or big, transformative decisions or transformational work, those kinds of things behind the scenes. Whatever it is, the trine to Chiron, I think, is indicating sort of like, how can this help dissolve obstacles? How can this help sort of redefine your relationship to those 8th house themes? All right, moving on to July 12th. There's quite a bit I want to break down on July 12th because I think understanding the ecosystem around this Mercury Cassimi on July 12th is really important. So July 12th, Mercury is still retrograde. It will go into the heart of the sun. So it will be I think it's like within 17 minutes of the sun. So really, really, really super, super tight conjunction as Mercury is retrograde passing over the sun. Okay. This is happening at 20 degrees in your Cancer 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Now, this is kind of similar in the sense to that Mars-Uranus conjunction in the 9th house of like those growth and potential themes. But I actually think it might have sort of like the Mars-ruled areas of finance and partnership that I kind of broke down. So even though these conjunctions or these aspects are happening in a particular area where those themes, in this case, your 10th house of career, business, public recognition, those themes could be playing out. But where this Cassini could help create new outcomes is going to be those create new outcomes to those Mercury ruled areas. Sorry, my brain just completely stuttered there. So the ecosystem I want to kind of explain to really help you understand and have more depth to this Mercury Cassini is we came into July on a Mercury retrograde. So we literally entered July in this interesting kind of phase of reviewing and revising those Mercury ruled areas. Now, for you, Libra Rising, this is going to be your Virgo 12th house of behind the scenes. What are you working on behind the scenes? What is sort of mentally weighing on you? What's going on with subconscious thought patterns? What's happening internally with solitude, dreams, really like, things that you maybe not even want to publicly advertise to the world. Like what are you really trying to untangle privately for many of you? The other Mercury ruled area that might resonate with some Libra risings is going to be this Gemini 9th house. So think publishing, teaching, traveling, spirituality, continuing education, higher knowledge, really those bigger picture, big growth and potential themes that could be career related for some of you. Now, especially because this Mercury Cassini is happening in the 10th house of career, business, and public recognition. So we came in on this Mercury retrograde to this month, reviewing and revising those Mercury ruled areas I just broke down. Now, at the Mercury Cassini, this is, in my opinion, even more important because think about how many aspects and transits thus far has happened in Mercury ruled signs or connected to Mercury ruled signs, right? We came into the month also with this Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini, a Mercury-ruled sign, then the Venus South Node conjunction in Virgo, the other Mercury-ruled sign. And now we have Venus pushing up to a square with Uranus, both happening in Mercury-ruled signs. So we're having a lot of activity in those Mercury-ruled signs as Mercury is retrograde and now in the heart of the sun in a very visible area of your chart. So this part of the retrograde is typically when there's opportunity for clarity. There's opportunity to sort of see the other side of what maybe some of you have been untangling regarding those 9th house themes. Whether it looks like Libra risings are going to be either dealing with something that is more visible, sort of like your overall path, growth, potential that could be career related. And then some of you might be dealing with things that feel more private, that feel more like you're dealing with something behind the scenes. So it's a very interesting sort of configuration and rulership for Libra risings where I think some of you might be like, yeah, that really resonates. And then some of you are like, I'm totally over here in a totally different place. So it's like two ends of the spectrum. Either way, this Mercury Cassini is, I think, when a lot of you might see sort of the other side to what you've been really dealing with or working with or untangling at this juncture. Now, some of you might see this affect sort of like your work, your business, your public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. But I think with so much happening in Mercury ruled signs, I think that even though this is happening in that 10th house of career, public recognition, those themes, I think this is sort of a potential continuation of providing hopefully some sense of clarity or seeing sort of the other side to that Gemini 9th house or that Virgo 12th house. I think that's all I wanted to say there. Okay. Moving on to July 14th, we have this new moon at 22 degrees of Cancer. So now this new moon sweeps through your Cancer 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So generally speaking, this could be, new beginnings, new chapters, planting new seeds with maybe your career, your work projects, what brings you fulfillment, those types of things. That might resonate for some Libra risings. However, this new moon had to pass over this Mercury retrograde that was just Cassimi before going exact to form an exact new moon. So maybe for some of you, this is really a good time to kind of initiate a new chapter around your work, your public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. But I think some of you, this new moon has sort of additional, it's integrating those Mercury ruled areas with it. So again, Mercury ruling this Gemini 9th house, this Virgo 12th house. Some of you could be initiating a new chapter around what's been going on behind the scenes, maybe what you've been working on behind the scenes. And then some of you might be also kind of integrating a new chapter around your overall growth and potential that could include, knowledge, spirituality, travel plans, continuing education, those, publishing, teaching, if that resonates, if that's something that you do, especially if that's something that's part of like your business or your career. So there's a lot of potential here, but I still think that this could be a wonderful new moon for some Libra risings to really set sort of like a new chapter or a clean slate around the work, the growth and potential themes. Or this could be the opportunity for Libra risings to kind of set a new chapter or a clean slate around maybe what you're still kind of finishing up regarding what you're untangling sort of privately behind the scenes, subconscious thought patterns, those kinds of things. So I still think that this new moon, yes, has the potential to kind of be more career related and growth and potential and, those types of themes. But I still think for some Libra risings, this might actually be something that feels like private, like really working behind the scenes and not necessarily, career or work related. Or it could be something that you're dealing with behind the scenes that has you creating sort of new structures and new ways of having to maybe change the work that you do or change how you do it to accommodate what you're dealing with behind the scenes. So really, really interesting. Again, take what resonates and leave the rest. Moving on to, I think it's July 17th. So July 17th is the exact Uranus-Pluto trine at 4 degrees. So Uranus will be at 4 degrees in that Gemini 9th house. Pluto will be at 4 degrees in that Aquarius 5th house. So I've talked about this at length in my yearlies, and, I have a whole Uranus and Gemini podcast. So I don't want to get too much into the details, too much into the weeds with this. But generally speaking, it goes exact on July 17th, but really we've been feeling this for a while to varying degrees. And we're going to be feeling this trine to varying degrees for, I believe, a few years. So to me, this is nothing really new. However, I do want to point out this month we have Pluto at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, Uranus at 4 degrees, and Jupiter is about to be at 4 degrees. So if you have anything between 2 and 6 degrees in your chart, in your natal chart, you definitely want to consider that planet, how it might be affecting this trine especially with Uranus and Pluto, where it can be a rapid acceleration of transformation and change. And for you, Libra risings, this is between the 9th and the 5th house. So there could be a lot going on with 5th house themes that could involve creativity, self-expression. If you're an artist, a creative, this could be a really interesting time. But the 5th house is also children. So if children are applicable to you, this could be a really sort of like things could be rapidly accelerating or developing with your children that have those 9th house themes of like growth and potential, truth, belief, continuing education, higher knowledge, publishing, teaching, So some of you might see sort of like, you might not be experiencing it personally, but you actually might be watching your children have sort of these like rapid developments between those 9th and 5th house themes. But I think some of you just might see a lot of like creativity and self-expression. You might be redefining or changing and transforming your relationship to what brings you joy, your creativity, self-expression, your heart's desire, those types of things, and how that is helping sort of innovate and change your knowledge, your truth, your belief, travel plans, your publishing, writing, teaching, this could be career related for some of you. So you definitely want to pay attention to, I would say, really anything between 2 and 6 degrees. But if you have anything in the beginning degrees of your Aquarius 5th house or the beginning degrees of your Gemini 9th house, that planet or those placements are going to drastically kind of impact what is rapidly accelerating and developing around this time. And, could be expanding it even more or creating more responsibility with it. As I mentioned in the intro, individuals with like Saturn in the early degrees of Gemini or Saturn in the early degrees of Aquarius might really feel the Saturnian effect to, what do you need to commit to? What do you need to create longevity or responsibility with what is rapidly accelerating? So again, paying attention to your natal chart, because that can really provide a lot more details to what this means. But let's see, I think that's all I kind of wanted to touch on there, because again, I've talked about this at length. I really want to get to July 20th when Jupiter hits that 4-degree mark and forms an exact opposition to. So now we have a Jupiter-Pluto opposition across your 11th and 5th house. So Jupiter has recently entered your Leo 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. Now, I personally like to think of the 11th house as personal and professional social network, because some of you actually might have your midheaven in your Leo 11th house. Now, if your midheaven is in your Leo 11th house, Jupiter going into Leo might help expand career, business, public recognition. But generally speaking, Jupiter going into the 11th could kind of help create more faith, more abundance or expansion to your long-term goals, your personal and professional social network. Even if your midheaven is not in Leo, Jupiter rules your 6th house of daily work and routines. The 6th house is also health. I'll get to that in a moment. But because Jupiter rules the 6th house, which is still sort of like your daily grind, your daily work routines and such, this could have an element of sort of expanding your work, expanding your routines to maybe pursue kind of the long-term goals, increasing your social network that might be a part of that work or those routines. Now, for some of you, because Jupiter rules the other part of the 6th house, which is going to be your health and like health routines, some of you might be expanding like long-term goals regarding your overall health and well-being. So that might also be something that's going on in the background with that, especially with the North and South node, especially the North node finishing its transit with the 6th house, and it's about to move into your 5th house. So for the past few years, especially when Saturn was going through Pisces, some of you might have had to get a little, like, some of you might have gotten more serious about, your health, your well-being, your vitality. Now the North node is finishing that transit. Saturn's been out of that area, thank God. And I think Jupiter going into Leo might help kind of continue like, hey, how can I create long-term sort of health solutions that can help me expand, my groups, my communities, the work that I want to do, help me pursue sort of my long-term goals, my dreams, and my aspirations. Now, that Jupiter is in an opposition with Pluto in the 5th house. So everything I broke down with Jupiter, again, take what resonates, that could be in opposition or needing a point of balance with what is transforming with 5th house themes. So this could involve your children. Maybe there are things going on that are rapidly changing or transforming with your children, and it's maybe hard to balance, the work, the routines, the long-term goals, things that are expanding in sort of the very social area of your chart. And so that opposition could be sort of like, well, I got to get this done. I got to focus on this. I got to take care of this. But now, all of this is unfolding with my children, and I need to now balance that. The 5th house is also creativity, self-expression. What brings you joy? What is, what is your heart's desire? 5th house is the fun house. And some of you might be really, really focused on like, all right, the long-term goals. What do I need to do? Whether it's work, health, my routines, personal and professional social networks, and having to try to balance that with what is sort of changing or transforming around how you enjoy life, how you have fun, your creativity, your artistry, your self-expression. So this could be sort of like this power struggle that many of you are feeling of like, I want to enjoy life. I want to focus on these things, but I have all of this going on up here that I need to manage, that I need to take care of regarding goals and work and routines. So this opposition is not a typical opposition. Because again, as I mentioned, we have Uranus at 4 degrees in your Gemini 9th house and Neptune at 4 degrees in your Aries 7th house. So Uranus and Neptune will be making sextiles and trines to this Jupiter-Pluto opposition. So this opposition is not left alone. There are things going on in the background that are creating some sense of opportunity or some flow to this opposition to help balance it. So again, not forgetting about those 9th house themes of the overall growth and potential, and not forgetting about the 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. Like what is going on there that could also provide some level of help or support or opportunity or flow to helping sort of balance this opposition. Moving on to July 23rd. July 23rd is when Mercury stations direct. So Mercury will station direct at 16 degrees in your Cancer 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. I honestly think that this is the point where Mercury stations direct. I think this can create the forward momentum, really getting the ball rolling to what has been ultimately untangling from June up until now. As I mentioned with, coming into this month on a Mercury retrograde, a lot of these major aspects happening in Mercury ruled signs, having to report back to that Mercury retrograde, that Mercury Cassimi. So a lot has happened here where I think Mercury stationing direct might provide sort of that forward movement to what has been, maybe a very busy time, a lot going on, a lot to manage, a lot to review, revise, perfect, etc. So hopefully this will be sort of that forward movement there. Then we get to a very important day, July 26th. So July 26th is when the North and South node change signs. So the North and South node will be across your Aquarius Leo axis, your 5th and your 11th house. So the nodes will be here for roughly a year and a half, 18 months or so. So we're in this for a bit. Now, the North node is has moved in to your Aquarius 5th house. Again, the place of joy, creativity, self-expression, romance, children if applicable to you. So the North node moving into this 5th house could increase themes with, regarding your children. Again, if applicable, maybe some of you are seeing things develop even more or play out with your children. But if children don't apply, then the North node going into the 5th house, like some of you might become a lot more focused on your creativity, your artistry, your self-expression, having more fun, enjoying life more, right? The 5th house is the place of joy. So some of you might really just, maybe after the past couple years, just get to the point of like, I just want to enjoy life. I want to really kind of, I think the focus could become more on that. Now, the 5th house is also where I personally put dating. So if you're single, the North node going through the 5th house could maybe increase your readiness or desire to kind of like connect or maybe get out there and date. But also keep in mind that where the nodes are is typically where the eclipse is going to start hitting. So that is going to create even more shakeups, kind of like new beginnings, kind of necessary endings, speeding things up where they need to speed up. So the focus and the energy is going to start shifting across that 5th and the 11th house axis. Now, it's really, really important. I do not consider the North and South node as separate entities. I think some people get hyper fixated on the North Node, which, is normal, right? The North Node is like what we're hungry for, what we really desire, what we want to move towards. But it's really important to balance that with the South Node. Because what I find, is if we get too fixated on the North Node, that's not our place of comfort. So we go too far in that direction, something happens, and then we immediately fall back onto the South Node. And it creates sort of this push-pull or imbalance. So it's just something to be aware of, that the South Node has now entered your Leo 11th house of friends, groups, communities, whether that's personal or professional, as well as your long-term goals. So with whatever is really increasing or intensifying around, I want to enjoy life. I want to focus more on my creativity, my artistry, my self-expression, what's playing out with my children. Also remembering that South Node in the 11th house. Don't forget about, spending time with necessary groups and communities that might be a part of that might help balance that might provide opportunities for those fifth house themes. And the South Node also going through the 11th house, not forgetting about your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations. And that can be a point of challenge if you have children, if like you're pursuing a goal, if you're pursuing a dream or an aspiration, and there's things going on with children, they come first. And so the North and South Node going across this axis, for some of you, it might be sort of that point of like, how do I balance such a huge responsibility with also, focusing on my own personal connections and focusing on, my long-term goals, my dreams and aspirations. But generally speaking, like children aside, all of that, I think, the nodes going across, I personally, I love the 5th and the 11th house. I mean, it depends on your natal chart. But I think with Jupiter in the 11th, in Leo, like expanding that, the sun is also in rulership around this time too. So I think there are sort of like helpers going on that can create sort of like a benefic, warm, expansive situation going on with like friends, groups, communities, long-term goals, and, just balancing that with the North Node shifting your focus for maybe the next year and a half, 18 months on those fifth house themes. All right, closing out the month on July 29th. I don't talk about every full moon or new moon. Some of you know that by now. But the full moon on July 29th it's hot. It's a lot. All right. So the full moon on July 29th is at around 6 degrees in your Aquarius fifth house. Again, the place of joy, children if applicable, creativity, artistry, self-expression, romance, dating. Take what resonates. Now, this full moon, generally speaking, is this culmination, something coming to fruition, illumination around those fifth house themes. However, something I've noticed over the years and personally with myself is that when you look at the chart, the full moon is the moon and the sun in opposition. So again, this is also highlighting your Leo 11th house. So I find it very interesting that the nodes switch across your 5th and your 11th, and then we get this really potent full moon across your 5th and your 11th. So this is sort of intensifying that, or I think it's like a really intense welcoming to the North and South Node here. But again, breaking this full moon down, this full moon is laying across a Jupiter-Pluto opposition. So even though Jupiter is separating from that opposition, it is still within about a 2-degree orb. So this full moon, which is, a strong moon, is lying across another really strong Jupiter-Pluto opposition. You have Jupiter, the planet of expansion and abundance, in opposition with the planet of transformation and power. So that opposition alone packs a punch, and then it gets like a supercharged battery with this full moon. This full moon also had to pass over Pluto at 4 degrees. So it's sort of like before it hits the full moon culmination by degree, it passes over Pluto, the planet of like transformation and power. So that alone has a lot of potential with those fifth house themes. Now, if we go to the opposing that full moon, right? That sun in Leo is in rulership. So not only is it a full moon, but in my opinion, the sun in the 11th house has a lot to say. The sun in Leo is its home. It's in its own home. It's comfortable. It has all its resources. It has its rules. So I don't think this is just a full moon in the 5th house. I think this has extra potential to include those 11th house personal or professional social network themes, long-term goals. And then on top of that, the sun and Jupiter, this is a Jupiter Cassimi. So Jupiter will be in the heart of the sun as this full moon culminates by degree. That's like a lot. So because Jupiter is Cassimi with this full moon, Jupiter could be pulling in Jupiter ruled houses and those themes to what is culminating regarding your long-term goals, your personal, professional, social network, things playing out with children if applicable, creativity, self-expression. Now, Jupiter rules your Pisces 6th house, which I already touched on. So this could be a work-related situation. This could also be a health-related situation. Jupiter also rules the Sagittarius 3rd house. So the 3rd house is, the house of communication and exchanging information. But the 3rd house is, it's like the people, places, and things within your everyday familiar environment. Like your siblings, extended family, your phone, your car, your laptop, technology, communication, transportation, short distance travel. It's all sort of like, your neighborhood, your community. It's the house where there's all this like daily movement across all the things you need to take care of, like running errands, phone calls, appointments, all of those kinds of things. And so for some of you, this could be work related or health related, but this could also be really sort of culminating, like taking care of daily tasks, appointments, errands, phone calls, communication, exchanging information, things going on with like siblings, extended family that might be playing into what is like coming to fruition or being fully culminated around this time. But I think this could be like, because it's a Jupiter Cassimi, there could be some sense of clarity that some of you are getting. So some of you might even like this full moon might be really illuminating something around like your personal and professional social network, your long-term goals, your creativity, your self-expression, what brings you joy, things playing out with your children. But it's like illuminating this Jupiter Cassimi where some of you could actually find clarity regarding something playing out within your daily environment, maybe something playing out with like siblings, extended family, or I think a lot of Libra risings might even experience clarity around like a health situation or situation that might be playing a part in strengthening and playing a part or providing you some level of clarity to be able to expand, right? Jupiter likes to expand. Some clarity to expand your social network, your long-term goals that might be work-related, health-related, or taking care of something in your everyday familiar environment. So this month packs a punch for sure. We're even closing out the month on a really strong note, and we are moving into eclipse season in August. So definitely stay tuned for that. All right, moving on to Scorpio risings, July 3rd, we have this Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees in your Gemini 8th house. So this conjunction is taking place in your 8th house, which is the house of sex, death, and transformation, but that is very ambiguous to me. Just diving into this, throughout the years with myself, with clients, what I've noticed with the 8th house is it is a financial house. So it could definitely involve like where you could see this conjunction sort of play out is like with partners' resources, investments, assets, debt, loans, like how you want to maybe create like a new 2.5 year cycle with Mars here around sort of a plan of action regarding mutual empowerment, resources, finances, those types of things. But the 8th house is also where we can make really important transformative decisions. So like transformation it could be many things, but I like to break it down by explaining in order to when we transform something, it requires typically an important decision. And once we transform something, we don't go back on it. It's hard to go back to its original state. So I like to think of the 8th house as like where we make big decisions that we're not going to go back on. It can even involve like transformative work. It could be something that's more internal. It doesn't involve, someone else. But the Mars Uranus conjunction, this conjunction, I like to think of the conjunction as like the seed point. So, what is going on around this time that could be playing out with those themes. However, Mars rules 2 areas of your chart. And so I actually think that this conjunction could be sort of like the means to an end to create a new plan of action, to create new outcomes to those Mars ruled areas. And Mars rules your Aries 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So some of you might actually be doing something like making a big decision, doing transformational work, or this could have like financial themes, including your partner's resources, if that's applicable to you. That might actually be sort of like initiating something new to maybe do the work that you want to do, feel the health and vitality you want to feel, change your routines in order to support the work, the health situation for some of you. Now, Mars also rules your Scorpio 1st house of the self, the physical body, how you take independent action. And so I think, this adds a little extra oomph for Scorpio risings, not only because this Mars-Uranus conjunction, Mars rules your 1st house of self. So Scorpio risings, you might feel this a little bit more viscerally, but with Mars ruling the 6th and the 1st, it's sort of like, how does this cycle with Mars and Uranus that could play out over the next couple years involve maybe your physical body and your health? Or how does it involve, how you want to take independent action towards the work that you want to do, the health and vitality you want to feel? And maybe part of that Mars action is sort of looking at your routines. How can I do this and do this type of work, or focus on health, wellness, vitality? So I think some Scorpio risings, because the 8th house is an averse house, it's not necessarily like a very, public house. Some of you might be working behind the scenes regarding like your resources, your finances, gearing up to make a big decision, to sort of unfold something regarding your health, your work, your physical body, how you want to take action over the next couple of years. Now, it's important to pay attention to what themes or what, major story starts to really unfold, even in June, because the applying aspect, I think, is often when we feel it intensely. So even in June, going into July, what storylines are really starting to amplify for you, paying attention to those clues, paying attention to those themes, because Mars is the faster moving planet. Mars is going to continue moving forward. And when Mars hits the first couple degrees of your Virgo 11th house, it will form the opening square, that first 90-degree square to Uranus that will still be in your Gemini 8th house, end of November, early December. Now, why am I bringing this up? This opening square to what is being seeded or really initiated now by the end of June, early July, for many of us, this opening square is on a typical opening square. So the opening square will initially hit end of November, early December of 2026. Then Mars is going to continue for a few more degrees, station retrograde, back up over that opening square, eventually station direct, and go back over that opening square point one last time. So that opening square actually has about 3 phases to it that we're going to walk into around the end of November, early December. So because that opening square isn't something that we just go into, we take action, we create that change, and then we move on, I think it's really important to pay attention to those contextual clues as to what's building around this time, to prepare ourselves for maybe really working with that action from the end of 2026 into maybe March, April, May, even June for some of us in 2027. So we're going to be kind of in that opening square feel to varying degrees for a while. So knowing sort of like what is initiating around this time and where things could really start to shift and change when Mars initiates that Mars retrograde early 2027 could really kind of help prepare us for that. Moving on to July 10th. So July 10th is the Venus South Node conjunction. So Venus is going to pass over the South Node at 0 degrees in your Virgo 11th house. Friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. Now, your midheaven, so if you know your natal chart and your midheaven, your MCs in the early degrees of your Virgo 11th house, this could have really strong career, business, public recognition themes embodied within this. But generally speaking, this 11th house is like your personal and professional social network, your long-term goals, those kinds of things. Now, Venus going over the South Node. Some of you might be coming back to something or releasing something. Now, Venus rules your Libra 12th house of subconscious thought patterns. What are you dealing with behind the scenes? Solitude. The 12th house is a very hidden house. What is really sort of something that you're thinking about or untangling behind the scenes. Now, Venus also rules your Taurus 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. So some of you might be like, if you're partnered up, whether it's personal or professional, you might be dealing with something kind of behind the scenes. Maybe something is very private behind the scenes. You're coming back to something in your marriage, in your personal or professional partnership that is not super visible or very public. And with the Mars-Uranus conjunction in this 8th house, for some of you, you might be really working on something within a partnership that's very private, kind of untangling something behind the scenes before you're ready to kind of make it more visible or take more visible action on it. Either way, Venus going over the South Node, some of you could be releasing something that's like no longer mentally serving you, releasing something that subconscious thought patterns, things going on behind the scenes that no longer serve you, but no longer serve your long-term goals, no longer serve sort of the people that you want to surround yourselves with. Venus going over the South Node. Some of you might be coming back to something within your partnership. Some of you might be releasing something that no longer serves the personal or professional partnership. So there's a lot of potential here, but regardless, I think this could have a lot of partnership themes with this, because when Venus passes over the South Node at 0 degrees in your Virgo 11th house, Venus will form a trine with Chiron that just recently entered your Taurus 7th house of partnership. So because this Venus and South Node are forming a trine to Chiron in your 7th house, either you're coming back to something or you're releasing something that's no longer serving you, that's somehow like dissolving the obstacles or creating more flow to something within your personal and professional partnerships. This Chiron could also be helping you redefine something within personal and professional partnerships. This Chiron could also provide some level of like healing to something that's playing out within. So very, very interesting stuff here, especially with the trine. Either way, I think the Venus South Node trine Chiron is sort of like releasing something or coming back to something as a means to an end to kind of like redefine the relationship or heal something or, work with that Chiron that's giving you a little bit of a taste in that 7th house of personal and professional partnerships before it goes back into your Aries 6th house. Then we get to July 12th, we have a Mercury Cassimi. And there's quite a bit I actually want to break down with this Mercury Cassimi, because I think it's important to understand, I've been calling it like the ecosystem around this Mercury retrograde. Mercury retrograde happens often, but I actually think that this Mercury retrograde, as we go into July, is really important. Now we've come into July on a Mercury retrograde. So we're already coming into this month sort of in this state of reviewing and revising those Mercury ruled areas. And for you, Scorpio Rising, this is going to be your Gemini 8th house. And maybe reviewing and revising partners' resources, investments, assets, debt, loans, big decisions, transformative work. The other Mercury ruled area is going to be your Virgo 11th house. So maybe some of you are reviewing and revising like who you want to surround yourselves with. Personal and professional social network, reviewing and revising, like, what are my long-term goals, my dreams, my aspirations? Now, there's so much that's happened in those Mercury ruled signs. So when Mercury goes retrograde, naturally, your Virgo 11th house and your Gemini 8th house can kind of start bringing in those themes to review and revise or perfect. But this month, we've had the Mars-Uranus conjunction initiating in Gemini, Mercury ruled sign. We've had the Venus South Node happening at 0 degrees in Virgo, Mercury ruled sign. And even some of the other things throughout the rest of the month that are kind of pulling in those Mercury ruled areas. So we're having major transits. And even at this point on July 12th, when Mercury goes Casimir in the heart of the sun, which I'm going to break down in a moment, Venus is pushing up to a square with Uranus in that Gemini 8th house. So again, even action between those 8th and 11th house themes across Mercury ruled signs. So there's so much happening with Mercury, not at first glance, but when you start looking at it, it's like there's so much reporting back to this Mercury that's retrograde, that is in this revisionary period or pulling back. And so to have so much activity and potential happening in these Mercury ruled signs as we are trying to simultaneously review, revise, and perfect as Mercury is retrograde is a lot. And so at this point on July 12th, we have Mercury Cassimi, Mercury in the heart of the sun at 20 degrees in your Cancer 9th house of publishing, teaching, travel, higher knowledge, continuing education, spirituality, truth, belief. This could be career related for some of you. And so the 9th house is all those growth and potential themes. And to have a Mercury Cassimi here, I think generally speaking, this could be the point where a lot of Scorpio risings start to see like the clarity or the other side of what you've been really untangling and trying to work with for some time now. And this Mercury is still retrograde. So this is where sort of, the point in the retrograde cycle where things shift. It's like, it's still in this revisionary period, but you're shifting, I think, into a time of like, okay, now I can see the other side. I can see what I need to do or like what I'm working with based off of like what you've been reviewing and revising. Now, this Mercury Cassimi is happening in this Cancer 9th house. So some of you might be seeing the other side or gaining clarity through those 9th house themes. But this could still provide the clarity and the new potential or seeing some new potential regarding your long-term goals, your personal and professional social network, your partner's resources if applicable, those long-term financial themes, and any major decision maybe you're reviewing and revising to gear up to make. So really, really important. Then on July 14th, this new moon sweeps through that Cancer 9th house at 21, 22 degrees. And so, yes, some of you might see sort of the new beginning, the new chapter around the publishing, the teaching, the travel, the spirituality, the continuing education, the higher knowledge, right? The bigger picture, which could be career related for some of you if you work with any of those themes with the work that you do. But I want to point out this new moon had to pass over this Mercury retrograde that was just Cassimi in the heart of the sun. So even though it's a new moon in the 9th, that new moon still had to pass, like Mercury was like the gatekeeper. So that new moon had to pass over this Mercury that's still retrograde. And so I still think that this new moon for a lot of Scorpio risings might actually be integrating those Mercury ruled areas. So some of you might be setting new chapters around those 9th house growth and potential themes, but it might be integrating the Virgo 11th house, the long-term goals, the personal and professional social networks that might be part of that overall growth and potential. The other Mercury ruled area, your Gemini 8th house, transformation, transformational decisions, long-term finances, resources, partners' resources, if applicable. So yes, new beginnings or planting new seeds around growth and potential, but it might involve some financial themes or a big decision to initiate this new chapter or planting of new seeds that ultimately you want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months. So again, not just 9th house themes. I actually think it's going to be pulling in the Mercury ruled areas that have had a lot of activity and have had to report back to this Mercury retrograde that is now involved with this new moon. Moving on to July 17th. So July 17th, again, as I mentioned in the intro, this is the exact Pluto and Uranus will form an exact trine at 4 degrees. So Uranus will be at 4 degrees in your Gemini 8th house, and Pluto will be at 4 degrees in your Aquarius 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So I've talked about this so many times across so many platforms, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but a lot of you could be seeing a rapid acceleration and transformation of maybe home, family, property, real estate, and sort of those financial themes, making big decisions, partners' resources. That's been playing out. We've already been in this for a while, and this trine is going to continue for, to varying degrees for the next couple years at least. So nothing new, but as I mentioned in the intro, especially because this is going exact around this time, if you have any natal placements in the beginning degrees of Aquarius, especially beginning degrees of Gemini, those placements are going to be pulling in other house themes or be sort of playing a part in what could be really developing and accelerating around this time in your lives. So the other thing I want to mention about this is at this point, where we have Pluto at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, Uranus at 4 degrees, and Jupiter is about to hit that 4-degree mark. So if you have anything between, I'd say, 2 to 6 degrees in your natal chart, this is going to be involved in a lot of the sextiles and trines. So just these planets at 4 degrees alone can create a lot of opportunity, a lot of flow, for better or worse. It depends. It's who's to say it's going to be really, really great or it's going to be not so great. But there is a lot of opportunity for a lot of things to happen and a lot of things to unfold this month. So if you have any placements between, let's say, 2 and 6 degrees, that's going to add potentially even more movement and more action and activity to these points. I want to get to July 20th when Jupiter gets into that 4-degree territory and forms an exact opposition with Pluto. So Jupiter just recently entered your Leo 10th house of career, business, public recognition, and what brings you fulfillment. So a lot of Scorpio risings, like you might start to see your work expand more. You might get busier. You might have a lot more going on. Again, take what resonates. But at this point, Jupiter now forms a direct opposition with Pluto in that 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. Now, oppositions in angular houses can be even more intense because they're angular and they're very visible areas of our lives, right? So angular houses is going to be your 1st house of self, your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So very foundational area of your chart. Your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, and your 10th house of career, business, public recognition. So 4 very major sort of pillar parts of our lives. And you have this opposition across the 10th and the 4th house axis. So some of you, I honestly think some of you might really feel that oppositional effect of like, how do I balance all of the work that I have to do? Maybe some of you are taking on like more work projects, you're trying to finish stuff up, and also trying to balance that with what is unfolding foundationally in your lives. I mean, it's like 10th and 4th house oppositions are just notorious for things potentially getting really busy. And it's like, how do I balance everything going on up here and at home and vice versa? Getting a little bit more specific though, Jupiter rules your Pisces 5th house of joy. So this could involve, maybe some of you are wanting to expand your work in ways that support more of your creativity, your joy, your self-expression. The 5th house is also children. So if children are applicable to you, some of you might be sort of expanding. There could be things playing out with children or family planning. Again, if applicable to you, that of a part of like, how do I integrate what's going on with those themes and the work that I do, and then trying to balance that with work. So really, astrology aside, like very typical things that you would be dealing with, the responsibility of parenthood and family planning and trying to balance that with work and balance that with what's going on at home could be a potential for a lot of Scorpio risings around this time. If that's not the case. I think a lot of Scorpio risings, like you might be focused on wanting to expand your work in ways that feels more fulfilling, that feels more creative, that integrates more of the joy you want to feel. The other potential themes that could come up with this opposition with Jupiter is that Jupiter also rules your Sagittarius second house of earned income and self-worth. So some of you might be wanting to expand something that feels maybe more fulfilling, but it's also providing you more income. It's providing you more money. Or this could be sort of expanding something. It's interesting because the 10th house is career and business, but I have personally found it's not always about work. It's not always about career. So for some of you, the 10th house can also just be what is bringing you fulfillment, like what feels more fulfilling to you at this juncture in your life. And some of you, with Jupiter ruling the second in the 10th, it's sort of like, how can you expand upon what feels more fulfilling that is an integral part of like your value system and your self-worth? So it's not always about like work and money. But it might be for many Scorpio risings around this time of like, I want to expand my work. I want to make more money with Jupiter there, Jupiter ruling that second house of earned income. And then some of you might be like, I have that. I really just want to focus on what is bringing me joy, maybe focusing more on like time with my children or expanding on what feels really fulfilling to me and like, how is that an integral part of my value system and my self-worth? So all of that Jupiter in the 10th house and, those themes that I just broke down could be in opposition to what really maybe needs to change foundationally. So some of you might be looking at like your living situation or relationships with family, property, real estate, and being like, what needs to transform, what needs to change in order to support all this other stuff that I want to do that feels more fulfilling or maybe supports my children if applicable, or the money I want to make, and is sort of like, how is my living situation in alignment to my value system, my self-worth, the work that I want to do, etc. So there's could be a lot coming up with this opposition. And the key with this opposition is that it's not a standalone opposition. You still have Uranus at 4 degrees and Neptune at 4 degrees. And if you have anything else in your natal chart around 2 to 6 degrees, it could be creating harmonious sextiles and trines to this opposition that are going to help stabilize it. So again, I think sometimes in astrology, we get really focused on like one opposition, which always gets, a bad reputation because oppositions can be a little challenging to work with. But look in the peripherals, look outside of your natal chart. You might have natal placements that help stabilize it, that help anchor it, or those other natal placements in certain areas of your chart and the themes that house embodies, those might be the areas to look out for that might provide help, that might provide opportunity. So for you, Scorpio rising, just looking at Uranus and Neptune in your 6th and your 8th, making sextiles and trines to this opposition across the 10th and the 4th that I just broke down, maybe there is like some innovation to, like there's opportunities to like innovate your resources, to innovate your long-term finances, or the ability to make decisions that can help provide opportunity to like the fulfillment, the work, or the home, the family, the foundation. Neptune in your Aries 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. Now this is a retrograde Neptune. So typically, this isn't conclusive, but typically when Neptune goes retrograde, it's a little less illusionary. It's sort of like the veil gets lifted a little bit. So with the Neptune providing the sextiles and trines to this Jupiter-Pluto opposition here, that Neptune in your 6th house, like maybe there is opportunity to sort of see what your ideal routine is, your ideal health, wellness, ideal work, right? Neptune can be very sort of idealistic, very dreamy. And with it being retrograde, it's sort of like, where are you seeing things from a different perspective around the work that you want to do, the health that you want to feel, the routines that are going to support that? What, like, it could be helpful to take a step back and say, like, what is my ideal regarding those 6th house themes? And how can that provide more understanding or opportunity or flow to balancing, the necessary foundation or the work that actually supports that ideal? Then we get to July 23rd. July 23rd is when that Mercury finally stations direct. I don't think this, generally speaking, I don't think this Mercury stationing direct is the biggest deal. I just think it's a huge help in terms of creating that forward momentum. Again, I want to reiterate, we came into this month on a Mercury retrograde. We had a lot of very strong conjunctions and transits across Mercury ruled areas. And so there was a lot of activity amping up and having to report back to a Mercury retrograde. So that can be quite complex. And so whatever's unfolded at this point, I think the Mercury stationing direct is just saying, hey, we've dealt with it, we've worked with it. Maybe we have a whole new perspective based off of what has unfolded. And now we can kind of get the ball moving and get going here. July 26th. July 26th is important because the North and South node switch signs. So the North node is going to move into your Aquarius 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So for the next year and a half to 18 months, a lot of Scorpio risings, you might become a little bit more focused on home, family, property, real estate themes, really the emotional and physical foundation that's going to support you. So the North node is where we can really focus, sometimes hyper focus, and we can often be very hungry for. So your natural drive and sort of desire and focus might really start shifting, if not already, because we've already had an eclipse here back around, I think, February of 2026. So I think you've already kind of been in this Scorpio rising, but the North node shifting into this 4th house, a lot of you might be really focused on what emotional and physical foundation is going to support all these other areas of my life that I want to pursue and I want to do. And, what foundation is going to be able to be the container or have the capacity to do all these other things that I'm focused on now. So the North and the South node, to me, they're not separate entities. They always move together. And so some people tend to hyperfixate on the North node. Oh, I have to, in this case, I have to focus on home, family, property, real estate. There's so much unfolding here, especially with Pluto there. But it's important to remember the South node, not forgetting the South node is also there. Sometimes when we go too much towards the North node, it's not our place of comfort. And so can fall back very quickly. If we become too focused on this area, then the pendulum swings all the way over here and we don't get that nice happy medium. So I look at the North and the South node as we need to balance these two areas. So yeah, focusing on the home, the family, the property, real estate themes that need to be tended to, that really are an opportunity, especially with Pluto here, to transform, to change. What foundation is going to empower you the most and support the rest of the areas of your chart and thus life? So, but again, not forgetting about this South node that's now in your Leo 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Now, sometimes when the South node is going through the 10th, just something I've noticed working with people for so many years is the career, the business, the public recognition is there. It's good. It's stabilized. It's, maybe for some of you, you've been at this career or this business for a long time, and it's sort of at a plateau point where you're I've invested enough of my time, my energy, and I can kind of go to work, do my thing, and it can plateau in the background so that I can focus more on the 4th house foundational themes. So that is something that I do see. So if that resonates with you, definitely take that, where it's almost the work that you do can be something that you can comfortably fall back on. It's there and you can do your time and do your thing and use more of your mental focus and energy to focus on what needs to be tended to at home. Some other potentials with the South node going through the 10th house, not forgetting about what feels fulfilling to you, the work that you really want to do. And that, for some Scorpio risings, maybe there's a lot happening foundationally, and the work that you want to do, it may not even be about work for some of you. What feels fulfilling, right? I've worked with people where that 10th house of career, And business is being a stay-at-home mom. That is a full-time job. That's running a business. And so, even if there are things going on foundationally with home, family, property, real estate, whatever you do, whatever your daily purpose is, that is your job. It doesn't mean you have to get a paycheck. It doesn't mean like it can be fulfilling if it's not a 9 to 5, if it's not a paycheck, if it's not a 401k. So, definitely not get too hyper fixated on like it has to be a career, it has to be a business. It can be a stay-at-home mom. It can be, giving up your career to take care of your aging parents. It can be all of these things. And so with the South Node going through the 10th house, this could be a good time as you enter July to really get clear on the work that feels fulfilling to you. Maybe it is something that gets a paycheck. Maybe it's not. Either way, getting clear on the work that feels fulfilling to you so that when things maybe get intense or there's a lot of change or a lot of transformation going on emotionally and foundationally for some of you over the next 1.5 to 18 months, especially with the eclipses, you can fall back on that South Node of like, this has purpose, or this feels fulfilling to me, or this is the work that I want to do, or this is the business I want to start, whatever it may be. So I always remind people, the South Node can be that place of comfort. It can be that place you can fall back on. And so for you, Scorpio risings, towards the end of July, getting clear on the things that feel fulfilling to you. It doesn't matter if it gets a paycheck or if it doesn't. It's still a purpose. It's still a job. Purpose is beyond like your 9 to 5. And so focusing more on the 10th house, what feels fulfilling to me, I think is more nourishing as we go into July and can be that place you can fall back on with what might be really increasing and intensifying down here in this 4th house of home and family. All right. I want to close the month out on this really crazy full moon on July 29th. There's so many components to this full moon. Like I was staring at this the other day and I was just in awe. Okay. So I want to start off general and then start kind of getting more specific. So full moon at 6 degrees in your Aquarius 4th house of home, family, property, real estate. So again, another full moon across that 4th and that 10th house axis, really highlighting, the themes that I just went over of like home and family versus what feels fulfilling, career, business. But this full moon at 6 degrees in your 4th house could really be sort of closing something out, bringing something to fruition regarding, the home, family, property, real estate themes. Now, this could include like renovations as well, people you live with. It doesn't necessarily have to be family. This could also be just like things playing out, like relationships with family. And this could also be you watching like a family member or someone you live with go through something. So transits are not always something that is necessarily you going through something. You can be watching someone go through those themes as well. So this full moon, super energized moon, culminating, bringing something to fruition, illuminating something regarding those foundational themes. Now, this full moon, before it went exact or goes exact, had to pass over Pluto. So there's something even potent and powerful with this full moon. The fact that, as it's in the full moon phase and it's growing to the last 2 degrees, passing over Pluto, that's intense. There is maybe some really sort of like powerful, transformative sort of vibe or feel to this full moon regarding those foundational themes. But what's interesting about this full moon is if you're watching, the full moon is the moon and the sun in opposition. Now, this sun is at the height of your chart, Scorpio rising, and this sun is in rulership. The sun in Leo is a very strong sun. It's in its own home. So it's well dignified. It's as if you're in your own home. You're comfortable, you have your resources, you know where everything is. It's your rules. It's, you know your way around. And so the sun is illuminating this very visible area of your chart, and it's in rulership. It's in that 10th house of career, business, public recognition. So some of you could have something very illuminating that might feel well dignified or well resourced around what feels fulfilling or the work the work that you do, your business, etc. But as this full moon culminates, we have a Jupiter Cassimi. So Jupiter in that 10th house will be in the heart of the sun. That's crazy because it's not just a full moon culminating that 4th and that 10th house axis. It's lying across this Jupiter Pluto opposition. So Jupiter's separating from Pluto. So I think that, if Jupiter were applying this would be like off the charts. I think because Jupiter is separating, it's still in the opposition to Pluto. So there's still that Jupiter-Pluto opposition feeling that I discussed on July 20th. But because Jupiter is separating, it's walking away from that conversation with Pluto. And now it's going into the heart of the sun where there's some clarity or there's some understanding of something. And I think this full moon, it's across the 10th and the 4th, but I can't help but notice this Jupiter Cassimi where Jupiter rules your Sagittarius 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So something could be really energized or culminated around this time. And some of you could be seeing some sense of clarity or understanding on how you want to expand your finances or expand like what feels fulfilling, what's part of your value system, your self-worth. Now, Jupiter also rules this 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression. So some of you might also be seeing some sort of illuminating aspect that provides some level of clarity around what brings you joy, your creativity, your self-expression. Now, the 5th house is also children, as I mentioned before. So if children are applicable to you, this could be sort of this major culminating moment around understanding something or seeing something or gaining some level of clarity around those themes as well around this time that might be sort of like coming to fruition, closing out, coming to a culmination. That might feel quite intense for some Scorpio risings, but we're coming into this month on a lot of strong aspects, and we're closing out the month on this really strong full moon where we are now going into August, where we're closing out July on this really strong full moon, and we're now going into August, which is eclipse season. So I think this full moon is actually sort of like helping us enter into a potentially intense eclipse season that will break down in August. All right, moving on to moving on to Sagittarius risings. All right, Sagittarius risings. So July 3rd, this is the exact Mars-Uranus conjunction that will take place on this day. Now, this Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees lands in your Gemini 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. So some of you might see this in business connections, business partnerships, but some of you might see this play out within a personal and professional partnership. Now, the exact conjunction is on July 3rd. But I really think that a lot of you are probably going to feel this in June as you go into July. So as mentioned in the intro, the Mars-Uranus conjunction. This is the first Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini that we've had in a very, very long time, probably over 80 years. And this is kicking off a new Mars cycle that's now happening in the area of partnership. And this, if you're single, this still applies to you. This can be either business partnerships or kicking off new cycles regarding sort of the connections you do want. So it can play out among partnership, but Mars rules 2 areas of your chart. Mars rules your 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression. So some of you might be sort of initiating a new 2.5 year cycle regarding, maybe incorporating more joy, more creativity, more self-expression within your personal and professional partnerships. But the 5th house is also children. So if you have children or there's any family planning kind of situation going on, this Mars-Uranus cycle could be very interesting. This could be some really sort of like new development with children, sudden family planning, any, themes regarding children that could be very much amplified around this time. The reason why I keep kind of like pausing or stuttering is because I do know a lot I've noticed like an incredible uptick of Sagittarius risings, either like getting pregnant, giving birth, getting married, or like having some really crazy situations play out with their children. So that's why, if you're one of those Sagittarius risings out there, this could definitely be kicking off a lot of that. But generally speaking, I think this could be like a really powerful news cycle regarding children if applicable, romance, creativity, dating if you're single. And, Mars Uranus conjunctions are not child's play. They can be quite eventful. If your IC, if you know your natal chart and your IC angle is in your Aries 5th house, this could have really strong home, family, property, real estate themes as well that are playing out or affecting like business partnerships, personal partnerships, marriage, if applicable to you. Now, as mentioned, the other Mars area of your chart is Scorpio. So Mars rules over your Scorpio 12th house, which is your subconscious thought patterns. What's going on behind the scenes? What feels like maybe some of you are working on something behind the scenes, untangling something behind the scenes that requires a plan of action within a partnership. Maybe there's something that is like, heavily mentally sort of unfolding that is playing a part in this Mars Uranus conjunction. So some of you might also be there could be elements of like, things going on privately, things going on behind the scenes that are also playing a part in what's going on with partnership themes. Now, this could also, again, I don't think this is going to apply to a lot of Sagittarius risings, but I feel like it's worth mentioning. The Mars Uranus conjunction, Mars ruling the Scorpio 12th. Some of you might be kind of like starting a new journey on uncovering how your thought patterns or, like your need for solitude or what's going on behind the scenes, like impact your actions or your connections with others. I don't think that that's going to be a lot of Sagittarius risings. I think this is going to be really potent for some, home and family, children if applicable, like creative projects, self-expression, romance, dating if you're single, and sort of like really kind of kicking off a strong new chapter with something in your partnerships, whether it's personal or professional. Moving on to July 10th. July 10th, we have this really interesting Venus South Node conjunction. So Venus is going to pass over the South Node at 0 degrees in your Virgo 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, right? It's not everyone works a 9 to 5. So this could be playing out with sort of what your role is, what is bringing you fulfillment, your career, your business. So there's kind of a lot to break down with this because Venus also rules 2 areas of your chart. Now, Venus rules your Taurus 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So in connection to the 10th house of career, business, and public recognition, obviously those themes easily overlap, right? The work, the career, the routines, the coworkers, those kinds of things. So some of you might be coming back to something or releasing something regarding your work, your health, your routines. So some of you might be coming back to something that's work-related or maybe releasing something that's work-related. That this Venus South Node will also be trine Chiron that just recently entered your Taurus 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So what's interesting about the Venus South Node is that Venus rules over your Taurus 6th house. So this Chiron is not only reporting back to Venus, but it's also in a trine or flow state to Venus. Now, I think this Venus South Node regarding the Taurus 6th house themes, like some of you could be coming back to something or releasing something that's no longer serving sort of like your health, your work, your routines, that is somehow simultaneously dissolving the obstacles and creating more flow to this Chiron, where some of you might be like redefining your relationship to your health, redefining your relationship to your work, your routines. If you are like a guide, a mentor, a therapist, a healer of any sorts, Chiron entering your Taurus 6th house might feel like some of you might be taking on a whole new relationship to your wellness. So definitely pay attention to if you work in any of those kinds of fields, how you can help and support other people, heal other people, wellness fields, health. Some of you might be sort of like changing your relationship to those things as well, if that resonates. The other Venus ruled area is going to be your Libra 11th house of friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. But because I work with whole sign, your midheaven can also land in your Libra 11th house. So if your midheaven lands in your Libra 11th house as a Sagittarius rising, this Venus rules over that midheaven, which is career, business, public recognition as well. And with Venus South Node in the 10th house ruling over the whole house of career, business, and public recognition, some of you could really be coming back to or releasing something regarding like a career, project, business, public recognition as well. Now, if your midheaven is not in your Libra 11th house or you don't know, don't worry about it at all. The 11th house is really, again, personal, professional, social networks, your friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. So some of you might be releasing something or coming back to something regarding like a dream, an aspiration, a long-term goal, or coming back to something or releasing something regarding sort of like your personal or professional social network that could be playing into the 6th house of like daily work and health routines as well. The next day I want to get to on my list, so July 12th. July 12th, we have the Mercury Cassimi. And there's quite a bit I need to break down with this in hopes that I provide a little bit more understanding of the significance of this particular Mercury Cassimi. So Mercury will be Cassimi. Mercury will be in the heart of the sun within 17 minutes on the day of July 12th. This is like a few hour period on the 12th that we'll all experience. But basically, Mercury is still retrograde. And we came into July on a Mercury retrograde. And so we entered the month reviewing and revising those Mercury ruled areas, which for you Sagittarius risings is your Virgo 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and your Gemini 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, if applicable. So some of you could have come into this month heavily reviewing and revising something that's playing out within a personal and professional partnership, or something playing out with your work, your business, what feels fulfilling to you, that has some 8th house themes. So some of you might be looking at like partners resources if applicable, how you're merging resources if applicable, big transformative decisions, long-term financial themes, investments, assets, debt, loans, those kinds of things. So the other thing about this Mercury retrograde this month, and now a Mercury Cassimi on July 12th, we've had a lot of really strong transits and aspects happening in Mercury ruled signs. So this isn't just a Mercury retrograde. We've had a really strong Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini, Mercury ruled area, a Venus South Node conjunction in Virgo, a Mercury ruled area. And now at this point, in addition to Cassimi, Venus applying to a square with Uranus across Mercury ruled signs, adding more action or potential action to this Mercury Cassimi, where some of you might have a sense of clarity, or you might start to see sort of the other side to what you've been untangling and really dealing with or focusing on as you came into this month. Now, the Mercury Cassimi, this is still a Mercury retrograde, but typically in the Mercury retrograde cycle, once it goes into the heart of the sun, it's sort of like we're now on the other side. So hopefully at this point moving forward, you have a better understanding of maybe what's playing out within a personal and professional partnership. Maybe there's things going on with home and family too. For some of you, maybe there's stuff for other Sagittarius risings. This might be more like work related or career and business related, public recognition related, that's requiring maybe some financial themes or, big decisions playing out with this Mercury retrograde and now Mercury Cassimi. So there's a lot happening in Mercury ruled signs that's reporting back to this Mercury retrograde in this 8th house, which I think for a lot of Sagittarius risings is like what's going on financially, what's going on with resources, what decisions need to be made with whatever you're untangling, whatever you're working on, whatever is transpiring around this time. Then on July 14th, we have this really interesting new moon that sweeps through that Cancer 8th house around 21, 22 degrees. And so this new moon comes along in that Cancer 8th house, transformational work, transformational decisions, partners' resources, if applicable, and really those long-term financial themes. So investments, assets, debt, loans, those kinds of things. And so this new moon, generally speaking, could be sort of like new long-term financial budgets, new big decisions, new transformational work, new something regarding like resources, other people's resources, partners' resources, if applicable. This new moon, before this new moon could go exact, this new moon had to pass over this Mercury retrograde. So sort of like this Mercury retrograde, again, ruling those Mercury ruled areas that are so hot this month, that Mercury retrograde is sort of like that gatekeeper. That new moon had to pass through that Mercury. And so I think for a lot of us, sure, this is a new moon in Cancer. And for you, it can be kind of like creating those new themes around the 8th house, which is definitely a potential. But I think it is really also pulling in those Mercury ruled houses. So maybe it is finances, maybe it is big decisions, maybe it is partners' resources, whatever it may be. Because this new moon had to pass through that Mercury retrograde, it could be pulling in that Gemini 7th house, what's going on with personal and professional partnerships, or the desire for certain personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, if applicable. Maybe it's pulling in that Virgo 10th house themes of like, career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and those financial themes, or making big decisions for some of you. So that new moon passing through that Mercury retrograde that's been getting a lot of reporting back to at this point could be initiating sort of a new chapter, but it's also pulling sort of maybe some newness regarding that Gemini 7th house and that Virgo 10th house. When we get to July 17th is the day where we have the exact Uranus-Pluto trine. So I've talked about this at length. There's a whole Uranus and Gemini podcast episode that I've done. So I'm not going to get into too much detail, but generally speaking, Uranus is at 4 degrees in that Gemini 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. In an exact trine to Pluto in that Aquarius 3rd house at 4 degrees. So there could be a lot going on with, personal and professional partnerships that might be playing out too with those 3rd house themes of like siblings, extended family, communication, exchanging information. But for some of you, this could be professional. So this could be sort of like innovating more connections, more business connections or partnerships that could be rapidly accelerating a lot of like change and transformation to how you communicate, technology, transportation, exchanging information. So I still think, given a little bit of the activity going on with the 10th house, for some of you, Venus potentially ruling your midheaven, that might be in that Libra 11th house, or just not even the midheaven, just, the 11th house of like social networks and long-term goals. The trine between Uranus and Pluto across the 3rd and the 7th could have a lot of sort of like these like peripheral background business themes of like certain connections and communication and technology and all of that. But I think for a lot of other Sagittarius risings, this could be very personal, where it's like what's going on with siblings and extended family and what's like really rapidly innovating and changing within a partnership around this time. That, Mars is still there. So I think for some of you, it could involve children as well, if that's applicable. But again, paying attention to the 4 degree mark this month, right? We have Uranus at 4 degrees of Gemini, and Neptune at 4 degrees of Aries, Pluto at 4 degrees of Aquarius, and Jupiter about to hit that 4 degree mark in Leo. So if you have anything between 2 and 6 degrees, that can really kind of increase more acceleration, more change, maybe opportunity or flow, depending on the aspect, to these 4 planets sitting at that 4 degree mark the second half of July. So if you have any natal placements, especially as I mentioned in the intro, in the early degrees of Aquarius, the early degrees of Gemini, you could really be feeling this in a very specific way, depending on what that planet represents, what it rules in your chart, and how it's playing into what could be rapidly accelerating or changing around this time, and how it's impacting you personally. On July 20th, Jupiter finally gets into that 4-degree territory and forms an exact opposition to Pluto. So you're going to have this Jupiter-Pluto opposition across your Leo 9th house and Aquarius 3rd house. So oppositions can definitely be challenging because it can feel like we have to be in two different places at once. I like to think of oppositions personally as like something's got to give. Like something's got to give in order to balance these two. And Jupiter is in that Leo 9th house, I think wanting to expand more growth and potential, more, maybe for some of you, more traveling, knowledge, truth, belief, continuing education, publishing, teaching. And for some of you, this could be career related even. So Jupiter wants to expand sort of this Leo 9th house of like, growth and potential and, you know, I love the 9th house, but it's in opposition to Pluto in that Aquarius 3rd house. So maybe there's a lot you want to do or a lot you want to expand with those 9th house themes and like, what is the overall growth and potential you want to move towards? But how does it also need to be balanced with what's going on with those 3rd house themes? Maybe it's personal. Maybe it needs to be balanced with what's going on with siblings, extended family. Maybe it needs to be balanced with like, changing the way you communicate, changing the way you exchange information, technology, short distance travel. So for some of you, this might be professional. Some of you, I think this might be a little bit more personal. So it's interesting with Sagittarius risings because I really think there is this like contrast where I think some Sagittarius risings, you might really be experiencing something on like a very foundational personal level. And then some Sagittarius risings, you might be really experiencing something on like more of like a visible, bigger picture situation that might require you to kind of like balance what needs to be taken care of on the mundane level. And oppositions between the 9th and the 3rd are often that on a very minor, simple level, appointments, errands, phone calls, taking care of like your everyday familiar environment, what's changing, what's intensifying, especially with Pluto there, maybe stuff going on with siblings or extended family and needing to be balanced with like where you want to expand the bigger picture and like where you want to go long term. But Jupiter rules 2 houses in your chart. It rules your Pisces 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So again, for some of you, this could be very personal where it's like this oppositional effect that could be affecting something foundationally in your lives. Something is like expanding regarding a home, family, property, real estate situation that needs to be balanced with taking care of like the everyday familiar environment, the appointments, the tasks, the phone calls, the communication, the exchanging information. But Jupiter also rules your Sagittarius 1st house. It rules you, your physical body, how you take independent action. And so some of you sort of expand your sense of self, expand your overall growth and potential, which could be career related and needing to balance that with that Pluto in that Aquarius 3rd house. Now, this is not your average opposition. This is not a standalone opposition. Sometimes we have oppositions where there's no external planets making aspects to that opposition to sort of help us take action, help us create opportunity or more flow. In this case, we still have Uranus at 4 degrees and Neptune at 4 degrees making sextiles and trines. So opportunity and flow, hopefully, to this opposition. So there are things going on in the background regarding your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, your connections with others, and then things playing out in that Aries 5th house, which might involve children if applicable to you, and creativity, joy, self-expression. That might be providing opportunity you have to take or some level of flow to kind of help balance this oppositional effect the deeper we get into July. When we get to July 23rd, this is when Mercury stations direct. So I don't think this is the biggest deal, but I do think that Mercury stationing direct is quite significant in the fact that a lot of very important conjunctions and aspects happened in Mercury ruled signs. We entered the month on a Mercury retrograde, as everything, all that activity kicking up in those Mercury ruled signs was reporting back to a Mercury retrograde in a revisionary state in your 8th house of, transformation, big decisions, long-term financial themes, partners' resources. So I think, it has the potential to be quite an intense month. And so with Mercury stationing direct, I'm hopeful that this is sort of like we've figured out the situation, we have a better understanding of the situation and more clarity, and things can hopefully sort of move forward regarding, things playing out with personal and professional partnerships. And for some of you, maybe it's more career, business, public recognition related. But July 26th is a very important date because this is when the North and South node shift into Aquarius and Leo. So the North node is going to finally shift into your Aquarius third house. So the third house can be communication, technology, transportation. This could be personal or professional. But on a more personal level, the third house, I think, is really just like your siblings, your extended family. For some of you, if your your IC angle is in your Aquarius third house, this could have a continuation of really strong home, family, property, real estate themes. But the North node going into your Aquarius third house, again, there could be some professional level if you work in communication, technology, transportation fields that could be increasing around this time. But I think on a personal level, the third house is like our familiar environment. It's the people, places, and things that are in our everyday familiar environment. It's where, our phone, our car, our laptop, siblings, extended family, neighborhood, community, where we do errands, appointments, phone calls, those kinds of things. And so what I've noticed working with people over the years is when the nodes are across the third and the ninth, it can just generally just be a busier time in life. There can just be a lot going on in the everyday mundane. And so some of you might just see that over the next year and a half, 18 months with the nodes there. But some of you could also see more things developing with siblings, extended family that you might be a part of or you might be watching. But it's important to, I always try to remind people, especially when talking about the North and the South node, they're not separate entities. They work together, they travel together. And so some people get really focused on the North node. And, the North node can be the place where we really want to focus and where we have just an increasing desire, or there can just be more activity there that is pulling our focus towards that area. But the North node is not always necessarily our comfort zone. And so if we get too pulled into that North node, we can really get launched back into the South node, which for you is now entering that Leo ninth house of those growth and potential themes. And for some of you, this could be career related, depending on your angles of your chart. But there could be a lot developing in the everyday over the next year and a half, 18 months. But it's also an important reminder to not forget about this South node that is going through your ninth house, especially with Jupiter present, Jupiter expanding those ninth house themes. So some of you might be really pulled into sort of the busy, everyday, mundane. Some of you, this might be professional, depending on, the communication fields, those kinds of things. But not to forget about this South node going through the ninth house of not forgetting about the knowledge you want to seek, the travel you want to do, the growth and potential that might be overall career related, because that Jupiter is going through your ninth house. And then next year, in 2027, it's going to enter your 10th house of career, business, and public recognition. So this could be the next year and a half, 18 months, where there's a lot to take care of in the everyday mundane, but to not forget about the bigger picture, not to forget about where you want to go, where you want to take things, when things maybe are not so busy in the everyday mundane. So thinking kind of long term about what you're taking care of in the everyday mundane and how it's supporting the bigger picture and where you want to go as Jupiter is expanding a very visible area of your chart for years to come. Now, let's see. Yeah, I want to close out the month on July 29th. So July 29th, we have a very, very wild new moon. Sorry, not new moon, full moon. We have a very wild full moon. So July 29th, we have this full moon at 6 degrees in Aquarius. So again, we just discussed the nodes going across your Aquarius Leo axis, your third and your ninth house axis. So this full moon, I think, is going to really energize and culminate this axis even more. And this full moon at 6 degrees in your Aquarius third house could really kind of culminate or bring something to fruition regarding extended family, siblings, or it could be something to do with like communication, technology, short distance travel. This full moon could be like a very powerful, really busy time. Like there could be a lot developing or coming to fruition in your everyday familiar environment. Now, this full moon, before it went exact, had to pass over Pluto at 4 degrees. So I think, the fact that this full moon had to pass over Pluto, I think, is adding like an additional element of like transformation, change, power dynamics, kind of like increasing the intensity of this full moon. And if you're watching, you'll see that the full moon is the moon and the sun in opposition. Now, this sun is in rulership in Leo. So that sun is not just a full moon in your third house. I think the sun in rulership in Leo has a lot to say too, because it has a lot of essential dignity. It's pretty strong here. So there could be some like really intense developments going on in the everyday mundane life, appointments, tasks, errands, or there could be something like really developing with like communication, technology, short distance travel. Some of you could be watching something even develop with like siblings and extended family. So you may not be going through this personally, you may actually be witnessing it. And the opposition to the moon and the sun in rulership is also integrating sort of the bigger picture. What is the bigger picture that is developing here? So this full moon might really pull a lot of Sagittarius risings into like, I'm trying to focus on like the everyday mundane, but there's also something much larger. There's like a bigger picture going on here. And sun is Cassimi. So this Jupiter is Cassimi. Jupiter is in the heart of the sun as this full moon culminates. That's crazy. You have a Jupiter-Pluto opposition still within a 2-degree orb. That is definitely, you have the planet of expansion in opposition with the planet of power and transformation. And then you have this full moon right across that opposition as well, where that Jupiter is in the heart of the sun. That's so intense. And Jupiter rules your first house of self, your physical body. So it's like some of you might be experiencing this on a very sort of like personal physical level. Like you might be experiencing something with your physical body or something regarding like your independent action. But Jupiter also rules your fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So there could be this opposition with this full moon could really be also integrating something going on with home, family, property, and real estate themes. So again, Sagittarius risings, like you could be dealing with something like very bigger picture, very visible, but then some Sagittarius risings, like you might be dealing with something very visceral, very like foundational in your lives that is developing around this time. Now, the Jupiter Cassimi part too, you might have, sometimes with Cassimis, we get clarity. So this full moon might actually quite literally illuminate something or bring something to fruition that allows you to see something regarding yourself or regarding something very foundational in your lives. Either way, this is a very potent, hot, really, really strong full moon. And I think this full moon with the nodes switching signs into Aquarius and Leo is a really strong sort of culminating closing moment to close out July and is gearing us into eclipse season, which we're going to get into in August next month. All right. So moving on to Capricorn risings. All right. Capricorn risings. This Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees lands in your Gemini 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So this could definitely create a very strong new story, journey, beginning that could play out over the next couple of years that might sort of play out along your daily work and health routines. But Mars rules 2 areas of your chart. And so I actually think that on a more specific level, like whatever is amplifying or really kicking off around this time, because Mars-Uranus conjunctions are notorious for events, is going to include themes from those other Mars-ruled areas. And Mars rules your Aries 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you might see sort of developments with home, family, property, real estate themes and sort of initiating a new journey. Maybe something foundationally to support your health, maybe something foundationally to support your work, your routines could be going on. Mars also rules the Scorpio 11th house of friends, groups, communities. So your social network, which could be personal or professional for some of you, and your long-term goals, dreams, aspirations. So some of you, this could be very much like work related, the work that you want to do, a plan of action regarding like innovation and change to the work that you want to do, achieving a long-term goal, and maybe some of those like personal or professional social networks that might be an integral part of that for some of you. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest, because this is not conclusive. Now, this Mars-Uranus conjunction, it's really important to pay attention to what is developing, especially if any of those themes do resonate in June as you enter July, because the opening square that Mars is going to make to Uranus will happen end of November, beginning of December. So this conjunction is sort of like what I like to call like the seed point, like something initiates, something comes up, something happens. And it's important to pay attention to those themes because they could be contextual clues as to how this story or those themes are going to come back around when the opening square happens. Now, Mars is a faster moving planet, so Mars is going to continue on from this point. And when Mars gets to about the early degrees of Virgo, end of November, very early December, of this year, 2026, Mars will form that opening square. So that like initial point of maybe stress or tension to take action to create tangible change, maybe to something regarding home, family, property, real estate, or a plan of action regarding a long-term goal or social network that could involve sort of like the work and or health situation for some of you. That opening square is not your typical opening square. When Mars forms that opening square, late November, early December, Mars will continue on for a few more degrees, station retrograde, go back over that opening square point, and then station direct and go back over that opening square point. So the opening square, we're actually going to be in it from end of November, early December 2026 through, for some of us, like it could be, I think maybe June of 2027. So there's like 3 phases to that opening square that we're going to be sort of reviewing and revising that plan of action. And for you, it could be very foundational of like a living situation, relationships with family, people you live with, property, real estate, or for some Capricorn risings, I think it's going to be to do with long-term goals, personal and professional social networks that could be career related for some of you. So either something very foundationally or something very, visible and sort of career related or long-term goal related. The 3 phases to that opening square, there's going to be a lot going on to varying degrees with that opening square for all of us. So it's important to pay attention to what is really coming up around this time because it could be sort of giving you what you might be working with, what you might be taking action on once we get to the end of this year and into the first few months of 2027. On July 10th, this is the Venus South Node conjunction at 0 degrees in your Virgo 9th house. So Venus is going to pass over that South Node at 0 degrees in your Virgo 9th house, which is the publishing, teaching, long distance travel, continuing education, higher knowledge, truth, belief, spirituality. I may have already said that. But all of those themes could also be career related, depending on the angles of your chart. So if you're in publishing or teaching, or you travel for work, or you work in any sort of like spiritual field, or you're going back to school, or you're in continuing education or higher knowledge, this is definitely something to pay attention to, particularly because Venus rules your Libra 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So with Venus passing over this South Node, some of you might be coming back to something regarding growth and potential themes that could be career or what brings you fulfillment related. Some of you might be releasing something that no longer serves sort of the career, the business, the public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. But Venus also rules this Taurus 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So some of you might be coming back to something that is creative, self-expressive, if you, especially if you work in those fields. Some of you could be coming back to something regarding your children. If you have children and like they're going to school or they're going to college or seeking continuing education, I mean, that could be kind of like an obvious translation of this, like a literal translation. But I think for a lot of Capricorn risings, like you could be sort of like coming, I almost feel like some Capricorn risings are going to be coming back to something or releasing something so that you can get more maybe aligned with career or something that feels more fulfilling, but also is like feels more joyful for you with the fifth house of joy and Venus ruling over that area. Either way, when Venus passes over the south node here, Venus will form a trine with Chiron in that Taurus fifth house. And I kind of look at this as whether you're releasing something or you're coming back to something regarding those Venus ruled areas and how it's playing a part with those ninth house growth and potential themes. It could be a means to an end of creating more flow or dissolving the obstacles to that Chiron in that fifth house, like redefining your relationship to what brings you joy, your creativity, your self-expression, or your children, if applicable to you. So trying to Chiron is very interesting because I do think that is sort of like the helpful aspect going on where whatever Venus is doing, again, you're coming back to something or you're releasing something that could be career related or sort of maybe your children, if applicable, creativity, self-expression. Maybe some of you are seeking like growth and potential themes that help increase doing work that feels more fulfilling, or maybe it involves children. I mean, that's super specific. But again, if it's a potential, I say it because it might resonate. Either way, I think this is a lovely trine that can help a lot of Capricorn risings like start to get a feel for what that Chiron and Taurus is going to be and how it might help sort of redefine how you heal, how you redefine your relationship to what brings you joy, your creativity, your artistry, if that's applicable, again, children, if applicable. So definitely pay attention to some of those themes, especially if they're resonating around this time. On July 12th, we have the Mercury Cassimi. There's quite a bit I need to break down with this in hopes that it provides more understanding of the potency of this particular Mercury Cassimi. So Mercury Cassimi at 20 degrees in your Cancer 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, if that is applicable to you. Now, Mercury Cassini is when Mercury is in the heart of the sun. However, this Mercury is still retrograde. And so we have entered July with Mercury retrograde, meaning we came into July in this sort of interesting revisionary period around involving those Mercury ruled areas. And for you, Capricorn rising, you could have come into July really having to pull back, maybe review, revise that Gemini 6th house of health, work, routines. Some of you may have come into this month reviewing and revising the Virgo 9th house, like your education, your knowledge, publishing, teaching, travel plans, spirituality, especially if you work in those areas with Venus still there, or Venus entering that area going into this month. And so either way, we came into this month reviewing and revising those Mercury ruled areas potentially. And then on top of that, we had really strong conjunctions and aspects playing out in those Mercury ruled areas, which means the activity that was playing out in those Mercury ruled areas was theoretically reporting back to their landlord, which is Mercury, who is in this revisionary state. So to have a lot of activity going on in these Mercury ruled areas and then having to report back to this revisionary period or revisionary state is interesting. It's complex, I'll say. And so, we had the Mars-Uranus conjunction happening in Gemini, Mercury ruled area, Venus South Node conjunction happening in Virgo, Mercury ruled area. Then as this Mercury Cassini takes place, this Venus is applying to a square with Uranus on this day, increasing more potential action to those Venus ruled areas. that I discussed. So a lot going on here. That is all, again, this is all happening in these Mercury ruled signs and reporting back to this Mercury that's still retrograde, still in this revisionary period, but now it's in the heart of the sun. And so this is where either clarity starts to come in, or you start to see sort of the other side of what you've been untangling, working with, dealing with, etc. And so this is where I think we kind of, in the Mercury retrograde cycle, start to move to sort of the next phase, where we have hopefully a better understanding of what's going on, what we need to do, where we need to go, etc. Now, because this Mercury Cassini is happening in your Cancer 7th house, some of you could see this play out regarding personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, if that's applicable. If you're single, this still applies to you. This is long-term partnerships. This is business partnerships. This is also the connections you do want to make. And so some of you could be kind of seeing the other side of like a health situation, a work situation, or those overall growth and potential themes that I listed, even ones that I didn't list. And maybe it playing out or also kind of involving some level of partnership or the desire for partnership regarding the work situation or the growth and potential situation. Then on July 12th, that new moon sweeps through that Cancer 7th house at 21-22 degrees. And so at this point, this new moon sweeps through and says maybe there is a new beginning or a new way of connecting with others or a new chapter or a new something playing out within a personal or professional partnership. However, before this new moon goes exact, that new moon had to pass through that Mercury retrograde there. So that tells me, sure, it can definitely be a new moon regarding personal and professional partnerships, but that new moon heavily involved a Mercury retrograde, potentially integrating the Virgo 9th house themes and the Gemini 6th house themes into this new chapter. So maybe there are sort of like work, health, routine situations that maybe you want to initiate that could impact sort of a partnership or be involving a partnership. And with Mercury ruling that Virgo 9th house, maybe there are sort of growth and potential themes, travel, spirituality, knowledge, publishing, teaching, growth and potential themes. It could be career related for some of you that are initiating sort of new chapters within your personal partnerships, but also maybe involving some professional partnerships that you work with. So because Mercury is heavily involved in this new moon, I don't just think this is, just those 7th house themes. I actually think that this new moon is helping kind of create some preparatory momentum for what has unfolded or really been energized and activated in those Mercury ruled areas this month. Then on July 17th, again, as I mentioned in the intro, July 17th is the day where we're going to have the exact Pluto-Uranus trine at 4 degrees. Again, I've talked about this at length. I'm not going into too much detail about this, but generally speaking, Uranus is at 4 degrees in that Gemini 6th house. That's had a lot of activity with the Mars-Uranus conjunction here. So, work, health, routines, and that Uranus is trine that Pluto at 4 degrees in your Aquarius 2nd house of earned income, self-worth, your value system, And so there could be sort of, I don't even say there could be. We've been dealing with this trine for a while now. We've been feeling it to varying degrees. The rapid acceleration and change for you Capricorn risings between your work or a health situation and finances, your value system, your self-worth, what is yours, really rapidly accelerating, lots of change, maybe innovation to those areas. And so this is nothing new. It just goes exact around this time. And so I think this could be a more important time to pay attention to anything you have in your natal chart between 2 and 6 degrees. Because if you have anything between 2 and 6 degrees in your natal chart, that is going to be heavily interacting with these 4-degree marks, right? We have Pluto at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, Uranus at 4 degrees, and Jupiter about to hit that 4-degree mark. So that could give you sort of more clues as to what that planet represents, what it rules in your chart. As I mentioned in the intro, especially if you have any natal placements in the beginning degrees of Aquarius or any natal placements in the beginning degrees of Gemini, that's going to be heavily wrapped up in that exact trine. that's, on and off for even the next couple years. So again, I think at this point, really paying attention to the 4-degree mark and how that could be rapidly sort of developing or accelerating things as we get into July for all of us. Then on July 20th, Jupiter is going to finally be at that 4-degree mark and immediately oppose or form an exact opposition to Pluto in that Aquarius second house. So this Jupiter-Pluto opposition, Jupiter is a planet of expansion and Pluto is the planet of power and transformation. And they're in an opposition. And so Jupiter-Pluto oppositions can be quite powerful. And this is across your 2nd and 8th house axis, which is a financial axis. So some of you might really be sort of seeing like financial themes develop. Maybe some of you there's a part of you that really wants to empower and transform, your earned income or like what you personally can bring in. While there's another part of you that wants to your long-term finances, where, how do you invest that? How do you create like longevity around what you immediately make? Or some of you might be looking at like wanting to expand your partner's resources, whether it's personal or professional. So there can be sort of this tug of war of like, I really want to empower and transform like what I'm bringing in here, but I also want to start thinking about how I can expand this long term. How can I make what I make now turn into something much larger and more sustainable and abundant long term with that Jupiter in the 8th? And that could be a potential tug of war there. Some of you, this might be more psychological. Some of you, this might be like expanding transformational work, big transformational decisions, and having to really anchor in and balance that with your value system and your self-worth. So some of you, it might be more internal. Some of you, it might be more financial, generally speaking. But Jupiter rules the Sagittarius 12th house of behind the scenes, subconscious thought patterns. What are you working on behind the scenes? And so some of you might be, with Jupiter in the 8th, ruling the 12th. Some of you might be working on something in private, working on something behind the scenes that could turn into a long-term investment. Jupiter ruling the 12th, which is also subconscious thought patterns, you could be doing more of the 8th house transformational work or transformational decisions and expanding upon that and, working on that level, right? Internally versus external. But Jupiter also rules as Pisces. Sorry, that is a woodpecker. That's crazy. Anyways, Jupiter rules your Pisces 3rd house of communication, exchanging information. So this one, all right. So if you work in communication fields, if you're a writer, a speaker, a presenter, especially with that Venus up here ruling this 10th house, I don't know, there's something interesting going on there. But if you're a writer, speaker, presenter, and you're working on something like a project to kind of like transform how you make money, this is super niche. But again, if I see something that might resonate like deeply with some Capricorn risings, I'll bring it up. Some of you might be thinking of like those 3rd house themes and how that can potentially create sort of long-term financial like abundance. So for example, like sometimes with like publishers, writers, you write a book and it allows you to access other people's resources, especially if you're working with a publisher. So with Jupiter going through the 8th, like some of you might be looking at like 3rd house themes, like podcast, communication, writing, speaking, presenting, and looking at ways that it can create long-term investments or other ways. So I think on some level, like some Capricorn risings, like you might actually, with this Jupiter-Pluto opposition, start thinking about other ways you can create passive income or like long-term investment income through those Jupiter ruled areas. And if that's not the case, I think this might just be maybe something going on with personal and professional partnerships and really having to look at those financial themes on what's going on and what you can do with that. On July 23rd is when Mercury stations direct. So Mercury is going to station direct at 16 degrees in that Cancer 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So I think this is when a lot of that activity that got amplified in those Mercury ruled houses that I broke down, a lot of those conjunctions and aspects and stuff involving or reporting back to that Mercury, it can start to move forward. Like you can start to see that forward momentum there. So I don't think this is like the biggest deal, but I think that this might be sort of like getting the ball rolling after going into a month with a lot of activity and also having to simultaneously pull back, review, revise, revisit. So I'm hoping that this is definitely sort of that forward momentum with that. Then on July 26th, we have the North and South node switching signs. So the North node is going to move into your Aquarius second house of earned income, your value system, material possessions, self-worth, what is yours. And your South node is going to enter your Leo eighth house. Again, transformational work, big transformational decisions, long-term financial themes, other people's resources, partners' resources, if applicable. So the focus for you Capricorn risings for the next year and a half, 18 months could be heavily financially related. And some of you could, with the North node in your second house, some of you could get really, really focused on increasing your earned income, increasing sort of your self-worth, focusing on your value system, and really focusing on that, especially with Pluto, in your second house, amplifying more of that like intensity and transformation and potential for powerful change. And so this is where like the focus might shift, but with all the other signs, I'm mentioning, I like to always remind people the North and South node are not separate entities. They work together, they move together. So it's important to, yes, the North node is important. It could definitely pull your focus to those second house themes, but also to not forget about the South node in this eighth house, not forgetting about where you want that money to go long term, where you want your resources to go, especially with Jupiter expanding that eighth house area. So I think Jupiter in this eighth house might help all of us kind of like come back to that South node and put that North node into perspective, right? So North node going through the second, maybe you're really focused on like, what are my values? What are my self-worth? What are my innate talents and gifts? What is innately mine, my earned income? And how is that helping sort of the South node where we want to fall back on? And Jupiter, especially going through, because Jupiter tends to expand whatever it touches. And so where you want to go with that long term, how do you want to create long-term abundance or expansion with the direction you want to take on how you want to make money, really integrating sort of innate gifts, talents, value systems, self-worth, all of that. So the North and South node are really starting to highlight the second and eighth house axis at this time. Now, closing out the month on July 29th, we have this really powerful new moon at 6 degrees or around 6 degrees of Aquarius. And so we have this full moon at 6 degrees of Aquarius. Again, really powerful, strong illumination, culmination, bringing something to fruition, having you see something that maybe you haven't seen before regarding finances, budgets, self-worth, material possessions, all of that. So again, the nodes switch into your second and eighth house axis, and then this full moon comes along, lying across that Jupiter-Pluto opposition that's still going on. So it is energizing a lot of oppositional effect across that second and eighth house axis. And so this full moon, yes, is illuminating the second house of earned income and self-worth. But this full moon had to pass over so it's sort of like this full moon is a supercharged full moon passing over Pluto, the planet of power and transformation. I think like making that full moon more powerful, having more of a powerful, even transformative effect to this area. However, if you're watching this full moon in the chart is the moon and the sun in opposition. This sun is in rulership. It is in rulership in your Leo eighth house. So when this luminary is home, it has a lot of essential dignity. It's as if, you're in your own home. You have, your resources, where everything is, it's your rules, you're very comfortable there. And so I don't think that this is just a full moon in your second house of earned income and self-worth. I think the sun has a lot of say in this. I mean, I think full moons, the sun has a lot to say. I think full moons are really highlighting an axis in our chart, but this full moon in particular, because the sun is actually in rulership. So there's something about sort of like partners' resources or other people's resources or long-term, financial themes or transformative decisions that feels very powerful as well around this time. And then on top of that, we have a Jupiter Cassini. So as this full moon culminates, Jupiter will be in the heart of the sun. I think that is absolutely incredible because this Jupiter is, I think, something's culminating or being energized. And with this Jupiter Cassini at the same time, it's sort of like, what clarity or breakthrough are you potentially seeing or experiencing that Jupiter is providing based off of what is being energized or completely culminated around this time in on your financial axis. But Jupiter rules this Sagittarius 12th house and this Pisces 3rd house, as I mentioned before. So again, maybe there's clarity around some form of communication. Maybe there's clarity around something happening in your everyday familiar environment. For some of you, this clarity and this breakthrough could come through your subconscious thought patterns. It could come through literally solitude, sleep, dreams. So I would definitely pay attention to what mental breakthroughs or dreams or things are coming through sort of mentally, very privately within yourselves around this time that somehow have a play in seeing something in a totally new light as we close out this month. So really powerful new moon. The nodes also being across this axis, really starting to amplify. So we enter the month with a really powerful Mars-Uranus conjunction. We are ending the month on this really incredible full moon. This 2nd and 8th house just packing a punch as we close out July. Now, I also think that this full moon and the nodal axis switching signs across your 2nd and 8th house axis is really preparing us for eclipse season in August. So the potential intensity and events and unfolding could really continue as we get into next month. So definitely stay tuned for that. All right, moving on to Aquarius Risings. All right, Aquarius Risings, as mentioned in the intro, we are kicking off the month on July 3rd with this Mars-Uranus conjunction at 3 degrees in the Gemini 5th house. Now, this is the place of joy. So this could include creativity, self-expression, romance, dating if you're single. This is also the place of children. So if you have children, if that's applicable to you, this could be like a really strong new cycle involving them. So definitely paying attention to those themes. However, if you know your natal chart and your IC angle is in the beginning degrees of Gemini, this could heavily involve like a new cycle or a new story I'm playing for the next couple of years regarding home, family, property, and real estate. So more specifically, where I think this Mars-Uranus cycle could create sort of like new possibilities or new outcomes is going to be to those Mars-ruled areas. So Mars rules your Aries 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, technology, transportation. So whether that's personal or if you work with any of those fields, this could definitely create sort of like a new cycle regarding maybe your creativity or your self-expression regarding those fields. More personally though, the 3rd house could be just your siblings, your extended family. It's really sort of those people, places, and things within your everyday familiar environment. So some of you might be like kicking off something that feels more joyful or more creative or more self-expressive in your own neighborhood, in your own community, or in your own familiar, within your familiar surroundings. Mars, I think more importantly, what will resonate for a lot of Aquarius risings is that Mars rules the Scorpio 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So I think some of you might actually be kicking off like a new couple year cycle or couple year sort of journey, working with like new innovative ways of incorporating more joy, more creativity, more self-expression in the work that you do. Maybe some of you are looking for, like, it doesn't necessarily always have to be like a career or a 9 to 5 or something that you get a paycheck for. But the Mars Uranus conjunction in your 5th house, like, you might really suddenly like have a sudden event or something that really suddenly pushes you into some plan of action to innovate what you do in the world, what feels more fulfilling to you, and how it can really kind of like incorporate more joy in what you do. So I think in some ways, Aquarius risings, like, you might be shifting or innovating your creativity, your artistry, your self-expression, what brings you joy, and how that is impacting or how you're trying to integrate that with what feels fulfilling or, within the work that you do, your business, your career, your public recognition, all of that. Now, again, going back to if your IC is in the beginning degrees of Gemini, some of you might really be kicking off a new cycle where home and family is also impacted with the work that you do and sort of the familiar everyday environment, with the 3rd house potentially being incorporated within that. So either way, this Mars Uranus conjunction, it's important to pay attention to what is really amplifying, what is really kicking off. Now, Mars Uranus conjunctions are notorious, like, for, events. So it wouldn't surprise me if, astrology aside, even if you weren't paying attention to this, a lot of you might see or experience something, whether it's more in the everyday, familiar, mundane, or if it's more on the visible career, business, public recognition sort of sector or spectrum. Either way, paying attention to what themes really come up around this time, because the Mars Uranus conjunction is, like, I like to call it, like, the seed point where, like, something happens, and Mars is the faster moving planet. So Mars is going to continue moving on. And when Mars gets to about the first couple degrees of Virgo, it is going to hit that opening square point to Uranus that will still be in that Gemini 5th house. Now, why is this important? That opening square, end of November, early December of 2026, that's the point where we feel that tension or that stress or the desire to take action regarding the story that got initiated in June, July with this Mars-Uranus conjunction. So paying attention to those themes, the stories that are really amplifying around this time, especially if any of those themes that I mentioned resonate, because once you get to the end of November, early December of 2026 with that opening square, you could be coming back to those themes and taking action on them in a new way. Now, that opening square is not your typical opening square. Typically, the opening square happens, square, and then the planet continues moving on. Well, not in this case. So when Mars hits that opening square in the early degrees of Virgo, end of November, early December, it will probably feel like a typical square. However, Mars is going to continue for a few more degrees, station retrograde, go back over that opening square, then eventually station direct, and go back over that opening square one more time. So we're actually going to have about like 3 phases to that opening square. So that is why I'm emphasizing this conjunction so much. And it's so important to pay attention to the themes and the stories that are coming up, because it's going to be involved heavily with that Mars retrograde when we get to the very, very beginning of 2027, but we could actually start to feel what we're going to be working with end of November, early December through, for some of us, it could last through maybe June of 2027 with that Mars. So there's actually 3 phases to that opening square. So the more we pay attention to what is coming up around this time, the more we'll have a better understanding of those contextual clues, themes, and sort of story that's going to kind of play out. But how we're going to take action could be heavily, under review, and really reviewing and revising like our willpower, our energy, our plan of action, our desires around what could have initiated around this time, end of June, early July. So really, really important. Moving on to July 10th. July 10th is the next day I have. So here we have on July 10th, Venus conjunct the South Node at 0 degrees in your Virgo 8th house. So Venus is going to pass over that South Node at 0 degrees in that 8th house. Sure, 8th house is sex, death, and transformation, but what does that really mean? I think the 8th house is really, it could be transformational work. It could also be transformational decisions, right? When we make a decision that changes everything that we're not going to go back on. The eighth house is also, long-term finances, investments, assets, debt, loans, taxes, inheritance, wills, all of that. It's also your partner's resources, if applicable. So it could be other people's resources, personal and professional, partnership resources. It's really it is a financial house, but it's really kind of like the other types of finances or long-term finances, as well as those big, transformative decisions or transformational work. Now, with Venus passing over the South Node, what does Venus rule? Well, Venus rules this Libra ninth house. I like to think of the ninth house as the things that we do to create more growth and potential in our lives, whether it's through spirituality, continuing education, higher knowledge, publishing, teaching, long distance travel, truth, belief, and that could be career related for some of you, especially with Mars, the Mars Uranus conjunction still technically within orb, Mars ruling that 10th house of career, public recognition. But anyways, getting back to that ninth house of growth and potential themes, some of you, this could be career related. Some of you, this could just be like your general, growth and potential themes. If you are in teaching, if you're in publishing, if you're continuing your education, if you're traveling and that's heavily involved with the work that you do, this Venus South Node, you could be coming back to something. You could be coming back to those themes around this time that could have undercurrents of financial themes mixed into them. So some of you might be coming back to those growth and potential themes, maybe looking at ways to invest in it a little bit more, or maybe how it can invest in your finances a little bit more. It could also involve, a really important decision. Now, the other area that I would pay attention to is going to be Venus ruling this Taurus fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. This also includes renovations, redecorations. So with Venus going over the South Node, some of you might be coming back to a home, family, property, real estate situation and looking at the financial scope of that situation. This could also, of course, heavily involve like other people's resources or partners' resources in that home, family, property, real estate sort of sector or themes going on there. Venus going over the South Node could also have you releasing something regarding any of these Venus ruled areas. Some of you might be releasing something regarding like something you want to teach, something you want to pursue or travel. Some of you could be releasing something regarding a living situation, renovation plans, relationships with family, people you live with that could have strong, big decision or strong financial theme really kind of mixed into it. Either way, the Venus South Node conjunction will trine Chiron at 0 degrees in that Taurus fourth house of home, family, property, real estate. So Venus not only rules over this Chiron, so Chiron is technically reporting back to this Venus because it's in Venus's home. It is also trine this Venus. So I actually think this could have stronger sort of foundational themes, whether it's like, redecoration, renovation, or larger sort of relocation, property, real estate, relationships with family, people you live with, those kinds of themes. I think that could be a stronger set of themes for a lot of Aquarius risings, just because that Chiron in that trine is in a Venus ruled area and aspecting Venus by trine. I think the trine, like I'm looking at this like a means to an end, right? So whatever you're coming back to or releasing that I just broke down could be sort of the means to an end to sort of redefine your relationship to home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you might be redefining your relationship to, your home, where you live, relationships with people you live with, family, renovations, redecoration, whatever it may be. If you're a mentor, a guide, a healer, you help people in any way, you might start to get those contextual clues or a taste of Chiron and Taurus. Or maybe some of you are thinking about like redefining your role within your family. And maybe some of you are sort of like a mentor or a guide within your family unit. And some of you might start to see sort of like a new perspective on that. If you are professionally in that type of work, Some of you might be looking at financial themes or investing in like a home office, property, kind of like looking at your living situation and how it's supporting your role as a mentor, a guide, a therapist, a healer, if that is the work that you do. Had to say it just because, the Mars-Uranus conjunction going on here, Mars ruling that 10th house, and then this Chiron sort of Venus trine going on too. That could be sort of like an interesting sort of like puzzle pieces coming together there, if those are themes that really resonate with some of you. So I think some of you might actually look at like home office, living situation. Some of you could take it to even like a more extreme, like, do I need to relocate? Like where should I live to support the work that I do? And again, the Venus situation, like in the 9th house, long distance travel, teaching, publishing, like how does it support your overall growth and potential? Okay. Then we go to July 12th. July 12th is the Mercury Cassimi. So Mercury will be in the heart of the sun on July 12th in your Cancer 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. Now, as I've explained in all the other rising signs, there is, I think, a really important ecosystem that is happening around Mercury, but it's all filtering through Mercury this month. And then on July 12th, we get to this Mercury Cassimi. So I want to talk a little bit about sort of just like setting up the perspective on the importance of this Cassimi, because not every Cassimi is the most important thing, or not every Mercury retrograde is the most important thing. However, this month, I think it is very important because we entered July. We entered July with already in a Mercury retrograde. So we entered July already in this revisionary period for you, Aquarius Risings, regarding those Mercury ruled areas. So if you enter July really reviewing and revising your 5th house and your 8th house, so reviewing and revising your creativity, your self-expression, what brings you joy, and maybe that is an integral part of like your career, your business, and what you do, and you're really revising that and taking that seriously. Or maybe some of you are also reviewing and revising sort of the other Mercury ruled area, that Virgo 8th house. So finances, resources, major important transformative decisions that you're stewing on or you're contemplating or you're thinking about. Either way, we entered this month in this Mercury retrograde, and for you Aquarius Risings, you could be heavily sort of reviewing and revising those areas that for some of you could be home, family, property, real estate related, depending on your angles. But I also want to point out, we had some really important conjunctions and aspects happening in Mercury ruled signs. We had the Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini, Mercury ruled sign. Venus South Node conjunction in Virgo, Mercury ruled sign. And then at this point, at the time of the Cassimi, Venus is applying to a direct square with Uranus, kicking up more action to some of those areas that I already broke down around home, family, growth, potential. And so all of this activity is increasing or kicking up in these Mercury ruled signs. And because they're in Mercury ruled signs, they're theoretically having to report back to Mercury because that's their landlord, right? So it's sort of like all this activity is kicking up and happening and then reporting back to this Mercury, but Mercury is retrograde. So it's sort of like, okay, well, I'm taking in all this activity, but I'm simultaneously reviewing and revising it as all of these things are happening. There's a lot of activity in July, but it's also in this like weird, like taking a step back, having a review, having a revise. And at this point on July 12th, Mercury is still retrograde, but it's in the heart of the sun. And so this is the point in the retrograde cycle where typically we get a little bit more clarity. Typically we can start to see the other side of what we're trying to work through, untangle, review, revise, perfect. And this is happening in that Cancer 6th house of daily work and or health routine. So you might see the clarity, or you might see sort of the breakthrough to the other side of this revisionary period regarding, your daily work and health routines, like literally your daily grind. So some of you might see clarity, or you might see sort of like, all right, this is maybe the schedule I want or the routine I want that's going to support kind of the creativity or the work that I want to do and the health and vitality I want to feel. So if there are major changes to like the growth and potential, the financial themes, the major decisions that could involve those foundational themes of like home, family, property, real estate, this could also be the time where you're like, wait a second, what's ultimately going to support my vitality? What's ultimately going to support the work that I want to do? And what routines, like how much time in my day do I have to, work on this and contribute to this? So clarity could come through that way. But when we get to July 14th, we have this really interesting new moon at 21, 22 degrees in that Cancer 6th house of daily work and health routines. So generally speaking, sure, it's a new moon in your 6th house. Some of you might really initiate like new wellness routines, new work routines, maybe clarity around the routines that's going to support the work you want to do, the health and vitality you want to feel. Maybe it involves coworkers, those kinds of things. However, before this new moon goes exact, it has to pass through this Mercury retrograde in that Cancer 6th house. So I don't think it's just a new moon, a new beginning, a new chapter around work and health routines. I think it is heavily integrating a new chapter regarding those Mercury ruled areas. So maybe it's integrating or planting the seeds that you want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months. Maybe, yes, around like work or health routines, but I think ultimately it's also going to be integrating what brings you joy, your creativity, your artistry, your self-expression, children if applicable to you, or it's going to be really integrating the financial picture. Maybe it involves this new chapter with Mercury ruling that 8th house. Maybe initiating this new chapter is kicking off with like a big transformative decision, or it's involving like partners' resources if applicable. So there's some interesting things where I think some Aquarius risings, this might have something to do with like a personal or professional partnership where there's like a merging of resources. And then there might be some other really foundational themes that are impacting maybe the work and health routines. But either way, this new moon, I think, is not just a new moon involving work, health routines. I think it is heavily involving what you've been seriously reviewing and revising, perfecting, contemplating on regarding that Gemini 5th house and that Virgo 8th house. Then on July 17th, I've talked about this at length. This is the day where we have the exact Pluto-Uranus trine at 4 degrees. So Uranus at 4 degrees in that Gemini 5th house of joy, trine Pluto at 4 degrees in that Aquarius 1st house. So some of you we've been in this for a while. This is nothing new. So we've been feeling that rapid acceleration, transformation, innovation, change around your creativity, your self-expression. Maybe it's involving sort of your identity, how you really want to transform and empower sort of your role, how other people see you, empowering sort of who you are in the world. And depending on your natal placements, really paying attention to really anything in your natal chart. I would say between 2 and 6 degrees in your natal chart that is interacting with this trine. But ultimately, in the month of July, we have Pluto at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, Uranus at 4 degrees, and Jupiter about to hit that 4-degree mark in your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So there's a lot of sextiles, a lot of trines going on around this time that if you have anything in your natal chart around 2 to 6 degrees could be accelerating the trine or the opportunity with the sextile. But if you have anything sort of conjunct, the early degrees of Aquarius, the early degrees of Aries, the early degrees of Gemini, or the early degrees of Leo in your natal chart, those personal placements are going to heavily color and flavor, what is rapidly accelerating. Maybe Saturn's involved. Does it involve a rapid acceleration of something that involves a lot of responsibility and discipline and commitment? Maybe it involves a natal Jupiter, so it's creating more expansion of a particular area. So really paying attention to those natal placements if you know your natal chart, because that could really change what these sextiles and trines are really doing. But when we get to July 20th, Jupiter will finally be at that 4-degree mark in your Leo 7th house of personal and or professional partnerships, including marriage, if that's applicable to you. Now, Jupiter will form an exact opposition to Pluto in that Aquarius first house of the self, the physical body, how you take independent action. So Jupiter-Pluto oppositions can be really, really strong. You have the planet of abundance and expansion in opposition to the planet of power and transformation. That's a lot. And this is across angular houses. So it's very visible to you. And it's really sort of that opposition could be testing, like, your own personal needs regarding where you want to change, where you want to transform, how you want to empower yourself versus what is expanding within partnership or certain chapters within marriage or business partnerships. And so really kind of balancing these two worlds, and how for some of you, it could be creating change and action to the foundation of your lives and also the career, the business, the public recognition. Now, Jupiter rules your Pisces second house of earned income and self-worth. So maybe some of you are expanding connections with others or expanding, your business partnerships or professional connections to create more expansion to sort of your earned income, self-worth, values, those kinds of things. And some of you who are partnered up, maybe you're seeing an expansion take place within your partner. So you might be experiencing this yourself, but you also might be seeing this happen in others. Now, Jupiter going through your 7th, maybe some of you are expanding the possibilities and the potential to meet someone, expand sort of that, especially because Jupiter rules the other area of your chart, your Sagittarius 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So some of you could really be sort of expanding the area of personal and professional partnerships and seeing that simultaneously expanding like your groups, your communities, your long-term goals, your dreams and aspirations. Now, if you know your natal chart and your midheaven is in your Sagittarius 11th house, this Jupiter-Pluto opposition could heavily involve your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So this Jupiter-Pluto opposition, if your midheaven is in your MC, is in your Sagittarius 11th house, could heavily involve like connections with others, what's going on in partnerships, whether it's personal, professional. Really, like you could be expanding a lot, career, business, public recognition wise for some of you, and really having to balance that with anchoring yourselves in like my identity. Where do I really want to empower myself? For some of you, this could be a good time to see what connections, even like business partnerships, really provide the balance to like empowering you. Like really say this. It's like what connections are going to ultimately, like what connections feel most empowering to you. So that could be another theme that comes up, especially I think if your midheaven is in your Sagittarius 11th house, because it's really like bridging your groups and your communities with your career, your business, and your public recognition. And that opposition could really kind of like pull in those themes. But this is not your average opposition, because there is, we still have Uranus at 4 degrees of Gemini and Neptune at 4 degrees of Aries. So sometimes we have standalone oppositions, and those can be very challenging. But other times we have oppositions where there are sort of planets in the background creating sort of sextiles and trines to the opposition to help balance it, to help kind of anchor it. And for you, this is coming from your 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, and your Aries 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, technology, siblings, extended family. So like those people, places, and things within your everyday environment. So if you're feeling this oppositional effect, look around in your everyday environment. What's going on? Like, what are things already sort of in your aura, like already in your field that can provide opportunity? So like look around, see what's around you. Additionally, with Uranus at 4 degrees in that Gemini 5th house, really kind of like if you're feeling that oppositional energy, kind of pulling back and seeing like what really brings me joy. where do I want to ultimately innovate? What brings me joy? My creativity, my artistry, my self-expression, all of that stuff to kind of help put that oppositional effect into perspective. So again, take what resonates, leave the rest. But when we get to July 23rd, this is when Mercury stations direct at 16 degrees in that Cancer sixth house of daily work, health, and routines. So I think this is ultimately where a lot of us can start to feel that forward momentum with mercurial energy was being kicked up this month. Again, we entered the month on a Mercury retrograde, reviewing and revising these Mercury ruled areas, a lot of conjunctions and aspects, really, really strong ones, in my opinion, or reporting back to those areas involving those Mercury ruled areas. As Mercury is still retrograde, a Mercury Cassimi that we all went through. Now Mercury is direct. So I feel like this is the time where so much has potentially unfolded in these areas that we've had to untangle, work with, review, revise, that now is moving forward, and we can hopefully really kind of like get that ball rolling there. Then on July 26th, we have the North and South Node changing signs. We have the North Node entering your Aquarius first house of the self, the physical body, how you take independent action, how other people view you. So the North Node is really pulling focus on you, while the South Node has simultaneously entered that Leo 7th house of personal and professional partnership. So yes, the North Node for the next year and a half to 18 months, as well as the eclipses that are going to be interacting with these nodes around this time, could really kind of pull your focus on you, like focusing on your physical body, your appearance, what are your needs, your role, how you want to take independent action, really amplifying the effects and like pulling you in that direction. But I always like to remind people, the North and the South Node, they go together. And if we become too hyperfixated on the North Node, it can cause imbalance and throw us back into the South Node. So it's sort of like we overcorrect. Like it can cause an overcorrection in either direction. And in this case, this is between your first and your seventh house. So like, how do I really focus on myself and my needs and where I want to go and how I want to take independent action versus like what is going on with personal and professional partnerships and like attending to that and find instead of kind of like swinging over here and swinging over there. Now, is it going to be perfect? Absolutely not. We're human, and the eclipses really create sort of, a lot of activity, beginnings and endings in these areas that might require a season of focusing on one versus the other. But it's just something to kind of contemplate over the next year and a half, 18 months, particularly because, Pluto is here for the remainder of the North Node going through your first house, really kind of, again, I think pulling you towards what is going to empower you the most. And Jupiter for roughly the next year is going to be going through that Leo 7th house, hopefully expanding, creating more abundant, personal and professional partnerships, connections with others as the South Node is there. So also reminding you that the South Node is in that 7th house with Jupiter, maybe kind of like occasionally pulling you back to those expansive, fruitful personal and professional partnerships, or really starting to focus on creating new connections that feel abundant, that feel fruitful for you in that direction. So the nodes are in the angular houses. They can kick up a lot of activity there, but they can also create a lot of action and change to career, business, public recognition, and also create a lot of change and action to the 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So as we get deeper into July, we start closing out the month, things start to intensify in a totally different area. And closing out the month on July 29th, we pretty much have that continuing with this full moon around 6 degrees of Aquarius. So this full moon at 6 degrees, there's a lot going on with this full moon. Like I have quite a bit to kind of break down with this. So I'm going to start kind of general and then get a little bit more specific. So this full moon at 6 degrees is generally speaking like this culmination, like this coming to fruition. Maybe some of you could see a literal translation where you might find yourselves in a really powerful spotlight. or, because both luminaries, the moon and the sun in this case, are interacting with your first house of self in one way or another. And so you could see something really culminate or come to fruition that is very personal to you, that sheds light on you. And this full moon, before it went exact, had to pass over Pluto, which in my opinion, like, creates a flavor of power and transformation. So some of you might really feel that Plutonian effect with this full moon, especially with it being in that first house of the self, the physical body. Now, if you're watching, you'll notice the full moon is the moon and the sun in opposition. Now, with full moons, I always consider the whole axis, because just over the years, I've just noticed it, where we get so focused on the full moon in this area and those themes, but actually the opposite house where the sun is integrating those themes as well. I think that's even more important for this full moon because the sun is in rulership. The sun is in that Leo 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. And with the sun being in its own home, it's very comfortable here. It has a lot of essential dignity. It's as I said with all the other signs, it's like you're in your own home. You know where everything is. It's your rules. It's your way. You're very comfortable here. And so I think on some level, the sun in that 7th house has a say in this full moon. And so some of you might really be pulled in like balancing where you want to balance your needs, where you feel empowered, how you want to take independent action, whatever's going on there, versus what is really being illuminated as well with, personal and professional partnership connections. The next thing I want to break down is there will be a Jupiter Cassimi. So as this full moon culminates and goes exact, Jupiter will be in the heart of the sun. That's incredible. Like that doesn't happen often. So Jupiter is also kind of, I think, illuminating or bringing some breakthrough or clarity regarding Jupiter ruled areas. So I don't think this is just involving your first and your 7th house axis and sort of those themes involving you versus the other in your life, whether it's personal or professional. Jupiter Cassimi in the heart of the sun, Jupiter rules your Pisces 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So some of you might see something happening across like you versus your connections with others, personal and professional partnerships, or Jupiter's providing some like clarity or some illuminating effect or breakthrough around financial themes, your values, your self-worth that could be playing out here. Jupiter also rules the Sagittarius 11th house of your personal and professional social network, your long-term goals. And for some of you, if you're midheaven, your MC is in the Sagittarius 11th house. This could be career, business, public recognition written all over it. So some of you could have some breakthrough or clarity as this really powerful full moon culminates in these angular houses around like your personal or professional social network, the people you do want to connect with that feel more abundant, that feel more fruitful. Some of you, this could be, again, heavily career, business, public recognition related, or there could be some sort of personal versus like some partnership situation with this full moon that also is providing some like clarity or breakthrough around a long-term goal, a dream, or an aspiration around this time. So again, paying attention to any of those themes that are really sort of starting to intensify, especially the second half of July, as your 1st and 7th house axis really starts to light up and get energized. And I think that with the node switching signs and this full moon lying across this Jupiter-Pluto opposition with a Jupiter Cassimi, really connecting those Jupiter-ruled areas, is sort of an intensification of this axis and also those Jupiter ruled areas is kind of preparing us, I think, as we move into August for eclipse season. So definitely stay tuned for that. All right, moving on to Pisces. Pisces risings, as mentioned in the intro, we have this really powerful Mars-Uranus conjunction landing in your Gemini 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So there could be sort of really big developments that honestly, I think a lot of Pisces risings, like you might have already kind of experienced or been feeling intensify in June as you enter July. But the exact conjunction at 3 degrees happens on July 3rd. So you could see this play out with like certain desires, a plan of action. You know, Mars Uranus conjunctions are notorious for events. So you could see things play out with like relationships with family, people you live with, property, real estate. But more specifically, Mars rules 2 areas of your chart. Now, Mars rules this Aries second house of earned income and self-worth. So there might be something like financially developing around home, family, property, and real estate. Maybe it's a renovation, a relocation, a redecoration. Or maybe there is something financial where you're trying to support a family member or take care of a family member, and that is part of sort of the plan of action. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. The other area that could be sort of playing a part with this very foundational area of your chart is that Mars rules the Scorpio ninth house. So think, travel plans, higher education, continuing education. If you work in publishing, teaching, again, this could be career related. So if you like travel, teach, publish, work in like spirituality, religion, any of those things, this could be sort of like a work versus home and family development. But, the Scorpio ninth house, I like to think of this as like the area of growth and potential. So maybe some of you are seeking, like looking at a plan of action to increase your growth and potential that has you really initiating a new journey over the next couple of years regarding sort of like the home, the family, the property, and real estate. So I think some Pisces risings might be dealing with something, more personally with like family, people you live with, property, real estate themes that could be like financial or self-worth related. And then some Pisces risings might be looking at like a home, property, real estate situation and sort of looking at like how that can sort of create a new storyline to play out in hopes to support the growth and potential you want to pursue. So there's a lot of potential here. But my point is with this Mars-Uranus conjunction, you really want to pay attention to the themes and the developments that are really increasing around this time because Mars is the faster moving planet and Mars will continue moving forward. And at the end of November, early December, Mars will be at the early degrees of Virgo, creating the opening square, the opening 90-degree angle to Uranus that will still be in this Gemini fourth house. Why is this important? The opening square typically is the time where we feel like the stress or the tension of like, we need to take new action. Something's developing around those themes or that story that really theoretically initiated around June, July of this year that now come end of November, early December, some of us like those themes, contextual clues that some of us are getting right now could come back around end of November, early December for us to take action in new ways. And it's part of sort of the story that's unfolding with the Mars cycle over the next 2.5 years. Now that opening square that happens end of November, early December is not your average opening square. Mars is going to create the opening square and then Mars is going to continue moving a little bit forward, station retrograde, go back over that opening square point, then station direct and go back over that opening square point again. So that opening square actually has like 3 phases to it. So it's not just opening square. We take action, we create tangible change to these contextual clues that we're getting at the seed point of when, the initial conjunction took place. That opening square, it's like we take action and then all of a sudden, boom, we review and revise it of the plan of action. What do we really desire? What do we really want? And then boom, Mars goes direct and goes back over that opening square to sort of finish off and polish off that opening square story. So my point is it's very important, I think, to pay attention to what developments are happening personally that could be playing out on a very foundational level with like home, family, property, and real estate that really might be the themes or the contextual clues that we're going to come back to the end of November, early December, and then really throughout the first quarter at minimum of 2027 with the Mars retrograde cycle. Moving on to July 10th. So July 10th, we have this very interesting Venus South node conjunction. So Venus is going to pass over the South node at 0 degrees in your Virgo 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, if that is applicable to you. So with this Venus South node, some of you might be coming back to something, or you might be releasing something. Now, Venus rules your Libra 8th house of transformational work, transformational decisions, long-term financial themes like investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources, if applicable. So some of you might be coming back to like a major decision. You might be coming back to transformational work. You might be coming back to something financial that could be playing out with you personally, but it could be you could be coming back to it within a personal or professional partnership if that's applicable to you at this time. Now, Venus also rules this Taurus 3rd house of communication, siblings, extended family. So some of you could be coming back to something within a personal or professional partnership that is also having you look at, those people, places, and things within your everyday familiar environment. So some of you might be like, if you're partnered up or you're married, maybe there's something you need to come back to regarding like the siblings, the extended family, communication, exchanging information. Now, if that's not the case, some of you might be coming back to or releasing something through sort of conversation, communication, exchanging information that somehow has partnership themes connected to it, whether you are partnered up or whether you're single. So even if you're single, this still absolutely applies to you because this could involve coming back to something or releasing something to maybe shift some perspective that could be playing out with how you want to connect with certain people. The Venus South node conjunction at 0 degrees will form a trine with Chiron at 0 degrees in that Taurus 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, but really, your everyday familiar environment and the people, places, and things within that. This Chiron is in a Venus-ruled sign. So this Chiron is not only reporting back to Venus, but it is in a trine aspect to Venus. So I actually think that this is like a means to an end aspect where Venus is having you come back to something or release something that is helping you create more flow or dissolve obstacles to redefining your relationship to your communication, technology, transportation, if you work in those fields. Or it could be helping you redefine your relationship to your siblings, your extended family, your neighborhood, your community. Some of you could have with this trine like very powerful, important, even like Chiron-like communication or conversation within partnership regarding, family, siblings, extended family. And so you could be really coming back to an important conversation, important communication, an important situation playing out with siblings or extended family that is like now dissolving obstacles or there's more flow going on with that. So definitely paying attention to, I just think with the Mars-Uranus conjunction, in the Gemini 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, and this Venus South node in the 7th house of partnership, trine Chiron in the 3rd house where like siblings, extended family land. I think a lot of Pisces rising is like you might be dealing with something very foundational and personal with like family, people you live with, property, real estate. That could have some like financial tones to it as well for some of you. But when we get to July 12th, we have this really powerful Mercury Cassini. And this Mercury Cassini will be at 20 degrees. So Mercury will be in the heart of the sun. Mercury will still be retrograde, but it will be in the heart of the sun within 17 minutes in your Cancer 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So you might see some breakthrough or some clarity that could play out within sort of how you experience joy, children, if applicable to you, romance, dating, if that's applicable. But even though this is happening in the 5th house, I actually think this is part of a much larger picture going on here. I want to point out, we entered July in a Mercury retrograde. So we entered the month theoretically reviewing and revising those Mercury ruled areas. And for you Pisces risings, This is going to be your Virgo 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. And this is also going to be that Gemini 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So a lot of Pisces rising, like you could have entered the month really reviewing and revising those Mercury ruled areas of your chart and thus lives. And then on top of it, we had really powerful conjunctions and aspects involving these Mercury ruled houses. So again, we had the Mars Uranus conjunction, really powerful conjunction in Gemini, Mercury ruled sign. We had the Venus South Node conjunction in Virgo, Mercury ruled sign. And now at the time of the Cassimi, there is this Venus Uranus square forming in these Mercury ruled signs, creating even more potential for action and tangible change as this Mercury in the heart of the sun is forming on this day. So there's so much being reviewed and revised in these Mercury ruled areas. And then there's really powerful conjunctions and aspects happening in these Mercury ruled areas that has to report back to that Mercury retrograde that's now in the heart of the sun. So I think a lot of us are going to experience a rather complex situation playing out in July because so much is under review and revise or pulling back or, perfecting that at the same time, there's so much activity happening in those areas. So it's sort of like, I'm looking at this as if we don't really get a break. Sometimes with Mercury retrogrades, there's not much activity in those Mercury ruled areas. And so we can really pull back, we can really review and revise. The month of July looks like we have to review and revise on the fly because there's just more things happening that we have to integrate, and there's a level of complexity with it. And for you, Pisces rising, it could heavily involve sort of personal and professional partnerships, home, family, property, real estate situations that you have to kind of continuously integrate throughout the month. But when we get to July 12th, Mercury is still retrograde, but it's Cassimi, it's in the heart of the sun. So this is typically the part of the retrograde cycle where you start to see the other side. There's maybe even some clarity or some breakthrough where you can start to see, okay, now I can see the other side. Now I can see sort of like what's happening here, maybe where I'm going to land, where things are going. And so just keep an eye out for that. But when we get to July 14th, there is this very interesting new moon that sweeps through that area around 21, 22 degrees in your Cancer 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children if applicable to you. So on a very basic general level, some of you might experience sort of like a new chapter or a new beginning with dating if you're single, children if that's applicable, creativity, artistry, self-expression, having more fun, what brings you joy. However, this new moon, before it went exact, had to pass through that Mercury retrograde in that Cancer 5th house. So I actually think that for a lot of us, this new moon is, yes, it's in the 5th house, so it could definitely play out with those 5th house themes. But I actually think this new moon is like a new chapter, a new beginning, planting new seeds involving those Mercury ruled areas. So it could really involve sort of a new chapter regarding home, family, property, and real estate that could play out with, children, creativity, bringing more joy. And it could involve a new chapter, planting new seeds, or a new opportunity involving the other Mercury ruled area, which is going to be that Virgo 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So I think even though this new moon is in the 5th house and could definitely incorporate or play out with those 5th house themes of like joy and creativity and dating and romance, whatever it may be, I actually think that for a lot of us, it is heavily integrating what you've been reviewing and revising with that Mercury retrograde, that Mercury Cassimi, all of those really strong conjunctions and aspects unfolding in those Mercury ruled areas. So the new moon really heavily involving that Mercury retrograde, having gone through so much, getting so many reports back from all of those Mercury ruled areas and activity. I think this could heavily involve sort of like a new chapter or like some new beginning around something foundationally, or that could involve your children if that's applicable to you, or it could involve, some new chapter or new something regarding like a personal or professional partnership. something within your marriage, if that's applicable. That could involve, your children, if applicable, joy, creativity, more self-expression, etc. Then July 17th is the day of the exact Uranus Pluto trine. So Uranus will be at 4 degrees in that Gemini 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. Trine Pluto in that 4th house, that Aquarius 12th house at 4 degrees, involving, what's going on behind the scenes, dreams, subconscious thought patterns, solitude. So again, not getting too into the details about this, but this trine could definitely is something that we've been in for a while. So you could see like more rapid developments or accelerating developments of things going on with home, family, property, real estate themes, as well as rapid developments on how it is transforming or changing sort of like your thought patterns, like what are you working on behind the scenes that could be health related. But I get to the Jupiter Pluto opposition. I want to remind all of you that this month we have Pluto at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, Uranus at 4 degrees, and Jupiter is about to hit that 4-degree mark and form that opposition with Pluto. So if you have anything between 2 and 6 degrees in your natal chart, this could be playing a really strong role in sort of the developments, the acceleration, the flow, the opportunities that could be coming up around this time. And sort of what that planet represents, as I mentioned in the intro, maybe you have Saturn in the beginning degrees of Aquarius or Saturn in the beginning degrees of Gemini. And so, yes, there is rapid development and acceleration going on between the 4th and the 12th, but it has that Saturnian, like there's discipline, there's responsibility, there's commitment and longevity that is involved with it. So really if you know your chart, if you don't worry about it. Just take what resonates and leave the rest. But if you do know your chart, it can really help to look at, with these powerful planets, especially the outer planets, slower moving outer planets, how are they interacting with anything between 2 and 6 degrees in your chart? And how are those personal natal placements playing a pivotal role in the situation that is unfolding or rapidly developing in July for a lot of us? Then on July 20th, that is when Jupiter will finally be at that 4-degree mark, and it will form an exact opposition with Pluto in that Aquarius 12th house. So you have this Jupiter-Pluto opposition. You have the Jupiter, the planet of, expansion and abundance, in that 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So some of you could be really expanding upon your health, your wellness, or you could see a busier time at work, your routines really expanding, and that be sort of at odds or be tested and challenged and trying to balance that with sleep, rest, recharge, really taking time for solitude to check in with your thought patterns, what's going on mentally, where do you need sort of like time alone. So the 6th and the 12th house axis and the oppositions there can definitely create a lot of push-pull, especially with Jupiter and Pluto being sort of like power players in this opposition across sort of how is your need for solitude, sleep, paying attention to your dreams, how is that affecting your physical health, physical work, routines, and vice versa. Now, this is really important for you Pisces risings because Jupiter literally rules your 1st house of the self, the physical body, how you take independent action. So a lot of you could be heavily focused on how, your work is impacting your physical body, how some of you could be heavily focused on like your physical body and the 6th house of health, like expanding your health and your vitality and its impacts to your 1st house of the self and the physical body, and making sort of adjustments to those areas as Jupiter is expanding that. But Jupiter also rules your Sagittarius 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So a lot of you could start to see, your routines get filled with more work, more career, business, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. And that could be the cause of, my work is expanding and there's so many things happening and expanding with my work, my health routines, and how on earth do I balance that? with my sleep, just having a few minutes a day to just like be in your own thoughts, check in with what's going on internally, seeing the impacts of things. So I think that could be a source of, with Jupiter ruling the 10th, very visible area of your chart, and it being in that sixth house of work and routines and coworkers and really sort of like the daily grind. Some of you could really see sort of your daily grind expand and sort of be tested to like, okay, how do I balance all the work that I have to do and things are expanding in this direction, but also be able to take care of my body, be able to take care of myself, be able to literally sleep, rest, recharge, and balance those two worlds. Now, this is not your average opposition. Sometimes we have oppositions that are standalone, right? There's not many planets making aspects to the opposition, or at least like sextiles and trines to the opposition to provide some opportunity or some flow to help balance that opposition or anchor it a little bit. But in this case, we do. We still have Neptune at 4 degrees and we have Uranus at 4 degrees. So even though this is a Jupiter Pluto opposition, there's still Uranus and Neptune sort of in the peripherals saying like, hey, look over here, there might be some opportunity, or there might be the ability to kind of dissolve obstacles. So like looking at home, like looking at ways you can innovate home, family, property, and real estate, and how that might actually be a source of opportunity or flow to help balance that opposition, or looking at Neptune in the second, like where have you been a little idealistic about finances? Where has, and this is a Neptune that's retrograde. So typically when Neptune is retrograde, it's a little less illusionary. So I think this is going to help in terms of like, where are you now seeing things a little bit more clearly, maybe with finances, your value system, your self-worth, and how is that maybe creating a little bit of opportunity to contemplate how can I balance, my needs, my health, my routines, my work. So seeing where maybe there's certain family members or there's certain people that can provide some help to sort of balance these two areas. So definitely, with this opposition, sometimes with oppositions, we can get so focused on it. It's just something I've noticed, experienced myself, and we forget to look around in life to see like what is in our aura, what is in our peripherals that could actually be a source of opportunity or help and support to kind of like balance that oppositional effect of like, I feel like I have to be in two places at once. I feel like if I take care of this, I'm going to neglect this. If I take care of that, I'm going to neglect this. So just kind of reminding you of the 2 to 6 degree mark in your natal chart and these 4 degree marks with Neptune and Uranus. They could potentially provide like other actionable ways to help create balance to this opposition. All right, July 23rd. July 23rd, we have Mercury stationing direct in that Cancer 5th house. Now, I think Mercury stationing direct, I think this will be the time where, again, reminding you how much has happened in those Mercury ruled signs. Again, your Gemini 4th house, your Virgo 7th house, the aspects that happened there, how much was reporting back to that Mercury retrograde that we entered the month in. And now with Mercury stationing direct, I'm hoping that this creates that forward momentum around, home, family, property, real estate themes. It creates forward momentum and new outcomes to personal and professional partnerships that maybe you've been untangling or sort of like working with for some time. So I hope that this is the point where the ball is moving forward after having to review and revise and simultaneously handle like ongoing complexity throughout the month in these areas. So July 26th is when the North and South node change signs. So the North node is finally going to get out of your first house of self, that angular house. And that North node is going to enter your Aquarius 12th house of behind the scenes, subconscious thought patterns. What are you working on behind the scenes? So for the next year and a half, 18 months, some of you might be more focused on working behind the scenes. Some of you might be focused on, maybe your mental health, your subconscious thought patterns, where you limit yourselves, where you self-sabotage yourselves. Some of you might be more focused on like, how can I create intentional time for solitude, meditation, tuning into, what's going on internally, intuition. So the 12th house is a very hidden house. It's not like a very publicly advertised place. It's really it's a very private, hidden part of our chart. And so some of you could become a lot more focused on that area, especially with Pluto there, creating the potential for, ebbs and flows of potential for transformation and empowerment to your internal mind, your subconscious thought patterns, paying attention to your dreams as well. And the North and the South node are not, to me, they're not separate entities. I think a lot of people get super focused on the North node. This is what I need to focus on. This is what I need to do. This is what I need to generate in this lifetime. And sure, to a certain extent, but the South node is also there, and it's a very important player to integrate those themes. And so the South node being in your Leo or entering your Leo 6th house of daily work and health routines, your daily grind, it's also important to come back to, supporting your routines, coming back to your health, the work that you want to do, especially with Jupiter here. So Jupiter is going to be here for roughly the next year as the South node is moving through this Leo 6th house. So it's almost like Jupiter is helping expand sort of maybe your work, your health, your routines. And the South node is there to say, hey, you can come back to this. You can, come back to the daily grind, supporting your work, supporting your health, and then kind of take that and integrate that with what you want to work on behind the scenes, sort of supporting your mental and physical health, supporting, your sleep, your need for solitude with the daily grind. So really, I think it could really sort of amplify sort of like what I like to call like the mind body axis, really supporting what's going on mentally, how that affects you physically, and what's going on physically and how that affects you mentally. This ultimately continues because once we get to July 29th, where I want to close out the month, we have this really powerful full moon around 6 degrees in that Aquarius 12th house. So this full moon is really a continuation of amplifying that 12th and 6th house axis, because if you're watching, the full moon is the moon and the sun in opposition across the 6th and 12th. So I want to break this down, starting very general and then getting a little bit more specific, because we also have the Jupiter-Pluto opposition involved, and we also have a Jupiter-Cassini involved. And this is really important for Pisces risings because Jupiter rules your 1st house of self and your 10th house of career, business, and public recognition. So a lot could be amplified this month for Pisces risings on a personal level. So this full moon around 6 degrees is a really strong illumination in your 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, dreams, solitude, very hidden, very behind the scenes. And so definitely pay attention to your sleep, pay attention to your dreams, what's going on, mentally, what are you working on behind the scenes that this full moon could like bring to fruition or really culminate. Full moons in the 12th house, I have noticed over the years, sometimes quite literally illuminate something that we couldn't see before internally. So definitely paying attention to what is really going on behind the scenes for you. But this full moon, before it goes exact, had to pass over this Pluto at 4 degrees. So it's almost like as this full moon is gaining energy and sort of like supercharging, it passes through or passes over Pluto in the chart. And Pluto is the planet of power and transformation. So I think there is this element of like, maybe empowering yourselves mentally or empowering your subconscious thought patterns. Or you could have like really powerful breakthroughs with like dreams or your thoughts. Or this could also be a really, really fascinating time. Like if you're into meditation or solitude, like getting a few minutes away from the world around this day, it would be interesting to see like what thoughts or like powerful things kind of like come through. But it's not the whole picture here because again, the sun and the moon are in opposition here in the chart. And we have the sun in your Leo 6th house involved in this full moon. And the sun is in rulership. The sun is home here. So it has a lot of say. It has a lot of essential dignity. It's very comfortable. It's in its own home, literally. So this is not just a full moon in the 12th. I think the sun has a lot of say in this full moon as well. So the sun in your 6th house, like there could be a lot developing or expanding or illuminating regarding, your health, your work, and your routines at the same time. But still kind of like you could feel that pull in both directions of like, I need to sleep, I need a few minutes of alone time. And then there's also these like rapid developments or something expanding around myself, around my work, my career, my public recognition, what brings me fulfillment, and what's going on, how that's affecting your routines, your health, and your work, obviously. So the other thing I want to discuss with this full moon is that as this full moon develops, Jupiter will be in the heart of the sun. This is really powerful. So there will be a Jupiter Cassini. And this tells me that Jupiter ruled areas of the chart based off of what is being illuminated, what is coming to fruition, what is being really energized in a powerful way, because we still have Jupiter and Pluto in opposition here lying across this full moon. And now the north and the south node are also pulling our focus across this axis. So the Jupiter Cassini, I think, with Jupiter ruling your 1st house of the self, the physical body, how you take independent action, and Jupiter ruling that Sagittarius 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. There could be something is like being illuminated with this full moon, or being like highly energized, or there could be like developments going on here that provide some level of clarity or expansive breakthrough that could be like career related, work related, health, vitality, routines. And because Jupiter rules that 1st house of the physical body and the self, a lot of Pisces risings, like you could feel this full moon very viscerally. You could feel it like affect, your physical body. So some of you could really be across the 6th and the 12th house axis, and it somehow provides some of you maybe some breakthrough or illuminating clarity with that Jupiter Cassini around what your needs are, how you're going to support yourself, support your independent action. And maybe some of you might see some developments with career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So we really came into this month on a very intense level, I think, with the Mars-Uranus conjunction, a lot happening in those Mercury-ruled areas, reporting to that Mercury retrograde as we're simultaneously reviewing and revising those areas, and closing out the month with this really powerful new moon across that Jupiter-Pluto opposition. So some of you might be able to go back to the days leading up to July 20th, where the Jupiter-Pluto opposition goes exact. And that actually might provide you some contextual clues as to what breakthrough, clarity, or illuminating, sort of coming to fruition themes or contextual clues this full moon is really going to amplify or culminate around this time. So if you go back to the days leading up to the exact Jupiter-Pluto opposition on July 20th, when it goes exact, so the days leading up to that, you could gain some contextual clues for what this full moon might really amplify for you. So definitely pay attention to that. But really, we're closing out the month even on a really potentially intense level here with this really powerful full moon. The nodes now in having co-presence with this full moon and Jupiter-Pluto opposition as well. That's really going to carry us into eclipse season next month when we get into August. So definitely stay tuned for that. And I'll see you all next month.